Previously on the LCS.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 9 of the North American LCS, and we'll see where the teams stand heading into the final week of the season. Don't go AFK.
Hey, time's up! Get hot shot! Get hot shot!
Let's go with it, though.
Had to kill Cobb. Gets one shot in there. The wind slash. No, it's not going to be enough. Double Lift gets the victory.
Double Lift hashtag Twitch mechanics.
St. Vicious could be going down here. He may try to trade first blood on the bait. The last thing comes in. Oh, the heal from Sona.
Elements came in for the hero save. One of the most solid performances we've seen from Curse all year. 3 people on their team didn't even die.
For some reason, we just always play like on point against Marn. It seems like all our strategy just smashes them. I don't know.
He ult. I got a 4-man. Okay. Nice.
Wow! They find 4 kills in a row. That was unreal. This will be Marn taking the win over Counter Logic Gaming.
Marn is pumped after that one, and the topsy-turvy season continues for both of these guys.
Now they find Cutie Pie. That was the best possible choice for them. He goes down. Daydream gives him nightmares. That's GGU taking the win.
Damn. What the? Come on, dude.
Nobody really expected GGU to go 3-0 this week.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 10 of the North American LCS. I'm David Freak Turley. Beside me is the beautiful Joshua Jat Leisman, and it's the final week of the spring split is here. And over the next 3 days, all 8 teams are heading to the Rift to fight for their future in the LCS. And when the final Nexus has been destroyed this Friday, 2 teams will be fighting for their lives in the Summer Promotion Tournament, and 2 teams will be guaranteed a spot in the Summer Split.
And the race for second place and an automatic berth into the Summer Split got a lot tighter last week. TSM beat Curse for the 2nd straight time, and Dignitas actually went 0-2. So now TSM and Dig are tied for 2nd, with Dignitas leading that season series 2-1.
Exactly. And Curse, TSM, and Dignitas all have a chance to finish 1st or 2nd place in the league. And, of course, one of them is going to drop to at least 3rd. Now, the race for the final 2 playoff spots is just as tight, though. Good Game University had an epic Week 9 going 3-0, jumping into 5th place ahead of Vulcun and Marn. Those guys are tied for 6th, and they want another playoff berth as well.
And GGU is peaking at the right time. Daydreamin was the MVP last week, and he has been an absolutely fantastic addition for them. Marn also had a big win against CLG last week, which improves their chances, and Vulcun actually had a week off to prepare for the 5 matches they had this week.
So before we kick off today's matches, and we've got 20 this week, by the way, let's take a look at exactly where these teams stand. As we said, Curse is on top of the league despite getting beat for the 2nd week in a row by TSM. Reginald and crew are now tied for 2nd with Dignitas, because of course Dig went 0-2 last week without Crumbs in the jungle.
And CLG is still in 4th, but their lead has shrunk after GGU ran the table last week. Daydreaming and crew are now in 5th, only 2 games back. Vulcun and Marn are tied for 6th place and only 1 win behind GGU. Complexity has a lot of ground to make up this week if they want to get out of the cellar and into the playoffs.
So coming into this week's matches, every team is still mathematically available for the playoff run. Here's how it all breaks down. Curse, Dig, and TSM have clutched a top 6 finish. No matter what happens over the 3 days, they will be in the playoffs. However, they're fighting for the top 2 seeds. You get in the top 2, you have an automatic 1st round bye in the playoffs, and you're guaranteed a spot in the Summer Split.
And Curse controls their own fate this week, right? They win 3 games, and they earn a 1st round bye in the playoffs. And it doesn't hurt that against the 5 teams they're playing this week, they are a combined 14-1 on the season. So Curse is in really good shape. The 2nd playoff bye will most likely come down to Friday's match between Dignitas and TSM. And even though they're tied in the standings, Dignitas does own that 2-1 lead in the head-to-head matchups.
And the bottom 5 teams, though, they've all got a lot of room to move around. They've got to do whatever they can to clinch a playoff berth. So CLG are currently in 4th, but the record's 11-12. And the thing is, in their 5 opponents here, you mentioned the 14-1 record for Curse.
Yeah.
They're expected to lose 4 of those games. They're 1-2 against 4 of their opponents, and they're against GGU, which is their 1-2-1 record, but GGU looks a whole heck of a lot better than last time. So while it's unlikely CLG can lose their playoff spot this week, now GGU can guarantee a top 6 finish for themselves by winning 4 of their final 5 games. Marn and Vulcun, they're only guaranteed a spot if they go 5-0. If they lose a game, they're relying on someone else to drop games to get themselves into the playoffs.
And Then there's complexity, right? They're the only team that doesn't control their own destiny. So even if they win all of their matches, they will need teams ahead of them to lose multiple times. So to say the least, it's going to be a tough week for complexity.
It is going to be tough for them overall. So now that you guys know what is at stake, it's time to take a look at today's matchups. First off, Complexity tries to take down Dignitas, but Crumbs is back and ready to rumble in the jungle. Up next, Marn needs to go 5-0 this week, but with first place now in reach, TSM will come out swinging. Third up, Complexity jumps back into the Rift, and they'll try to crush GGU's playoff dreams.
Then COG looks to trip up TSM's chances for a first-round bye. After that, it's a battle between the LCS's top teams and its hottest team. Then Curse takes to the lanes against GGU. And finally, COG tries to drop Scar and his crew into third place when they meet up.
Now remember, guys, you can vote on who you think will win all 6 of today's huge matchups by going to lolesports.com.
Click on the matches at the top right, go to Week 10, and vote away.
Then hit us up on Twitter and let us know which North American LCS team has been the biggest surprise this season and why.
We're at LOL Esports. Remember to use the hashtag LCS, and we could read your answer later on the show.
So we have to take a short break, guys, but when we come back, Scar and his team could move within 1 game of first place with a win against Nick Wu and the crew. It's the first match of Super Week, Complexity versus Dignitas. Don't go AFK.
Super Week is definitely more fun. I like playing more games the same day rather than you spread it across days.
What I've heard of Super Week is it's a lot of games, pretty mentally fatiguing, but overall pretty fun.
There's 5 games for our team, and the standings can completely change within those 5 games.
It's a long day. It's going to be long.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Super Week live from Los Angeles, California. We're ready to get the fun started with our first match of the week, Complexity versus Dignitas. Scar and the guys are coming off their worst week of the LCS, going 0-2 just last week and falling back into a tie for second place. Dignitas needs a win against Complexity today if they want to hold on to that second place and guarantee a spot in the summer split.
And Dig really struggled last week. You could tell there was just something missing in their overall communication. They weren't engaging right. They were getting a little bit out-pressured. But Crumbs is back last week, so that is bad. Back this week. So that is bad news for Complexity because Crumbs has been so key in beating Complexity in their 2 wins. He was 13-3-19 in those 2 wins.
Yeah, but even with Crumbs in the lineup, Complexity has given Dignitas trouble. They've already beaten them once this year thanks to a big game by Mortis. And with a new mid lane threat in Prawley, Complexity has a chance to dig Skara and his squad a playoff hole.
And first off, Mortis in the 1 Complexity win went crazy on Shogat. The 407 doesn't really do it justice because at the start of the game, he got back-to-back double kills in counter ganks. And then there's Prawley, who has played 5 different champions in 5 games. Some people criticize Skara for not having the most diverse champion pool, but Prawley plays a different champion literally every game. The problem with that is, though, he's been a little bit up and down in the 2 weeks on a struggling Complexity team because even though Prawley has re-energized them as a team, they're still 2-3 since the addition.
And while Complexity already knows they have to fight for their playoff lives here in the summer split, fight for their LCS lives, I should say, Dignitas and the other top teams still have a chance of getting some job security this week.
Second place spot is really important in the LCS as it gives you basically gives you job security.
Job security.
Job security.
You basically keep your job for now.
You don't have to play in the relegation tournament, or you're already in the semifinals of the upper tournament.
I'm scared of playoffs. Playoffs is like, you could lose your job, you could go to relegations.
If we don't place top 2, we have potential to fall below LCS and potentially be out of LCS.
It's not like likely if you're in 3rd place, because of course you have to play one of the easier teams, but maybe you have a bad day that day and you play against one of the teams and you get knocked out.
Your team does nothing for 6-9 months, and that would be horrible. Like, our team would disband if that happened.
It's a terrifying feeling knowing you could drop down.
Like, it's possible. Anything's possible.
This guy's definitely scared of playoffs because they have a bad track record against Vulcun.
Yeah, you. Right now, Curse has that dominating lead. I really don't think anyone's going to be able to beat them from 1st place.
I think Curse is going to stay #1.
But they're so consistent that I think they won't really have to worry about too much.
We've beaten all the other top teams, and we've really proved this year that we're also a top team and a top contender. So I'm really confident going in that we get 1st or 2nd.
TSM and Dig are now head-to-head, and that's a lot of pressure. Like, that 1 game, if we just beat them, that's a 2-game swing that we have on them.
All our other games would mean nothing if we fall here and just end up 3rd.
It's really hard to say who the top team is because, it's always going to be a toss-up no matter what.
We're closest that we have ever been to a top 2 slot. And we can't let this chance go.
I think people kind of figured out how Dignitas plays. Dignitas should be scared.
We're strong as hell. I think it should be a cinch, honestly.
We have practiced all season extremely hard. We have gone through so much drama. This is our chance to show that we're still one of the top teams, if not the best team in North America.
We'll be 2nd or 3rd. I want to say we'll be 2nd.
We'll definitely beat Dig. We'll definitely beat everyone else, and we'll definitely get 2nd place.
The last game of the season may be the most important game for us of the whole season.
With a 1st round bye and a guaranteed spot in the summer split up for grabs this week, Dignitas needs to start today with a win against Complexity to keep the pressure on TSM and Curse. The match is about to start, so let's take a look at today's starting lineups. On the blue team, we do have Complexity, Nick Wu in the top lane, Mortis in jungle, Prawley, 5 champions in 5 games in mid, Brunch on AD carry, and MIA on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas with Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs back in the jungle again, Scar in mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Patoy on support.
So you got this match coming in, and you know that Complexity has won a game against these guys, even though it's like 8 versus 2. What's your mindset coming into this?
At least for Complexity, they have absolutely nothing to lose this week, right? So we already thought Complexity was a crazy team. They might just go even crazier because they need help. They need to win all of their games, and they're already up against a team that usually that usually beats them or at least has the upper hand. So I am expecting some potentially crazy things from Complexity.
Well, let's see. Right now, of course, they're not allowed Zed whatsoever. Complexity doing their research with the bans, though. Diana, Caitlyn being dropped out, Zed and Kale being taken away from Complexity so far. None of these are surprising just yet.
A lot of people have been taking Diana away from Scar.
Yeah.
Right? He hasn't been able to play it in like the past 6 weeks. Instead, he's been playing, I believe, Gragas, Kale, and 3 Zed games in a row. But because they were up against Nick Wu, Dignitas had to ban out Zed already. So these are pretty much just back and forth bans. The only interesting, like the most interesting thing about this is though, 2 of Scar's like 4 champions are Zed and Kale, and it's Dignitas who's actually banned those out. So he doesn't actually have much left here.
Well, I guess it's going to be up to him to find a new champion to play this time around. Renekton being dropped away from Kiwi Kid, of course, one of his favorite top laners. And now it's on Dignitas for the 6th and final ban here.
And against Complexity, you don't know what the 6th and final ban is. Like maybe a Shen because they wanted to keep it away from Nick Wu, but instead they just ban out Kha'Zix. And that's, like, I think Nick Wu had a couple good games on Kha'Zix. Chuper used to play it a lot for Complexity back when he wasn't replaced by Paul yet.
Yeah.
And I guess that, you know, some just Complexity is going to have to react to.
Well, instead, though, Complexity has first picked away the Thresh. They want that one right off the bat, though, the support pick being grabbed.
That is something that we've seen a lot of in North America. Thresh is like pretty much a first pick if he's not banned. We were watching some OGN just before the show, and the Thresh was actually falling to like 4th or 5th pick in a lot of these games. Still highly contested, but he would fall in the picks fairly frequently. And over on Dignitas' side, the Nasus is a crumbs pick, right? He'll go lock of the Iron Solari, and he'll just do it with that.
Well, you mentioned the Shen ban earlier, and here you've actually got Shen grabbed away by Kiwi Kid to steal it away from Nick Wu.
And Kiwi Kid has actually had a bit more of an up and down year than we realized, because at the start of the year, he was looking a little shaky. Then he had that amazing streak of games on Elise where he was 1v1ing everyone, destroying Voyboy. And then last week was actually a little strange because Kiwi Kid started playing Assassins when he's been playing tanks all year, and now he's back to tanks on Shen. So I like that choice for Dignitas, kind of getting back to what got them here.
Well, and instead, though, we've got Complexity looking at now their responses because, you know, I feel like, you know, the bans come through and you're like, okay, cool, we can get Shen, we can get this, we can get that. Oh, crap, Shen got taken away. And so they're taking a good amount of time, and there we go, Gragas and Misfortune.
That's really, really smart because the last champion that Scar would have left would be Gragas. So probably can just take that completely away from him because what we've seen Scar on, we've seen Scar on Zed, we've seen Scar on Kale, we've seen Scar on Diana, we've seen Scar on Gragas. What else does he got left? Now it's like proving time for Scar, and I don't know exactly what he's going to go for. He's got Lee Sin selected, kind of, and he's just like, all right, I guess he's going to wait for the last pick.
Yeah, they're buying him time with the picks right there. Sona, Draven in the bottom lane. I'm actually glad Cutie Pie's gone back to Draven finally.
That's really nice. It's been getting banned out a lot against Dignitas, but he's just back in power mode. The Draven versus Misfortune matchup, if they end up actually laning against each other, is so aggressive. They're both known as lane bullies. They both have 550 range, so when they just go to hit each other, they just bash heads, and usually somebody dies.
Well, we'll see which one ends up falling first. Of course, Thresh, the support on one side, and Sona on the other. They've already insta-locked that Jarvan as a jungle pickup here for Lauda Mortis. I mean, I say that as though probably hasn't played Jarvan before this season. But MIA is going to be the last one to grab. He, of course, will be on Thresh when they swap around, but looking for a mid or top or jungler.
Yeah, you're right about that one. I'm going to guess that this is probably a top laner that they're going to be going for. Nick Wu has been playing like Jace and Darius, but he has the Jace selected here. Like, he had a huge amount of success on Jace against Curse when they had that kind of Janna mid game that they had a huge lead and then fell off. So that's probably the setup they're going for there with Jarvan in the jungle, probably in mid lane, and MIA, and not MIA, but Jace in the top lane. And this last pick for Dignitas is going to be so crazy, Freak, because I don't know what Scar is gonna pick. Maybe I'm missing something entirely, but I don't remember him playing many more champions this year.
Well, he's got 40 seconds to figure it out right now and hope he put up enough practice, because you know they came into this knowing what they were going to ban, right? Like you don't surprise yourself with your own ban. So they knew that Zed and Kale were going to be Zed and Kale were going to be gone. They still got 25 seconds to make a choice here. Is there like a team composition pick you can think of here?
Right. So right now, Dignitas had Shen already for the global, so they're just going to go for more global, right? I believe this is Scar's first Twisted Fate game of the year. Twisted Fate is 100% pick ban over in OGN Spring. It's definitely not at that level yet in North America, but the teams that have been picking it up have been picking it up very frequently. So now Dignitas has that global composition because of the Shen and the Twisted Fate, in that they're really keying that I'm a Cutie Pie gets going because that's really the main lane they're going to be able to gank is that bottom lane. And if it's against a Misfortune of Thresh, yes, they have a bit of escape, but it is a very aggressive all-in lane down there for Complexity.
That will be a fun match as we take our way down throughout the rest of Champions Select here. You can see the lineups up on your screen. Complexity in blue, Dignitas on red. You mentioned Dignitas is global, though. What's Complexity's angle here?
Yeah, so we just had the quick drop out of champs. So like Complexity's angle with their general team comp is about kind of strongly winning the lane, and also Gragas is a very potent roamer. Plus the ridiculous range on his ultimate, if he stays close to Scar, can stop him from ulting off, right? Jace can also knock Shen out of his ultimate as well. So like even though Complexity doesn't have the global direct matchups, they have ways of trying to disrupt the globals. They also have pretty much just as strong, if not a stronger laning presence, and I think the ganks coming out of the jungle from Jarvan are going to be stronger than Crumbs' ganks on Nasus. So it's really about kind of like overall map control for Dignitas, because Nasus is dragon control. They have the globals to support it. And if you look at Complexity, it is about kind of winning the lanes and getting a lead in the game, which is actually what Complexity's been doing a good job of all year.
So let's kind of take a look at this, right? You said Complexity is a little bit better early game, sort of, right? The better jungle pressure from Jarvan. They can stop the globals from Dignitas. And I'm kind of thinking back at their game against Curse last week, where they had the early game lead, right? It was the AP John and mid from Prawley. They had the early game lead, and they couldn't end the game. Right? Like 45 minutes in, they're just like kind of bashing heads against the turret, and they couldn't close out the game. How do you fix that, basically?
It's just a matter of the way Complexity plays. Like, they pretty much always run with one tank. Dignitas usually runs with two, and we see it again in these picks and bans, right? Dignitas has Shen and Nasus, so when they go really hard. And it's one of the reasons Lauda Mortis, unfortunately, has the most deaths of every player in the LCS, because he is always the one tank. So when he goes in, it's much easier to kill one person than two, if you're making it super simple. So the way they get past that, and the way the Complexity tries to finish, is they really have to make sure that Lauda Mortis is either stealing farm or getting kills. Because if he's not an extremely tanky Jarvan by the end of the game, they're probably going to struggle in the late game teamfights. And I think that's just as simple as it gets.
And that actually reminds me of the win they had against Dignitas, right? He had the back-to-back double kills. He was on Cho'Gath. He got like a Spirit of the Ancient Golem by like 10 minutes and would just absorb cooldowns, and
they couldn't touch it.
Right, and that was his 1-0 death game, basically. So we'll see if he can do that, of course. We've locked in the champions once again, ticking down the last 50 seconds of Champions Select. So the game will be going underway very, very shortly. Because again, it's number 2 versus number 8. This is an important matchup here for these guys.
And even though Complexity has been the number 8, no one takes these guys lightly. Like, especially since the acquisition of Prawley, they've been playing everyone tough. They haven't been able to close, but they have pretty much given everyone they've played a huge run for their money. And Dignitas is got to be a little worried coming into this game. They seem to be in control almost the whole year. A lot of people had Dignitas like number 1 in their power rankings for the longest time, but they lost Crumbs last week. Right? They went 0-2. They're tied for TSM. You know, they got to avoid the downward spiral and get back against Complexity, who is a fearsome team.
And you know, that actually reminds me, you mentioned the Dignitas record. Back in week 1, they took 2 losses and 1 win. Back last week, they took 2 losses. And then the MLG week 5, they also took 2 like, they'll just like win every game and then like at sporadic weeks just like lose 2 games. It's just completely random. I felt like bringing it up, but it's like they'll just occasionally streak losses in a row. And you could say last week was Lambo, but
it is a really weird pattern, and it could also be like they maybe don't adapt to change that well, right? Because the first week of the season, it's a new environment, right? MLG is another new environment. Without Crumbs, it's like playing a whole new game again, right? So if they're back at their comfort zone, this is kind of wild speculation, but if they're back in their comfort zone, we could look for another really awesome Dignitas week. And this is the time to kind of prove it and start out, because, I mean, knowing that they have the TSM game at the end of the week and they have 4 games leading up to that, they don't want the race to be decided before the TSM game. So Dignitas has to bring it in every single one of these games.
And of course, the loading screen, we're at 98%. There we go. Patoy's reached 100% here as well. So the game, guys, we are here into game number 1 of Super Week. Dignitas needs to start their winning streak now, and so does Complexity. Let's get it going. We got Complexity in blue and Dignitas in red, and they're leaving their bases.
And since Complexity has Jace, they actually open up a couple new avenues at level 1. They dropped the gate right away, which means any spot that they're trying to race Dignitas to, they're pretty much going to beat them to it. It's hard to predict the speed of a team that has the gate early on, so you can see Complexity seems to be trying to get some kind of rush invade. They're all running through that top lane. They're probably going to go for some deep red wards. They're actually probably going to try for a blind hook and hope that someone's in that brush, but luckily for Dignitas, no one's there. Did that ward miss?
No, he hit it.
Okay.
He hit the ward into that tri-brush there. He managed to spot the one out, so a nice early opening. But Dignitas, you're seeing them on your screen here. They've just calmly invaded the lizard area, and they're like, yeah, okay, no big deal. Put a ward down, and all the shenanigans there from Complexity actually haven't done too much. I don't think they got spotted by that ward down there by the river, though. They're still in the fog of war here.
And with all teams grouping around as 5 people, you got to kind of think what would happen in a level 1 fight if they were to clash into each other. I got to say both these teams actually have some pretty scary pick potential because Scar would have a gold card plus a Kiwi Kid taunt, whereas Complexity would have the threshold. But they just burned the threshold cooldown and Dignitas is coming through. They don't know that's warded.
Well, I think he just saw Probably, though. They should know that he is there, I would guess. Looks like they're not going to do much for it, though. Dignitas actually backs out of their own lizard area. And Complexity would know that Dignitas did back out themselves, but looks like they're not going for a steal right now.
And that's a couple deep wards that Complexity put in on Dignitas. I don't think Dignitas entirely knows what's warded because Complexity put a lot of money into that early vision. There was the Explorer ward that just timed out in the river. Other than that, they already have 4 wards on the map. When you compare that to Dignitas, who pretty much just placed the 1 over near Complexity's Wraith. So unless Complexity makes some kind of early game move, that's a bit of a waste of wards, unless they use that ward vision to play more aggressive in the lanes.
Well, we'll see where they end up going with this one. Of course, Crumbs and Cutie Pie have gone down and finish up that Golem buff. Looks like no crazy lanes here, so 1v1 up top, 2v2 at the bottom. Loud Mortis just taking his blue buff. He's actually saved his smite, though, and Crumbs burned his right away.
It's a little bit interesting. I mean, Dignitas going instead to get to the lane faster instead of giving a hook or giving a good pull, and this bottom lane is going to be very aggressive. I mean, look at the amount of damage that Cutie took early, and for the first time in forever, Cutie started with the Doran's Blade as the hook lands.
They landed a whole bunch of damage on Patoy. They actually burned the Ignite as well. The attacks are there. First blood already coming out there. Now Cutie is kind of caught alone, down to 120 health. Frenchie will not quite chase one out, but look at the burst there.
And this is crazy because Dignitas are the ones who started the trend of going red elixir bottom lane. Neither Cutie or Patoy started with it this game, but MIA and Brunchu both did. And there's a flash hook!
Oh my gosh, he's gonna go for it, and they find the kill! MIA, he's gonna die, but it's an execute! So no gold or experience given to Dignitas. Complexity starting out 2-0.
And it could not be better for Complexity here because even during their big exciting addition of Prawley, it's been Prawley or Nick Wu or Ladamortis. It's like these are the guys we think about when we think of Complexity. Brunchu has been in the background this entire time. To get that bottom lane, a start like that, without any jungle intervention, and to be able to get 2 kills early is massive for them, because when Dignitas prepared for Complexity, I doubt they were thinking about Brunchu and MIA, so this could very well turn the tides for the rest of the game.
This is going to be crazy overall. Let's just look at the matches right now. Nick Wu is actually winning on Kiwi Kid 14-8. The junglers are equivalent. The AD carries, though, it's laughable. It's 2 kills to 0, 1,600 to 700 gold. I don't think I've ever seen like a 2.5x gold lead before.
It's just one of those things that happens when you just die at level 1 and lose all the waves to your turret. I mean, that is probably some of the worst timing for deaths in the bottom lane, and now it's going to be on Dignitas. You can already see Crumbs helping towards the bottom lane. It's a salvage effort at this point, right? A lot of times you just ignore the lane that's lost really badly, but it looks like Dignitas is trying to help them out. Dignitas is pinging out the pink wards in the river. I don't really know how Crumbs is going to make himself involved in this.
We'll see. He's definitely not found much yet. He is looking in the background for a lane gank, possibly. His Ghost is available. He's level 3. We'll see what happens here. Level 3 just hit there for MIA. And again, oh, the Lantern comes out. They're spotting, trying to see what's in the brush there. Green ward comes down from Patoy. NASA's still waiting around. He finally turns back.
Yeah, and that Lantern being down would have been a slight window for Crumbs to try to make it into the brush, but they recognized how passive Complexity was playing because they're sensing something, and Crumbs going to clear out the pink ward so he could potentially make a return gank. They're trying to give Dignitas' lane more pressure, so even though they're losing, that there's still the threat of the jungler, so at least Cutie could farm. That's what I'm guessing they're doing.
We'll see if that ends up happening here. Ladamortis just an inch from level 4. They're looking at the top lane. He's not been seen by a ward whatsoever. Of course, Kiwi Kid opened cloth 5, so he would not have seen that at all. And there's the aggression in from Nick Wu. Finds a bit of damage. Will Ladamortis get what he wants? There's the flash out from Kiwi Kid. He gets away, but that's flashed down.
Yeah, that was a very interesting flash because he was completely at full health, still had 3 health potions left, and I don't think he would have died from that gank. He just would have gotten quite low. So Kiwi Kid instead opted to keep his health up and save health potions rather than that 5-minute cooldown on flash. So we'll see how that choice plays out in the rest of the game, whether Ladamortis decides for a repeat gank or whether Kiwi Kid gets away with it.
Ladamortis is actually in the upper jungle, jumps over the wall. He's going to spot Crumbs here by the Wraiths and say, oh, that's nice. You're killing the jungle. Bye.
Hello.
Just yes. Waves hello and says, hey, by the way, I just want you to know I'm here. He's actually on top of a ward now from Skara as well, so Lattimore is just kind of saying hi to the entire Dignitas team right now. He's a friendly guy.
Yeah, what's up, man? He's a friendly dude. He's very sociable. Everyone on Dignitas actually knows him since way back when. I remember he was on Reflex Gaming back in MLG Providence 2011, so he's definitely been in the scene for quite a while. Just the friendly hello, making sure he's there, and he's got to make sure he doesn't fall behind in farm since he's doing so many lane visits. And we talked earlier how he needs to make sure he gets levels. He's only level 4, 6 minutes in, and he's trying another gank.
Ooh, the flash ult comes in from Skara, keeping him alive. Of course, Brawley burned his flash to make that one open. So, a trade of flashes, no gank.
But that does mean for Lattimortis, his ganks are starting to pay off, right? Like, both of the solo lanes have burned flashes, so at least Brawley and Nikwu should be able to get a little bit more aggressive, and at the very least, those lanes are now more scared of Lattimortis gank. So Lattimortis should make sure to make more rounds and try to punish those lanes that are missing flashes.
So you're saying he needs to be even friendlier than before. That's going to be... That is a just nice person right there. Lattimortis puts a ward down, giving a little bit of vision to his homies. Goes back in the jungle himself. We're revisiting the bottom lane here, though, and... the gold lead actually has shrunk, though, so the kill plus first blood, all that, only a 500 gold lead now.
It's actually really crazy. I hadn't kept track of that. It's just a matter of, because the 2 kills, right, it's the first blood bonus, so that's 600 gold for the first kill. And then you get 500 gold for the next one, so it's 1,100 gold in kills, which means it's a 600 gold edge that Dignitas has put up just in the lanes alone. And when you consider that Brunshu and MAA both started with red elixirs, and Cutie Pie and Patoy didn't, that is actually almost even. So they've managed to come back through collective farming off of that double kill.
They actually started with 4 red elixirs overall. It was only the jungler who didn't pull one out, so they'd spent a full grand on that, and all of them have been... Actually, I take that back. Probably has not chugged his just yet. Nikwu had, though. Those are going to time out eventually. Probably level 6 here, did not get a blue steal for himself. Minions are going to go down. Of course, they're just kind of wave clearing right now, and of course, he doesn't want Skara to find a gank.
He's just making sure to keep Skara at bay. I mean, as long as Brawley can keep that lane shoved, Skara won't be able to roam down for another gank. And the nice thing about the global comp from Dignitas here is, like, the bottom lane has really salvaged itself well. Considering the disaster that was at level 1, where they were down double gold, to be down 4 minion kills, to still only have a Doran's Blade, but to be farming adequately is great. And this is trouble for Crumbs.
Oh my gosh, Nikwu is right there. Level 7 versus level 4. He pops Ghost. Nikwu finds a whole heck of a lot of damage. Shenult comes across. Will he find the pain he needs? But there comes the TF. Oh, this could be bad. He's going for the taunt, I would assume. He locks a red card, but it might just be enough. Anyway, Nikwu getting under pressure. Scar's going to take some pain. Will they find it? The knock into the wall. Gold, no. Red card landed. And Lattimore doesn't probably actually back off from that when they don't find the kill. Only Nikwu has been slain. And that's it. They don't find anything else.
Wow, Skara almost falling there. Neither Dignitas solo laner had a flash in that situation, but that is the Globals coming in clutch there. They do steal the red away, and this fight actually might continue.
Kiwi Kid wants to put out a little something, but Lattimortis is level 6. And Kiwi Kid did not have flash available. They don't want to go for the fight, though. It's Brunshu shoving the wave after Dignitas had just backed out. You can see that the game has gotten really close, 11,000 apiece.
Yeah, so dead even gold right there, and there was the first set of roam. So now, the good thing about Complexity for that situation is they know that the globals are gone, right? They didn't have to burn too much themselves. Probably still has his teleport technically, so the mid lane pressure is actually in the advantage of Complexity right now, because Skara can't really roam anywhere, whereas Prawley is still free to do so. So even though they lost that engagement in the jungle, it's not all bad.
Now we can see the other lanes just milling about right now. Again, this game even. Kiwi Kid, a lot of armor and health on him. He's a tanky man. Nikwu is forced to defend at his turret while Kiwi buys himself some items. Crumb's putting some early, or I should say aggressive wards now across the map right now. And we're just seeing heads-up matchups right here as we get sort of partway through this game. Early lead did go to Complexity, but Dignitas have been working their way back very well so far.
And there's a couple things that these junglers are going to be focusing on soon. Crumbs is going to hit level 6 pretty soon. What Nasus junglers try to do is they pretty much go and solo Dragon at level 6. They don't gank. What Jarvan junglers do at level 6 is they just go create havoc and gank the crap out of people. Both the Dignitas solo lanes are about to have flashback up, so that ultimate gank from Lattimortis won't be as powerful if he doesn't get a gank off right now. So he tried to force his way into mid lane, but Skara realized it was coming, and Scar's only got 15 seconds left on that flash, so Lattimortis, even though he's got his ultimate gank, might not be super potent.
Well, and speaking of his ganks, though, he's looking towards his bottom lane, but the wards are getting swept out from Dignitas' side. He's not being revealed in this tri-brush. He is looking for the bottom lane, though. He's got the lane. He's going to go for this one. The flash forward. Oh, the hook is flashed away. Nice dodge there by Cutie Pie. But flash for flash, they just do this every single time, it seems.
That was a really good stand aside that Cutie did with Draven. He threw it out, so as Loudamortis came from the Lantern, he actually hit both of them, and he delayed potentially the Loudamortis dunk, and Loudamortis couldn't follow in after. That looked like it was going to be a powerful gank for Complexity because they could chain all their move blocks together, but instead they're just going to try to push down that lane. Let's see if Dignitas can hold it off.
Well, the turret is down to half health, but there's the cannon minion going down. 45 gold goes to Cutie for last hitting that one, and now it is Crumbs lurking around in the corner. Of course, probably does have teleport, but yeah, so does Scar. We'll see if this fight ends up panning out. They see Crumbs right here. They know the 3-on-3 on both sides.
And Prawley has teleport, Scar has Twisted Fate ultimate. So if there is a fight that's going to come out, it could be a 4v4 very quickly. Kiwi Kid also only has 10 seconds on his Shen ultimate, so the global threat is back for Dignitas. Complexity didn't really act between any of those windows, so they have to worry about it all over again. The gold is still super close in this game, Freak, so something is going to happen, I think, fairly soon.
Well, probably right now is wave clearing, trying to keep Skara kind of under wraps here. See if that can happen. The bottom lane's still sitting very close together. Loudamortis has gone away, but Nasus is still waiting in the wings over. See him, Crumbs, right there in the brush.
And we talked about Loudamortis falling behind, but Crumbs has really got to worry about it. He's level.
Oh my gosh, 3 unanswered kills, and Scar went back to base.
Yeah, that was just bad window timing by Dignitas right there. Prawley burned his teleport, Scar wasn't in position, and Kiwi Kid's either his target got killed before his ultimate went off, or he got knocked back. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but either way, huge win for Complexity. And that double kill from Brunchy early on, even though it didn't pay immediate dividends, really paid off there because he was so strong in that fight. He was a BF sword, longsword, and a Doran's blade into that. And not only did they get the kills down the turret, they're getting a dragon too, Free.
There we go. And you mentioned that Nasus would be the dragon killer, but you know, Loudamortis, he's not even wearing the right skin for it, but still seems very good at killing dragons. Take that back. Not wearing the right skin, probably last hit the dragon. Loudamortis, shame on you for not playing with the proper cannon. Seeing Cutie and Patoy just back to this bottom lane. They get double killed, and then they farm and catch up, and they get double killed, and they farm and catch up, now reaching about 90 minions here on this Draven.
And this is a much bigger hole to dig themselves out of than last time, because we talked about the gold being 1,100 gold last time. Well, now it's a 2,500 gold differential, and it's not like Dignitas even got turret pressure for giving up any of that stuff. That was just a complete and total loss for Dignitas in that entire exchange. So Prawley's still farming really well. I think he's kept Scar at bay incredibly well pretty much this whole game. I think the bottom lane has performed really, really well, and the only thing maybe is that Nick Wu hasn't beaten on Kiwi Kid too much, but Kiwi Kid also hasn't been a presence with his ultimate. So this is another one of those games for Complexity where they do really well in the early game.
Well, speaking of doing well early on, we've now hit lead time into the game, and Complexity are killing the frontal middle turret. Jat hangs his head in shame to my right, and they've killed now their second turret here. Complexity are winning by every metric I can think of.
They really are, and I don't know if they fall off that much in the late game, because I'm looking at Loudamortis' jungle right now. I mean, 3,600 gold on Jarvan. Sure, he's only got 50 minion kills, but he's level 8. He's not falling too far behind. They might have the tank line that they need to come in later in the game. Crumbs isn't powering up as a tank quite yet. Kiwi Kid is. Maybe they'll run into the same issue here where Complexity only has one tank late and they can't close, but they seem to have that aggressive flair this time as they're going and trying to round up all the turrets.
That is going to be the third turret kill unanswered. Look at Patoy getting bursted. Oh, they actually don't go for the kill. They're afraid of Kiwi Kid and Crumbs. So just with 3 members that I can think of right up there, Loudamortis waiting in the jungle for some kind of a counter gank. And Gragas still in mid. Cutie though, has been left alone in this bottom lane. He's actually now past Brunchy and minion kills as a result.
And it's the thing that Dignitas has to do. We talked about it way before. He has to get going on Draven, right? They need that Draven threat. Since the global threat isn't the same team fight presence that Dignitas usually has from their mid laners, this top turret is really getting pressured, but Dignitas is holding it off quite well.
You can see it just down so incredibly low on health. It's actually probably been pulled down to the bottom lane to heads up against Cutie while Loudamortis is being given some farm in the mid lane, but they still hold 3 members top, just trying to shove this one out ever so slowly. And it is losing health time and time again. 3v3 still in this matchup.
You can see Scar is kind of trying to cheat over to the top lane. Dignitas wants to engage on here. They don't want to let this turret get poked down even farther. J4 is on the way, and they know Prawley doesn't have his teleport, so Dignitas could force an advantageous engagement here from a numbers perspective, but I don't know if they're confident enough to win it. I think on the next turret push with Scar trying to come in, they're going to go for it. Scar's got to be careful that he doesn't get seen by any of those wards, and I think he has been because he ran by the red buff.
And of course, Prawley is just really buying a lot of time in the bottom side of the map, putting just a couple hundred points of damage down on this bottom turret. But he has pulled Draven as well as the ultimate. But actually, they do go in. Brunshu's going to find a gold card almost off his face. He's going to go into MIA, but he's been pulled into turret range. Scar's going to evaporate in that battle, and Dignitas are like, whoa, that sucked, and they have to turn around.
That was essentially a 2v4, but because Complexity knew it was coming because of the wards, they're turning it around, and there goes Nick Wu.
He's trying to chase down Undercrumbs. Can he get the slow? He's in hammer stands. Ladamortis is here. Can he get the knockup? He's still diving the turret. There's the dunk. They find Crumbs. Kiwikit goes back in. They kill the turret first, but Nick Wu's getting chased out still. He does go down, but they should answer back into Kiwikit. But Crescendo might have something to say about that when Patoy taking up for his team, losing some of that KDA, but they find a kill to answer this one. But here comes I'm a Cutie Pie, and he's looking menacing right now. MIA might just be KIA, and he is. Kill picked up there for Dignitas. I believe that makes it a 2-for-2.
So Dignitas does counter that quite well. I feel like Complexity over-pushed, realizing they had the edge in the 2v4, and then fell because of it. But all the pressure they created up top because of that fight gave Prawley a whole bunch of time to clear out that bottom lane. Prawley's now got 2,000 gold to go back and shop with, and it is a trade of resources. Now we see round 2 of Dignitas trying to kill this turret. Can Brunshu hold it?
Well, right now, it looks like he's going to do pretty well at this so far. Dignitas actually backs off of that one and says, all right, we'll wait for later.
Yep. Just gotta take a deep breath, calm down a little bit. That was a huge win for Complexity. Complexity as a whole has to make sure that they keep track of this one, right? They need to know they have nothing to lose, because in the games where they've kind of stalled, they ran out of things to do. So far, they've killed 4 turrets, so their strategy of like, hey, let's kill the turret seems to be working. They can't stop doing that. They know the dragon's up in a minute and a half. They need to continue to do that. Like, as long as they are growing their lead consistently, they're in a good spot. But when they fall into a hole where Dignitas is mimicking their farm, that's when they're going to have to start making plays. So far, this is a completely new Complexity team. They're making all the plays they need to, and it's looking very good for them.
And they're chugging red elixir after red elixir. I mean, consumables seem to be the item of choice. Nick Wu has another elixir of fortitude for himself, and they've dropped a whole bunch of wards near Dignitas's blue buff. See if that ends up being another point of contention for them in the near future. Scar and Crumbs hold on to this mid lane. Let's see where Complexity's next move is.
Yeah, and with those consumables, Ladamortis actually chugged an Oracles about 3.5 minutes ago. So that's almost out as well. The item thresholds that they've reached are actually really, really strong as far as the Rabadon's death cap being completed on Prawley a little while ago, plus the blue elixir for when a fight happens. Prawley hasn't been involved in many fights, but if he does get involved in the next one, he's going to blow somebody up. Brunshu has the build for Misfortune right now. It's the AD and the Armor Pen. I personally would have went maybe with the Black Cleaver because he's going to help Shred with Jace. I think that'll be his next item. But for now, that bullet time, isolated on itself, is shredding Dignitas because they don't have armor, and he has a ton of Armor Pen.
That is going to be scary. And of course, Cutie Pie, you mentioned him just trying to scale into the late game being the big factor for them. He's at 170 minions. He's certainly doing a good job killing things. This is like CLG double lift Dignitas style. Complexity, though, with complete dragon control, this is going to be theirs without even an attempt by Dignitas to stop that. They just know the map control is not theirs right now.
And they know that they're going to lose a fight. They're actually hoping that Complexity makes a mistake or that they can land some kind of like miracle crescendo. There's so much to be afraid of from Complexity right here as Complexity actually tries to go in and invade the blue buff. There's all kind of Crumbs.
They do find that the knockup is there as well, but here comes the Crescendo. Oh, they're going to have enough burst damage. Crescendo's going to stop that, and Kiwikit will show up. Crumbs still alive. Scar's taking damage in the background. Ladamortis finds one. Probably's helping that one, but a lot of people from Complexity are dying. Ladamortis will fall over, the only tank on his team. 3 dead for just 1. Dignitas found the fight they wanted.
That was ridiculous for Dignitas. Brunshu got wrecked when he tried to channel his bullet time. Cutie Pie was around the flank, and I think he was just crushing him. And look at that minion kill score coming in. He's just beasting down Prawley.
But the Lantern does come out. That will be MIA saving his teammate there, pulling him back into the fog of war. But there's, again, the Dignitas fight. They're now only within 3,000 gold.
Yeah, that was the moment that they really needed to happen. Complexity made kind of a routine blue steal, but they just got caught in a crescendo from Patoy that just lined up with everything else that Dignitas had to offer. All the kills that were onto Brunshu before that fight didn't mean anything because he died so quickly. Prawley was also kind of in mid lane, not ready for that type of aggression out of Dignitas. I have to say that was a really good tactical call for Dignitas to go at that exact moment. I think they lulled Complexity into a sense of security with how willingly Dignitas gave up the dragon. Complexity thought, well, if they're going to give us the dragon, why wouldn't they give us their blue buff as well? Just so happened that that was a tight corridor. They got caught in everything, and Dignitas does feel like they're back in the game now.
Beautiful team fighting by them. That seems to have always been their strength throughout the season. Brunshu now trying to maintain his star role as most farmed AD carry in the game. taking up that top lane right there. Bloodthirster and Last Whisper, as you mentioned, are completed on him. Scar roaming around in the mid lane, and once again, it's the globals are not quite all the way up. They have Scars, but not Kiwi Kids. Does Complexity still have to make moves here?
I feel like Complexity has to keep the pressure up. They're kind of known to be that team that doesn't know how to close, right? Nasus is a really almost an exponential scaler into the late game. Cutie Pie does have really good position on Draven. Like the Draven MF scaling matchup is pretty close. I feel like late game TF is just as dangerous as late game Gragas. And the team comps themselves going through it are actually pretty close late game, but the teams themselves and their late game tactics definitely favor Dignitas. So I feel like Complexity, if they don't try to win this game early, they might fall apart a little bit late. So it's on them to make a move now. And they're still holding the map pressure, so they're trying to do it. It's just a matter of can Dignitas freeze it.
Dignitas are trying to do that, of course. They've got Twisted Fate in the mid lane, whose wildcards are quite good at that overall. See what they can end up doing with this one. Complexity certainly still trying to siege this mid lane. This feels so much like their game against Curse. The ult comes out from Gragas, some nice poke there. Toy has healing over time. It might just be enough. Gragas' barrel still coming out though, probably trying to find some damage. Complexity keep the siege going.
Yeah, a lot of Gragases like to try to harass at the turret with their ultimate, but that's usually when they have a blue buff and 40% CDR. Probably used that with just the blue elixir, so he was only at 14% CDR. So he's actually still got another 55 seconds without that Gragas cask. Luckily though, Patoy doesn't have like a flash crescendo up yet, so I feel like this is just going to be a back and forth with no real ground being made. Probably didn't land enough harass onto Dignitas that Patoy was really just able to heal it back up after it happened. And they're going to kind of go back and heal a little bit. This reminds me a lot of the Curse game that Complexity had last week, Freak, where they had the lead, they tried to make some pushes mid, they couldn't really convert on anything, and then they started losing fights. They've already lost one fight. What can they do?
Well, we'll see if it's lose more fights or win more fights.
Those are the two options.
Those are the two options. I mean, they could tie. They could double ace at the same time. You've seen those videos.
I love it when that happens, man.
And you're just like, and a moment of silence as everyone respawns.
And then the camera's like, I don't know what to look at. There's no one running around. They just
press D.
hover over corpses. It's like,
watch
this
the dragon
good.
flapping.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's majestic. It's the only time he gets to survive when no one's alive to kill him. Poor guy. Anyway, Nick Wu up in the top lane here. Fighting up against Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid actually wanting to turn aggressive because Scar's going to show up for this one. Will they have the damage? Pretty sure they do. Nick Wu gets completely crushed right there. And both of Dignitas members still above half health.
Really nice gank there by Scar. He caught Nick Wu feeling safe. And I don't know why I wouldn't feel safe. It's like I'm in my turret like I have been for the past 23 minutes, just kind of farming away. And now it's a matter of what's Complexity going to do? They're forced into a choice here because they just lost someone. So technically it's a 4v5, but they know that Scar is not there. Kiwi Kid's ultimate is up, so even if they fought, it would be a 4v4. This is a very dangerous place for Complexity to be.
The ult comes out from Draven, actually putting some damage on a Brunchu. Even home guards were completed by Scar, so he would show up rather quickly. Shen has made his way all the way down to that left-hand side turret. Complexity are going to need to respond to this one. Nick Wu got his way back up. He'll run across the map, but certainly another good pickup there for Dignitas, and they've pulled the lead now to only 2,000 gold.
It's like deja vu for Complexity. They have to be feeling frustrated right now. They need to be able to pull themselves back together because of this. This has been happening to them all year, but even more so since the acquisition of Prawley, because ever since they got Prawley, like, they win pretty much every early game. Like, they're ridiculously talented in that aspect, but they haven't found ways to close, and it's happening again. Dignitas is one of the best closing teams in the business, so if anyone knows how to counter a close, it would be Dignitas or even Curse, because they're really the two best ones at doing in this league, and it is happening again. I mean, Scar's ultimate's going to be up very soon. Complexity doesn't seem to have a cohesive strategy to make something happen, and everything they've tried to do has somewhat backfired since they got the lead. Maybe this dragon fight is a good force. Prawley has his ultimate on Gragas if Dignitas tries to fight them, but Dignitas might be content just giving this one up.
Well, we'll at least give them some gold right now. Prawley split pushing on the side lane. He's going to go all the way over back to his team right now. Dragon's taking some damage. Dignitas are moving forward though. If it's just the mid lane or a dragon attempt, either one, Dignitas are grouped up and ready to make moves.
We might see a fight here if Dignitas really wants it, because Kiwi Kid could ult in, and Complexity might try an initiation here, but they are being very cautious with each other. I mean, they do realize that the gold has gotten close, and Dignitas hasn't really initiated hard for many fights. They mainly just countered Complexity. Aside from that one gank against Nick Wu, this has been a low-kill game, and neither team is really looking to fight that hard, but I actually don't know what to call here, Freak.
It's going to be interesting, of course, as that pans out. Complexity has just grouped back to the mid lane though, and shockingly, Kiwi Kid is split pushing on Shen over and over and over again. Everyone just puts the flag down, some attack speed to his team. That turret is down to half health. They are slowly making progress here. Dravenult comes by from Cutie Pie, and that does force Complexity away.
So Dignitas looks content just clearing the waves. That's why I'm a Cutie Pie burn his ultimate, because they're buying time for this guy, Kiwi Kid in the side lane. He's very strong on Shen right now. Randwin's Omen plus Sunfire Cape, meaning really the only thing that could go to stop him would be Prawley, since he hasn't built any magic resist. But with Prawley gone from the main Complexity team, their team fighting is actually quite weak, as Prawley actually goes down for Kiwi Kid. Twisted Fate ultimate coming in for a fight in mid, though.
This is going to be a 5-on-4 right here. Latimar's taking a bunch of pain, tries to get himself out of the way right here, but still getting crushed down. Crescendo comes by as well. Prawley has shown back up, but will he have enough of a fight? Of course, he already burned his ultimate earlier. They find Kremzo, a lot of damage available on that one. They get the kill. MIA picks that one up, actually avenging his deaths earlier, and now they might look for Cutie Pie. Probably's ultimate not even close to available right now, and Dignitas will get away. They trade 1-for-1 junglers apiece.
They just trade resources, really, because everything there was predicted. They knew Prawley was going to come down. They knew they were going to initiate on it. Then they knew they'd burn the teleport and the Shen ult once they got back to the fight. Yes, they lost Crumbs, but they're pretty much okay with that, I think. I have to say, though, they did lose the turret, so yeah, it's a tricky situation, man. This game is super close.
It is super close. You're seeing still just 2,800 gold separating these teams, which at this point is basically nothing. Probably just gonna, keep farming up that mid lane. 129 gold from just all the 6 normal minions. He's getting rich off of these area of effect clears. Scar, of course, doing the exact same thing with cards of his own. And these teams just kind of, get rich or die trying, basically. They're just bashing heads the occasional fight once in a while.
Look at the items, too. So we got Bloodthirster completed on Nick Wu and Brunchu. Brunchu's going for the Phantom Dancer, so he's going the big-time auto attack, which is a little strange against a Nasus because Crumbs is going to be wither spamming that guy. Nick Wu does want to complete his Myrrh mana pretty soon because his Tear of the Goddess is at max stacks. So anytime you can transform that, it would be fantastic, especially since this is a 3.5 balance patch and it's physical damage, so it would synergize with armor penetration. There's just too many items that Nick Wu actually wants to complete right now and just not enough gold. If he can get to that, Complexity will be in good shape. They actually hook for Kiwi Kid, and they might go for him over the wall.
They are going all in, half health on him. The Lantern comes across as well. Will anyone pull in? And they're like, no, guys, back off. Their entire team is missing in action. And of course, that was true. They all came right back in to stop that one. They got some damage in the Kiwi Kid, though. We'll see if he backs off or stays with low health.
Now Cutie Pie's dancing in the bottom lane as well, wondering if he can go up or not. Complexity's putting a lot of Baron pressure on it now because they know Kiwi Kid is low and the Kiwi Kid has no ultimate. So if Complexity can actually make Dignitas do something very soon, it'll be good for them. At this point, it's all in on Baron or appeal for a fight.
Well, Dravenult has come by. They got some vision. Oh, the hook almost lands on Crumbs. He pops his ult, though. They're going to actually kite back away and waste away the Nasus ulti here. That's a decent pickup for Complexity.
They're trying to burn more and more cooldowns as they continue to apply pressure. They're up 5 turrets to 1, and there comes an ultimate.
They're going to find that the Cataclysm comes across. He is helping his team so much as Crumbs takes a bunch of pain. Probably comes in as well. Look at Crumbs getting completely bursted out. He is gone. And Complexity has a 5-on-4 on the map right now.
This is the move they knew they had to make. Probably going in for a kill.
Oh, he gets it with the explosive cask. That is now 2 kills unanswered, and Complexity goes for Baron.
What a great play. They saw Cutie Pie was bottom at the start. They harassed Kiwi Kid over the wall, and they were actually patient in their aggression, if that makes sense, because they waited for the cooldowns to spill out. They got the poke on Scar, then they went in, and this is a completely uncontested Baron. All the steal potential is gone for them. They get the Baron, and they made their move, so now they're back in control.
They are in control, and just look at now what they will go to do to try to close this game out. You mentioned that Complexity had a hard time closing games and that Dignitas were the kings of it, and they might just know how to stall out. But we'll see if they'll channel their inner CLG EU, because Complexity right now are looking to knock down even more buildings.
And the big-time magic penetration is coming out on Prawley as well. That's one of the reasons he spiked down Scar so well. Comboing Void Staff with Sorcerer Shoes is something that I don't think enough people do. A lot of people are like, oh, he's got a Haunting, guys. He's got enough magic penetration. Actually, Sorcerer Shoes plus Void Staff is way more, especially when the other team has a Runic Bulwark. He will do substantially more damage to your opponents, and that's one of the reasons Prawley is chunking him down. The Phantom Dancer did get completed onto Brunchu as well. Nick Wu hopefully has enough gold to get something that he really wants pretty soon, because that will be absolutely gargantuan for Complexity's chances here. They've already killed 6 turrets as well, Freak. I want to see their siege of an inhibitor turret, because those are the last ones to go. And once they go down for a team that has the lead, it usually spells the game.
And that was where actually they had stalled out against Curse, was at the inhibitor turrets more than anything else. That's where the St. Vicious Volibear just found battles and found ways to claw Curse back in. So Complexity, kind of their biggest opponents this season are the turrets now in front of them, the ones that are still standing. Brunchu pushing down these bottom lane minions. Cutie Pie going back to base. We're seeing kind of Complexity get ready to start this fight, I feel.
And I want to see how they're going to do it, right? Because they have a lot of poke, and Dignitas only has minimal sustain from Patoy. Seems like Kiwi Kid's going to try to split push and stop that from happening. So before anything happens for Complexity, they have to find a way to contain Kiwi Kid and at least make his presence felt. So the teleport is up for Prawley. If they just want to match him in the split push and then try to siege with 4, they'd be able to do that, but that cuts down on Complexity's poke. So perfect situation. Complexity actually gets 5 in front of a turret and gets to poke down. Dignitas is going to want to do everything in their power to avoid that situation from happening.
Let's see who's going to control the pace of that one, though, if Complexity can put 5 together. Right now, with just 4, though, they've taken out the Dragon, and they're going to let... Okay, it's going to be Nick Wu who takes the last hit. 25 gold for him. Good job, buddy. And, of course, 1,000 for the team. And that brings us to a 6,000 gold lead so far. So Complexity has stretched that. They've got about a minute and a half left of Baron, and they're pushing on the right-hand side lane as Prawley pushes at the very, very top.
They want to make the big plays here. I think Prawley expects to see Shen fairly quickly, but he's still, even if he's not counteracting a Shen, he does have his teleport. It will be a little bit slow if Dignitas can get a great jump on a fight, but as long as the poke comes through for Complexity, they're going to be in good shape. Scar already taking a little bit. I think if a Thresh Hook lands from MIA, it's go time. That's when the teleport goes in, or if they get someone really low from a Shock Blast. But this is a very crucial moment in the game. I feel like Complexity has a chance to win it here if they play their cards right.
Of course, the cards are in Scar's hands, though. He might just have what it takes to turn this one around. Crumbs in the front. Spirit Fire comes down. Dignitas are waiting around, and there is Shen at the top lane, pushing up. Actually, Scar does get hooked. The Zonius comes out. Is that going to buy enough time for him? MA puts down the box and starts running away. Louder does not find a knock-up, actually. Lantern comes by. They put some damage into Crumbs. Everyone's actually backing out of this one. Probably did burn his teleport.
Scar escapes thanks to the Zhonya's and the presence from the rest of his team to back him up. Now, though, Complexity has the moment where 5 people are mid. They don't have to deal with the split push. Look at that turret fall.
And it's going to be completely destroyed right there. There is the #1 enemy of Complexity that has fallen. That 7th turret on the map. The inhibitor is now open. Purple minions only stand in the way right now. The rest of Dignitas standing behind that building. It's down to half health. You're seeing it just waver at that area. There's now Complexity on your screen trying to push on in. There's a barrel from Prawley. There's the bullets coming out from Brunchu. They are afraid of Kiwi Kid for very good reason. That is a tanky, scary ninja who is also on fire. And Louder is just trying to lead his team into the inhibitor down to a 3rd on health. Kiwi Kid taking more poke. And Dignitas are just trying to get rid of the minions.
And the Baron ran out for Complexity, so if Dignitas wants to fight, they could do it now. They really want this last inhibitor, and Dignitas does not want them to get it. We very well could see Complexity back off, or Dignitas fight them at the last hits of this inhibitor.
It is down to just a few hundred health. It's going to be the acceleration get coming back out. The poke is enough, and Complexity forces them back. Inhibitor goes down to Complexity.
Patoy had fallen back to the base to heal up due to the excessive poke coming out from Nick Wu, and mission accomplished for Complexity. They got that one. The aura items came in big, the poke came out big, but most importantly, I think the regen from that Baron buff allowed them to stay in long enough to get that inhibitor down.
So with 3 minutes left till Baron comes back into this one, Dignitas are now short-handed on the right-hand side of the map. Prawley's teleport down for a little while as well. I think actually Baron comes back up before the teleport does. We'll see if that matters much at all. And it's Dignitas' turn to, actually it's Complexity's turn to actually buy some items. So Dignitas actually has control of the map. They're going to get this turret, I think.
And they got to be real careful how they go about this. Both teams really do, because it's a brief 5v3, but then Complexity's going to have their people again. There's an ultimate, knocks Kiwi Kid way in. Dashes back out. I think he's going to be okay for that. And now they got to wait on Prawley's ultimate cooldown again.
All right, so just enough wave clear came out from Prawley. So I was wrong. Turret does stay alive. Good defense here by Complexity. 7-1 in turrets. They've done a very good job of keeping their buildings up to code and not having them fall over prematurely here. Mortis just chilling out in the mid lane. MIA and Nick Wu chilling together. Also grouped up here. Looks like this is going to be the next destination for Complexity, is just straight up the middle.
Seems like the next logical choice. They also have a couple wards near Dignitas' inhibitor, so they're going to be able to tell like when people aren't necessarily in turret defense mode. I don't know how aggressive Complexity wants to get here without the Baron. If they lost a fight at this moment, it would pretty much expose the Baron for them later and allow Dignitas to get back in the game. So Complexity is going to be a little bit cautious. They have the bad memories of all the failed finishing attempts. They've pretty much gotten there at this point. I mean, even though Brunchu was like 80 minion kills down on I'm a Cutie Pie, he's got 1,000 more gold than them, and that just goes to show how many dragons they've gotten, how many assists he's been parts of, how many kills he's gotten, and just how much Complexity has been winning this game overall.
Certainly they are winning right now. They're looking to try to push that lead out further. Woo, Brunchu, and the rest of the crew are chilling up here, trying to push in. They've got another minion wave. No Baron buff that will be coming up in the next 30 seconds for them if they want it. The inhibitor going to take some damage. Brunchu gets hit a little bit hard. Crumbs doesn't find much harass. They're just playing the siege game once again.
And they got a pretty good spot here. I mean, the thing they got to watch out for is a flash crescendo catching them in the wrong place, and then the damage fly from I'mACutiePie. Because the one fight Complexity lost, it was because Brunchu bullet timed in range of I'mACutiePie's auto attacks and got wrecked. I don't think he's going to make that mistake again. So Dignitas in a very tight situation. There's a ghost. They're trying to brute force this.
They're looking for the battle. The box goes down. Probably takes some poke, but here comes the counterattack again. The crescendo blocks out the bullet time, but they've already killed Patoy. What's going to happen next? It's going to be the Cataclysm. He's trying to help the team out. Kiwi Kid is going to go down. Still no one gone for Complexity, and Dignitas are on the ropes. They're running away. 3v5. Complexity still has control. Will they go for Inhibitor? Will they go for Baron? They've run towards what looks like Baron.
Complexity completely zoned out Dignitas' backline in that fight. It allowed Brunchu to do work and get some of the damage out. I'mACutiePie had no access to Brunchu, and they won that fight pretty substantially. At this point, they're going to burst down this Baron, I think, pretty quickly. Dignitas looks like they've lost another one.
This is going to be theirs, almost unanswered. It's just like so many dragons this game so far. The neutral monsters have gone to Complexity without Dignitas so much as trying. That early game lead just feeding so much for them. Scar trying to hold down this mid lane. Of course, top did not go down, and the bottom inhibitor will eventually come back up. We'll see if that's going to be enough for Dignitas here, as the red buff and blue buff both getting stolen away by Complexity.
So Complexity is going to have a lot of power the next time they push in, and I think this is something that Dignitas probably saw coming a little bit, and that's why they forced the fight. Like, it didn't work out for them necessarily, but they knew that Complexity would be able to take fairly good Baron control, and if you start dealing with vision around Baron when you're against a Gragas and a Thresh, you're probably going to lose a fight quite badly, unless something miraculous happens. So Dignitas rolled the dice, they took their chances with that fight, and they lost. And then because they lost, they just ended up giving up the Baron. So I don't expect Dignitas to take this one lightly. I think during the next Inhibitor Siege, they're going to fight again, and I think Complexity will have a good chance in that, but that's just the chance that they're really going to have to take, and we could see an explosive end into this game.
We'll see what the ending ends up being here. It's Nick Wu and Laudamortis sieging once again in the top lane, and the rest of Complexity are soon to meet them here. Rendezvous right up in this spot. Probably does have teleport, but he's going to make his way up in the near future. And so, of course, is the rest of Dignitas. They are going to fight for this inhibitor. 5v5, heads up. We'll see what happens. The bottom inhib should be coming back in the near future. Scar takes some poke. Being healed up by Patoy, though. We'll see if it's enough. Probably looks for more poke. Just finding minions so far.
Look at this. The 5-man global split push comp of Dignitas is all crowded around their last inhibitor, so they don't have Kiwi Kid off split pushing. It's not possible at this point. They land Thresh hooks and get a lot of poke down onto Crumbs. They're just cycling between mid and top, trying to see where they can get the edge. And I think if a Thresh hook lands on a priority target, it's go time, or Dignitas is just going to decide and go, wow, look at that poke.
Oh my gosh, it pushes everyone back, and then it actually makes Dignitas run back enough. They find some turret pressure, but Kiwi Kid comes back in. They get the turret, but they're low on health. He actually just goes all the way in. Laudamortis in the middle of the enemy team. He finds Scar. Zonius comes across. There's Crescendo as well. Bullet time, and that's going to be the Lance picking up the kill for Laudamortis. Now Crumbs in the middle, slowed by Body Slam. He's going to be going down. They find CutiePie as well. 3, 4 for nothing. Complexity looking for the next inhibitors. Crumbs left the game. Double kill for Nick Wu. This is GG. Complexity has found their first win in Super Week. That is an amazing start for them.
Awesome stuff. They closed the game, they got the pressure, and they just rolled through Dignitas in that last team fight. Laudamortis got farm in that game, so he could be the one tank, and Complexity could follow in behind him. Complexity needs a miracle this week and started off well.
They certainly have started out amazing. Dignitas suddenly, they're a little bit shaky as well. No one expected this result. If I'm remembering properly, Dig was 3-0 against them in the season so far.
2-1.
2-1. You're right. We talked about that earlier on. They got the loss when they had DJ Lambo there. No, that was MLG. Anyway, continuing on, of course. So 2-2, they've now tied in this series overall. Complexity coming up from 8th place. They really could do it. I mean, we talked about it, but like, this is a real possibility here.
I mean, Complexity actually has the hardest schedule of all the teams. They have to play the top 3, Dignitas, TSM, and Curse, and then they also have to play GGU and Vulcun, who's like their direct competitors. So not an easy road for Complexity. This is a great start. They're very happy about this one. They were winning early. They were never really relinquished their lead, right? They fell behind a little bit from their crazy lead, but they never lost a gold lead that whole game. From the first blood to the last inhibitor kill, they had that game.
Yeah.
So they controlled it well.
They absolutely did. There was that one slip-up fight, but the calls I liked so much. Just kind of thinking back on how it played out with the Baron. You talked about how Dignitas had to force the fight at the top inhibitor. They had to force in because of all the map pressure and Baron control. And thinking about it, they killed the bottom inhibitor and then kind of went for sort of knew they could control Baron. Like, two different sides of the map were under their control. Like, they had planned all these elements of the game.
Maybe they're finally becoming a real team, right? Because a lot of the ways you end games is abusing map advantages in that way. And in previous times, like if they'd gotten the inhibitor down, they still didn't really know how to close. They weren't forcing the right objectives. They weren't pushing at the right time. They weren't taking the right fights. And aside from that one little slip up at blue buff, Complexity did everything right that game.
And just, it was amazing to see. This is a changed Complexity. We've talked about Giga University being a changed team. They've went 6-2 overall in their last 8 games. They've had an amazing sort of turnaround here. Complexity suddenly might be on that same path. Out of nowhere, they're just dominating. And we're going to hear from that. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Lauda Mortis from Complexity to talk about this huge upset win. Then, Reginald and Team Solo Mid have a chance to take second place for reals if they can win against Marn. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us right now is Lauda Mortis from Complexity. Just got a win over Dignitas. What was your mindset coming into that game?
Well, we knew Scar has a relatively small champion pool, and we've seen a Zed, which is like his most played recently. And we knew they were going to ban it from Nick, because Nick loves to play Zed, and he's actually really good at it. So going in, we knew we could ban out one of his champions, Diana, and they would think, everything's normal. They're going to ban out another one of his champions, Zed. They're not going to realize, like, Scar's champion pool is dwindling. And then we're going to have probably, like, spend the entire week playing Gragas. So we played Gragas, and it actually limited his champion pool a lot, and he played TF, which he obviously, like, didn't have a huge pressure, or a huge global pressure with him. So it worked out really well, especially when bot gets, like, double kills level 2.
So you stole away a lot of Scar's champions. What did you feel when they basically grabbed Shen right away, limiting Nick Wu's champion pool even more?
We never came in anticipating Nick to play Shen. So when they took it, we thought they would ban it from us, right? We thought their third ban on purple was Shen, because teams have recently banned Zed, Kayle, and Shen. So we banned Renekton, kind of like bow flexing to say that they would ban Shen with their last ban. And they surprised us and banned Kha'Zix. So we're like, okay, well, let's just hope they don't take Shen then. And then they did take Shen, but it ended up working out fine. But it wasn't the matchup we wanted for sure.
Yeah, so at the start of that game, something Dignitas has been doing a lot of lately is starting with like a bunch of red elixirs. This game, their bottom lane didn't start with any red elixirs, but you guys started with double red elixir. Was that like a pre-planned thing? We're like, we're going to match their red elixirs, and they didn't bring them, and you just got the double kill.
It's like this thing with our support MIA. He always wants to start red elixir and no GP10s at all. And I'm always like, what are you doing? Like, buy gold, pretend. Like, I don't want to lose, like, late game, because we have an awful problem late game, right? It's like, we normally do pretty well early game. Don't do well early game, invest for late game. And he's like, I'm buying a red elixir, and you can't change my mind. And I was like, please. And he's like, no. And then he gets double kill, and he's just like, told you, bitch.
I hope we can get that, like, at the end of the show. There's always the recap we listen to the comms. I want to just have MIA. Like, told you. So walk me through the rest of your sort of pick strategy. You denied Gragas. You got kind of Shen stolen out of nowhere. Like, what else was the plan there?
Our plan after that was we wanted to run Gragas Ka. It was a comp that M5 showcased at MLG when we were there. And basically the idea of the composition revolves around Gragas all isolates people from their team, and then Kha'Zix can jump in and assassinate that person, and then jump again and kill another person. So the core of our comp was like have Jarvan, jump in, MF ults everybody, gets their HP 50% or so. Right after the MF ult's done, Gragas ults isolates people. Kha'Zix is jumping around killing 40% people, and he can get, a pentakill or, on a highlight reel, or he can carry us, which is a good place for Nick to be. So that was the idea of the composition. They had a good ban against Kha'Zix, but we just substituted Jason. He has similar poke, so we knew that, like, our composition, like, might not be as strong in team fight sense, but like we would have a stronger poking sense, and he kind of fit in like the same type of role, so we knew we could easily substitute Jason and have the same type of thing going.
Yeah, so now with the win over Dignitas, which is very impressive, you guys have 4 more games. What's your mindset coming into this week, knowing you're in 8th place, need a bit of help to make the playoffs? How are you approaching it?
Win all our games. I mean, there's no other way to go. If you want to get out, you want to keep your job security, you just got to win. And we haven't done a good job of it so far, so we got to make up ground this week.
So you're coming in 2 games. You're playing Good Game University. What can we expect to see in this match?
A win to start, and they run a lot of pokes, so we have something for them. But I'm not gonna release spoilers because they're in the other room watching.
Smart man.
I mean, I feel like you could just leak the strategy. You could leak a fake strategy. We're gonna all pick Ziggs. We're gonna win.
I mean, only one of us will pick Ziggs.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your win. Good luck in the rest of your matches this week. And right now, it is time for our second matchup of Super Week, though. It is Marn versus Team Solo Mid. Now, TSM can claim sole possession of second place with a win here due to Dignitas' loss, while a victory for Marn would put them a game up over Vulcun, alone into 6th place. Both these teams are coming off of big wins in Week 9, and they're going to hope to keep the momentum going into Super Week.
We've beaten TSM in the LCS once before. It was a really close game, and it was a really good victory for us.
Marn, they've actually been pretty strong. They beat us. We kind of underestimated them then, so we have to plan.
I personally think they're the strongest team right now in the LCS.
Everyone on their team has definitely stepped it up, though. Everyone is good individually, and they look like a pretty scary team.
We just need to just play our best, not make any mistakes, and just take the early advantages that we get and just run with it.
Even though Marn has surprised TSM in the past, Reginald and the crew have beaten Marn in 2 of their 3 meetings this season, including a Week 6 shelling at the hands of TSM's new AD carry Wild Turtle.
And TSM won that game 22-6 and 55 in Wild Turtle's second LCS match. His performance with Draven helped him earn the Week 6 MVP, and honestly, he has continued to play at that level. Wild Turtle actually leads everybody in the LCS so far with a 418 gold per minute. So Marn is coming off that COG win. And the last time that actually happened, the next Marn game was a TSM win. That was during Super Week. And since Marn is such a momentum-based team, we might see it happen again.
Well, let's check out the lineups for both these teams then. On the blue side, it is Team Marn. Mega Zero in the top lane, Clicky D in the jungler, Echo in mid, Niantonso the AD carry, and Heartbeat on support.
And on the red side, it's TSM with Dyrus in the top lane, the Audron in the jungle, Reginald in mid lane, Wild Turtle, that all-star AD carry, not quite all-star performance type player, and X Special on support.
The actual all-star. Now the top lane for this game is our featured matchup of the day. Marn's Mega Zero versus TSM's all-star top laner Dyrus.
And last week, Mega Zero showed off some amazing Riven play against CLG when he was 8-1-8, contributing that awesome 4-man kill up in the bottom lane. But Dyrus also just played his devastating Renekton play against Curse last week when he went 5-1-8. So this is a matchup of a very consistent Dyrus and a very inconsistent Mega Zero. Keep in mind, though, that Dyrus has stated in the past that Mega Zero is the person he's scared of the most. He has a lot of trouble against him in solo queue, so I really want to see if this is actually a featured matchup against each other, or if TSM just avoids it entirely and allows Dyrus to be consistent in a 1v2.
Well, it's interesting because we talked about Marn a whole bunch around the middle of the season, and we're like, Mega Zero has to 1v1 for them to win. Like, I remember his 1v2 against TSM back in like week 3 where he died like 3 times in a row, more or less, and KX got like stupid fed on Tristana. But then when you look at their win against CLG, Mega Zero started in a 1v2 and actually still carried the game as Riven.
And it's just a matter for Mega Zero of being more consistent, because like when I think of Marn, the first player that comes to mind is Mega Zero.
Yeah.
It's like he is so good for them. He is just crazy talented, but he can't put it together every week. And that's something that Dyrus has been able to do more than Mega Zero, right? He puts it together almost every week. Even though TSM themselves has said Dyrus was underperforming a little bit lately, Dyrus is underperforming, is nowhere near the underperforming of some of the other top laners, right? He still has that consistency. So you look at the rest of Marn, and they are still just not as experienced, right? They're a team that can beat anyone, but also lose to anyone. And that's one of the reasons they're not near the top of the standings, right? They're 8-15.
And actually, I want to pick your brain about one of the other matchups that I like in this, which is Wild Turtle versus Niantonso. Both of them new AD carries joined the teams in the middle of the season. Wild Turtle's been explosive, right? Highest gold per minute, whatnot. Niantonso was the #1 solo queue player in Challenger before he starting for Marn.
Yeah, and right now, Wild Turtle actually holds 3 of the top 5 spots, or 2 of the top 5 spots in the Challenger circuit. He's got like KT Turtle and like TSM Wild Turtle or something are both up there. So they both know how to play, and that's absolutely for sure. They both probably farm a little bit more than some of the other AD carries, and they both have incredibly high mechanics, right? Like the AD carry scene in North America is super stacked. Like North America has some of the best AD carries in the world, and Wild Turtle versus Niantonso is a tough one because it's both situations where they're newer members on the team. They're generally listening to what the rest of the team says. I'd probably say Wild Turtle is going to be a bit more passive communication-wise than Niantonso, just because of the stature of Reginald on the team and how long TSM has been established. But in a head-to-head matchup, it's really close because both those guys actually have pretty similar playstyles.
So then I want to talk about something else as well. So with a team like CLG, now twice in a row, they've actually picked up AD carries as their supports. And Marn is doing the same thing with Heartbeat now becoming their support as well. And he's like trying to rapidly learn the role. You think he's caught up yet?
I feel like Heartbeat had his best week yet last week. His crescendos were really on point. Even his first week of support, you could tell he was trying a little hard to make big plays. And he's kind of dialed that back a little bit and become more of a passive player, which is exactly what they need. And if you talk about his matchup with X Special, like you could not go with more experienced support versus someone. So like if Heartbeat is going to get punished by a more experienced support, it would be this game. So this is kind of a checking point to see how far Heartbeat has really progressed in that role.
We'll see where it ends up going for him. Of course, they're actually banning out Thresh for themselves, Shen as well against Dyrus, and unsurprisingly, TSM have banned away Mega Zero's Riven.
Aw, we don't get to see Riven again. That tells me, though, that they might want to lane straight up with Dyrus, because Riven is a 1v1 beast, not the best in a 1v2 unless you get out of that situation very quickly. The Eve ban is a little bit curious, right? They've played a little bit of Eve in the past. I know Claky D was jungling it a bit. There's actually a jungle Eve by MVP Blue that happened earlier. No, it was SK Telecom T1 number 2 that happened over in the OGN Spring last night. And it is a ban here. That's a surprising ban to me, though.
And Karth is actually making his way back into the bans for like one of the first times since Season 2 as well. Like Reginald is pretty OG Karthus, and they've removed that here.
It's too bad, because this is actually a ban out of almost a Season 2 TSM strategy that TSM ran last week, or I think it was last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago against Cursive, where they kind of brought it back. Karthus, Shen, Nocturne is what they were running there. I don't think they're going to run a Nocturne this time because Karthus and Shen are down already, but I do think those are smart bans for Marn, really just making TSM play a strategy that Marn doesn't think they're as good at.
And of course, they've right away locked in one of these picks. It's now TSM's turn to think about what they want to grab. Now, aside from the Evelynn, no main junglers have been really banned. Like, Shen can do it, yeah, but like, really only Evelynn the ban, so everything's available here.
Yeah, if I could expect something, TSM might pick Jarvan, because, or they're going to have something that'll just, like a bunch of move blocks they can get out of Jarvan, because they know that Claky D just zones in and picks Jarvan 4. So if TSM goes with Nasus, they're very much just letting them play J4 on top of the Malphite dive, because the Malphite pick from Marn very early on potentially denies it from Dyrus. Dyrus has played a fair amount of really impressive Malphites so far this year, but TSM's just letting them have it, and there's the picks.
Well, you've got now Malphite, Jarvan, and Misfortune. Could you get any better, like, RRR buttons?
Some pretty good R buttons.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to continue to press R and win team comp, because they only got a couple more ready to go. Karthus is already banned, though, so what are they going to do with that one? TSM here, you know, Reginald played had a bunch of LeBlanc bans early in the season, and then he's like, you know, teams know how to play against LeBlanc now. He's like, I'm not picking LeBlanc, so that one's out the window. His Xerath is actually still pretty strong if he wants to go at that. Xerath would actually be able to kind of assassinate Misfortune during bullet time if he wanted to try to pull out something like this. But TSM comp is so ill-defined at this point. Like, the Nasus and Sona are probably the two least specialized picks right there, and they're just sticking with the standard stuff. Unless they go with Twitch, that would be a little crazy for them, but the Renekton would be regular.
Well, 5 seconds left to go for them to decide right here. They are going to lock in the second brother there. Renekton and Nasus on the same team, as much as they might hate it, and Twitch will be reeking up the battlefield. That's going to be locked in too.
So locking in the Twitch against a Malphite. Like, one of the things that I feel like keeps Twitch in check for the most part is a strong Malphite. Like, Twitch can go nuts, but in the late game teamfight, if a Malphite just jumps on him, he's going to be in trouble. So TSM is going to have to peel so well for Wild Turtle since he's ended up picking Twitch. He's been playing mostly like Draven and Varus. He had his first Misfortune game last week where he did really well, but that was picked away from him. And he does go with the Twitch, so like, it is a lot of AoE that TSM's kind of throwing out there, but that is a very bold and almost dangerous pick against a Malphite. We'll see how it works out for them.
Well, you've got Marn looking at their last 2 picks for themselves. Lulu might, that has been locked in on top of the Malphite Jarvan, and they're going to grab Katarina for the mid lane.
So here we go. It looks like Marn's going for the get everyone low with R, and then have Katarina just do the Kazakhs and jump all over the place. Actually, I think it's Kazakhs who's doing the Katarina. Katarina came first.
Yeah.
But I think that's what they're going to be going for. I haven't seen them play Katarina this year, and this would be funny. Because honestly, back when Scar used to play Katarina, and obviously this is before the rework like a year ago, he's like, the #1 counter to Katarina is LeBlanc. But I also think Reginald's trolling me because I mentioned LeBlanc to him earlier today.
Well, we did see it in the Korean leagues, and yeah, he's switching up the champions, looking for a different continent to start his champion. This might just be Kale being grabbed up. Of course, he's got time to switch it around. We haven't seen Zillion since Season 2, but again, I think that might be a troll pick as well.
Travel back in time. I know that Najin's Sword did play a Zillion in one of their OGN games, but it's good stuff. And Diana for Reginald. He's been playing a lot of Diana lately, and it's just helps their communication. They go in, and it's usually Reginald leading the charge.
Well, he will be the one charging up into this one. You've got the lineups on your screen, Jat. You talked about Martin being press R and Katarina dance around. What's TSM about?
So TSM is also a little bit about pressing R. If you wanted to combo 2 incredibly high damaging ultimates together, it's Renekton and Nasus, the brothers right there. They just go for it. Reginald's R starts the fight. Twitch's and Sona's R create after it, right? Like, they have a very strong team-fighting team as well to counteract it. The big thing TSM's going to have to keep track of is locking down Echo, because they'll need to keep Katarina down at first if they want to be able to win the rest of their fight. So it is both team-fight heavy compositions, but there's more of a focus on killing Katarina and killing Twitch. I think those are the two big things in this game.
We'll see if they can end up getting dropped out here, guys. We're into game number 2 here of Super Week. We got 20 games.
Yeah.
We're in number 2. In game 1, we already had an upset. We had Complexity taking out Dignitas, which surprised the heck of a lot of people. Now we've got Marn against Team Solomid, and they've done it once before as well.
And TSM's got a real good opportunity here to really put a bit of a lead between themselves and Dignitas, right? No one really expected Dignitas to lose to Complexity. And no one really expects TSM to lose to Marn, right? So TSM has the chance to jump on people. And Marn, again, like every part of the standings has a big playoff race going on here. Because Marn is tied right now for that 6th playoff spot, right? They can't lose either. They're in a complete race with Vulcun. So both of these teams are going all out in the final week of the season.
Yeah, Marn actually does play Vulcun on later in the week. They're actually down against them 1 and 2. Like there's I'm repeating you, but like these games they mean so very much. You're only going to play 5 games in the week, and you got to make sure you're above your primary competition. We're into the game right now. You're seeing Marn on the blue side, TSM on the red, and they're leaving their bases.
So we'll see what they end up doing here at level 1. I'm looking at the team comps, and there's not crazy pick potential from anyone, right? Like Jarvan isn't that threatening at level 1 aside from the flag and give him vision. Katarina can't really hop around because she needs her spills to combo that, right? Like, there's no big picks. The best pick would be a Wither from the odd one. So, like, unless someone face checks a bush straight into 5 people, we're not going to see a fight. But speaking of which, they're real close to each other.
Well, that does mean that TSM spots Marn running across the map. And of course, Marn doesn't know they've been seen here. This is TSM's opportunity.
They might go
to make something happen. Neontown is waiting around by himself.
Oh, my God.
And he struts away.
There's just not enough pick potential. They really need someone to walk straight into a brush if they wanted to make something happen, and Marn just ended up running by. So this gives TSM knowledge. They know exactly where Marn went. And
off they go.
They actually don't know that Marn didn't go into their blue buff. So this is a very dangerous move theoretically for TSM. It's just Marn isn't there to counter.
No, Marn are actually trying to like find TSM's invade. The Glitterlance like came out at the bottom half of the jungle. TSM sweeps through. Of course, they ward the blue buff themselves. And everyone's going to make their way back to their own jungles here.
And just based off the path that TSM took versus the path that Marn took, those 2 wards that TSM got in there are not going to be predicted by Marn. Just because of the way Marn ran back through their own jungle, they're like, there's no way TSM is here. They do not see us. So Claky D is going to think he's undetected at blue, but TSM's going to know.
This will be interesting. We'll see if that ends up panning out to much. Claky D and Mega Zero, of course, starting off that Wolf camp quite easily. They are revealed by a TSM ward. We'll see if that turns out into much right here, because I don't see anyone from TSM looking to stop this. This blue buff right now going to Claky D.
I think it's mainly just the vision knowledge. They are opting into a 2v2 as well, which is a little strange. That's a lot of confidence in Wild Turtle and X Special to go up against Neontonso and Heartbeat, knowing that they're really double golems against Wolves, so the double golems do give a little bit more experience, and Neontonso got to lane before Wild Turtle, so they're already digging themselves a really, really tiny hole that they're going to have to kind of like bunny hop out of, but we'll see how it goes.
Unfortunately, though, Riven not in this game, so bunny hopping will be a little bit more difficult for them.
That's a tough
Echo,
one.
though, already aggressed on by Reginald. The Ignite was already spent, so Reggie's trying to play aggro here, but of course there are still 8 potions here for Echo. I feel like he'll sustain through this.
And Reginald went for the 8 pots as well, so it's going to be a very drinky drink mid lane. They're going to try to harass each other, and it's like both of those champions are melee, so they do get to trade a lot with each other, and Reginald already looking to make something happen with an early invade. Just checking some stuff out.
He put a ward down right by the Wraith Brush. Echo does kind of the same and spots Reginald going back to lane. That will potentially give them some pressure against Claky D. The top lane is actually Dyrus pushing on early, and Mega Zero trying to hold on to this one. 3-9 right now in minions up there.
So that top lane will be extremely interesting, because this is one of those Mega Zero matchups where he's not actually bringing a brawler, right? Like, he doesn't have the Ignite. He's probably not going to be getting solo kills on Dyrus, and he actually has to be the consistent one who survives in lane, which is a different role for Mega Zero to be in. But the last time he played Malphite, he actually had a really strong game as well, so we'll see if he can do it again.
And of course, we're seeing Claky D in the mid lane standing on top of a ward and looking to gank Reginald. He will not make that mistake. Audon actually waits by his turret to counter gank this if anything should happen, and instead he says, nope, wolves for me.
Nasus still mainly about the farming. He can pull off some ghost ganks, but they're rarely that potent. You kind of have to hope the enemy super overextends or doesn't have escapes in order for him to pull off ganks. So I think the odd one going to be safely farming for the most part as Reginald tries to throw down harass on Echo, but that lane isn't going to have much happening until they run out of potions.
But let's take a look at this bottom lane. The Wild Turtle has been dropped down below half health right now. Big Special just tries to pump healing into that poor little rat right there. Dignitas and Heartbeat have shoved to the turret, and they've built themselves actually a small minion kill lead with all their antics in lane so far. Take a quick look at the top of your screen. You're seeing 5.1 to 5.2, a slight gold lead overall for Team Solo Mid.
And the gank up top is a little bit undetected from Claykey. If Dyrus slices in, Claykey's going to go, but I don't know if Dyrus is that bold to go. I think Claykey's still going to gank. Oddwin would be there for a counter.
Well, he is going to be riding around in the brush. He goes for the knock. He does land that onto Dyrus. Where will he go? He's going to dash forward. There's the Oddwin. He has ghosted in. Claykey D is going to take the Wither. He's dropped down below half health already. He's going to flash into this one, but he is probably going to go down. First blood goes to Dyrus. He's going to like double buffs here, and they are just matching in this game.
I feel like Claykey D got a little caught out there. The counter gank was very well timed by the Oddwin, and they focused the jungler in that case because the double buffs were much more important than the kill on Mega Zero. Now they could be very bold and try to get a kill, but for the most part they're just withering Mega Zero and trying to farm as much as possible at the turret. That was a great move by TSM.
A great pickup overall. You're seeing them build a 700 gold lead because of that one. Mega Zero still again withered under his turret, trying to keep that alive. Drop below a third health, and it looks like the turret will live, but of course his jungler did not, and Echo still getting pushed around by Reginald here.
Look at the minion kills though. This lane is just even. 36 to 35. The big lead is just in the top lane for Dyrus getting that kill on Renekton. Reginald is out of mana, but I feel like he's completely content with this. He's going to go back with 1,000 gold, probably pick up like a double Doran's Ring or something, and then go for kills at 6, right? Like Diana is a great matchup against Katarina. He can just stop the channels immediately, and anytime Echo goes in, he can get the slow on him. So Reginald will look to be making plays in that game shortly, that lane shortly.
Yes, and we'll see how that ends up panning out. Right now, the bottom lane, though, they have not gone back to buy. Though right now, 1,300 gold does sit in Niantanto's pockets. He's pushing up to the wave, and with that pink ward in the river, it seems they are not too afraid of the odd one ganking here. And as they keep pushing in towards the turret.
Want to see if TSM does anything about this lane, or if they're content with the way the game is going. Because while Turtle's surviving, they're not losing, but they're definitely not shutting down Niantanto, and MF is being the lane bully right now. So nothing is really wrong with that lane for TSM, but they're not getting the lane edge that they could be if they put more attention into that lane.
Well, you just saw Reginald pushing in onto Echo, so certainly he's trying to make moves right here. Katarina is looking to farm. Reggie once more with that ward over the wall. And Marn just over and over and over again, they are pushing. Dyrus, though, he wants to make a move. Of course, the blue buff does spawn in the next 40 seconds, and he puts a ward down to spot it.
So here's the play that TSM wants to make, I think, with that ward. They know that Mega Zero is down teleport. Never mind, he just hit level 6. I was thinking they're going to try to move before Mega Zero hit level 6 and go for the blue, but that is actually not the case. So, false alarm.
False alarm indeed. Dyrus will have his ultimate available. Of course, he's hit 6. Niantanto still in this battle. Heartbeat missing a Q. And they're just panning, they're just kind of going back and forth, 12 minions apart in this bottom lane. They're just kind of slowly creeping around. It's the mid lane that is interesting. A 5 minion kill lead puts Echo in the front right here, but that's not too big of a deal. The blue buff will be spawning in the next few seconds. This will be TSM's time to go for it.
Yeah, and when Reginald came back to lane, he didn't actually bring any health potions. He instead opted for the ward that he placed. And they know Claykey D is here at level 5. The invade is coming in, and Dyrus has actually beaten Mega Zero to the spot. Let's see if Claykey D can get out of this one.
He did smite that one away. There comes the flash stun coming in from Dyrus down below. 200 health, the flag toss, and the Akka from Mega Zero. Will it be enough? Dyrus not in range for anything, and he gets out, but Echo getting chased out by Reginald. This could be a kill potential. He's certainly taking some damage. Echo goes for the haste again. Reginald will not dive this turret. Thankfully, just barely for Marn fans, Claykey D gets out.
You know what? That was great for Marn because they burned multiple ultimates. Dyrus used his flash and his ultimate. Reginald went over there. Odd One wasted time and didn't get anything. And since Claykey D didn't die, Mega Zero actually made it back to lane a little bit before Dyrus. On top of that, in the mid lane, Echo got enough harass down onto Reginald, who was out of health potions, that he might actually have a bit of presence in this lane to make something happen.
He certainly has shoved Reggie back to his turret one more time and wants to keep the pressure on. Of course, Reggie is actually taking a fair bit of poke as that goes down. And now that Claykey D has made his way back to base to heal, he's starting his own Lizard buff here. And this one, much less pressured.
Definitely not the pressure on the other side of the map. TSM still holds the control over the majority of this game, and they're kind of just letting the status quo go. They know that in the team fights, because they have Renekton and Nasus ultimates running, they should have a little bit of an edge. It is so hard to overcome both those ultimates in a team fight. Wild Turtle doing fine in that lane, right? Like, he's got the same items aside from the Red Elixir, and until that Red Elixir gets popped by Niantanto, he's okay. I think X-Special and Wild Turtle are playing this lane very conservatively, and they're just going to wait for the team fight phase.
Okay, so you mentioned the team fights here. TSM clearly have been making some early moves, the blue steel, whatnot. Are they going to start pressuring Dragon as well now, or where are they going?
I think the Dragon would be something they want to go for kind of soon, but Marn is much better equipped to handle it, right?
Okay.
Mega Zero's got a teleport to come down. Marn also has the wards over the Dragon, and most importantly, the lane that is closest to the Dragon, which is Neon Tonso and Heartbeat, are beating Wild Turtle a little bit. So it's a risky move for TSM to go for a Dragon, and they might actually kind of wait for Marn to make a move and then try to counter it.
Okay, we'll see if TSM does that and if Marn makes any moves themselves or if they want to farm it back up. The gold lead still just at 6,700 right now, so just the first blood gold is what separates these teams right now. Neon Tonso out farming, doing what he can. Echo finding some pressure in the mid lane. Reginald with the blue buff is actually looking quite nice now. Finding a lot of damage. Echo goes for the spin, does push Reggie back. So they are just trading constantly here.
Yeah, and Reggie just goes right back in again. They're trying to get as aggressive as possible. They might just try to get some lane pressure down here as Odd1 runs into the lane. But it is just Reggie being his aggressive self, down in CS, but still going big.
But in the top lane, you're seeing that Mega Zero's turret has been pressured so incredibly well by Dyrus. He's been immune to gank so far, or counter ganked when he was hit. And Mega Zero's turret is just getting hit lower and lower and lower. It's got 444 health left on it. And in the mid lane, it's Reginald and Odd1 pushing in as well. Not quite a knock up here from Claky D. They won't quite find a kill.
That was a real nice juke by Reginald. He actually jumped to Claky D before Claky D went through him, so I was like, well, I just swapped places with you. Gank failed. What you gonna do now? The turret does go down in the top lane, and that was somewhat a result of because Reginald and Odd1 were pushing mid so much, no one could lend assistance top lane. And here comes Odd1 behind Neon Tonso. TSM going in.
They're putting in a lot of damage. The haste comes out from Heartbeat, but there is the Odd1. They're gonna actually wither onto Heartbeat. Will he keep himself alive? There's the flash. He's still got Wild Growth. Pops it. Still trying to run. The crescendo comes off across two, but here comes Mega Zero. They find a double kill for Neon Tonso, and now they're chasing Wild Turtle. He's going to stealth out, but it only lasts 4 seconds at rank 1. Mega Zero does not want to chase him out. Gets revealed, they don't keep going.
And we got to keep in mind, Mega Zero teleported down for the double kill, but Dyrus ran down for a kill mid. And now TSM is going to be pressuring that turret. So even though it was a miraculous play by Mega Zero, Dyrus made a smart, consistent play, ran down, and actually TSM gets the turret out of this and the overall advantage.
Oh my gosh, TSM are looking absolutely on point. Great moves by them. Wild Turtle's going to actually open up on a Neon Tonso. It's going to be close. The double up comes across. I feel like Neon Tonso's winning this fight. Oh, they trade kills. And Wild Turtle gets the better deal by 60 gold, actually.
Well, Wild Turtle is a little bit crazy. He knew he actually won that, you're right? Because there is an increased bounty on Neon Tonso that the trade was overall worth it for Wild Turtle. But man, that takes some guts.
It does. So you mentioned the kill that Dyrus got in the mid lane. Let's take a quick replay of that one.
Yeah, so this one was literally just him walking down. Echo gets engaged on by Reginald, and Dyrus just flies in. Has nothing to do with the kill. I thought he was going to have something to do with the kill. Reginald soloed him. Dyrus was there in spirit.
Dyrus was there in spirit. Moral support. The cheerleader Dyrus was there. And now you can just see that Team Solo Mid have picked up the Dragon for themselves. And just like Complexity vs. Dignitas, unanswered, not even trying to stop it.
So that was really just, you know, maybe that had something to do with the move that they made Wild Turtle pick up. Because there was neither AD carry there for the fight, right? And since Dyrus was in the bottom lane anyway when that happened, TSM just had the numbers advantage for the Dragon, and they could take it for free. Odd1 popped his ultimate to make it go down super fast, and I think that was a smart overall play by TSM.
Now let's see where you pick up the pieces from here. TSM have been making the better moves so far. 2,000 gold. You mentioned the team fights would be in their favor. We haven't seen one just yet, though. Neon Tonso with a finished Bloodthirster. We'll see if he does anything with that himself. Can Marn even make a move with something here? Can they find a turret, maybe?
I think Marn's going to want to continue pressure on the bottom turret since they don't expect the repeat ganks to happen. They really need to get some kind of map pressure back because they've lost a Dragon and 2 turrets. So even though they've been out farming that bottom lane, they have to make it count a little bit. That's why they're continuing to go down on this. Once they kill this bottom turret, Neon Tonso will be able to go elsewhere, and they might get some of the rest of their map presence back because they've lost the other 2 lanes.
Here we go. Dyrus versus Mega Zero in the top lane. They are brawling back and forth pretty constantly. So far, Dyrus has had the better sort of deal of this one. He's up 30 minion kills and a kill overall. Echo just stuck in this mid lane right here. And actually looks like the bottom lane is not going to be contested. Neon Tonso will get that turret kill, and that is the first for Marn so far. The rest of TSM have run to the top lane trying to find their 3rd turret kill so far.
And Echo's here to support it, but look at the pressure they're going to Mega Zero. They're flying in.
They are trying to do as much damage as they can. Echo has joined back up with his ulti, dropping Dyrus dangerously low. Mega Zero did not want to burn his ult as a part of that battle. And instead, TSM will just walk away without too many cooldowns burned. Neon Tonso and Claky D, they're actually going to go in. The Wild Growth lands out special. There's the Cataclysm, the bullet time coming across as well. They get that kill despite the crescendo. And Claky D's going to walk back out in style. Gigantic as well. This turret dropping in health. Neon Tonso probably can find this.
And this is the pressure continuing on the other side as well. TSM diving.
The ult comes off from MegaZero, though. Can they get the damage output that they need? Odd1 dangerously low, has been ignited as well. Turret shot's not quite going to be enough. Echo left alone, but can he find something to clean up? Finds Reginald. Can he get the axe? Yes, he'll find 1 kill, gets the resets, but he doesn't see the Odd1 off onto the side. He's going to run right back through the jungle, 1 for 1 over there.
That was a very admirable play by Reginald, making sure to space from the Odd1 so that even though Echo got the kill, he couldn't cascade it into more. This game just got super, super interesting because the big leading lane that Marn had with Niantanso really took advantage of it. So they got the double turret, and then when TSM was over pushing, trying to get it back, they couldn't close onto the MegaZero and Echo thing and actually only traded the 1 for 1. So now the gold is even again. The objectives are even, and there's a very, very farmed Niantanso pressuring mid.
He's got a finished Bloodthirster well before 14 minutes. He's got 1,500 gold in his pockets as well. And Clicky D is repeatedly picking up the Golem buff for himself. Unlike Reginald, who's been taking that from the Odd1, Clicky has a bunch of mana. Dyrus will be grabbing the red buff for himself, though that's, I think, the first time for him this map.
So Dyrus going to be trying to make some plays now that he has that red buff. He was trying to bully MegaZero, and he kind of has been the whole game. That's why he's 2-0. That's why Mega's died. That's why Mega's second turret is almost down. But I feel like MegaZero has survived, right? Not the most ideal, but the teleport bottom really helped Niantanso get going a little bit, and everything is okay for Marn at this state. It's really going to be about the next set of engagements.
And with Dragon coming up, I would think in the next few minutes, who looks for that fight? Is it TSM or Marn trying to start things?
I really can't tell at this point. I think it's TSM trying to start things.
It's Reginald trying to start things because he's Reginald. He looks for a little bit of pain. Clicky D runs away. Dyrus about to flank onto MegaZero. I'm still moving a little bit forward. So we have a 400 gold difference between these teams. 15 minutes in, and Super Week has started out awesome.
Yeah, so both of these teams, to get back to your earlier question,
yeah,
both these teams have huge initiation potential, right? Reginald can just go in on Diana. A lot of times he'll just R without a Q just to start the fight and let things happen. But you look at Marn, and they have Malphite Jarvan. That is an initiation in itself, plus the Lulu knockup. So it's really about whoever sees a more crisp opportunity will go in and start fights.
Well, Echo looked pretty crunchy right there. Reginald drops him down to half health. More pain being put down as well. He actually has to Shunpo away as he is afraid of a giant Dyrus Crocodile. The rest of TSM, well, 4 of TSM are pushing down the mid lane. A Wild Turtle just off on his own trying to farm up.
And there is a slight difference in auras right here. A lot of times junglers build both the Aegis and the Locket of the Ion Solari, but the Odd1 started with the Locket, and Clicky D started with the Aegis. I actually kind of like both choices. They both have their unique talents. The thing to note about Clicky D's one, though, is the ultimate from Renekton does a huge amount of magic damage, so that is going to be largely diminished by the Aegis, especially if he turns into a Bulwark soon.
See if that ends up panning out here. MegaZero being shoved out by Dyrus just a little bit. None of these guys have completed any major ticket items, interestingly enough. Just a kind of a bag of stats for these guys. 4 members of Marn now in the mid lane. This turret down to half health as well. Will TSM look for an engage? Dyrus, it's going to be Echo taking down to half health. Finds a lot of damage in the hands of Xpecial. The teleport comes in from MegaZero. They're going to go for the battle. The bullet time comes across. Will they find anything? MegaZero's teleport got canceled. It's actually Marn running away from this one. Niantanso flashing out. The Wild Turtle ultimate has come across. They find a kill onto Clicky D, and they're still chasing down. The Wither should be back up soon. It's Reginald who finds Heartbeat. That's a lot of punishment right there. MegaZero's joined with the team. Echo's been stunned up by Dyrus. Dyrus making huge plays. Reginald as well as Heartbeat goes down. Niantanso now getting chased out. The ult from MegaZero, but there comes the crescendo. Dyrus still taking pain. Mega finds the kill, but he's trying to run away. It's a 4 for 2 so far in this fight, and Mega is still running. He will make it out.
Crazy, crazy engagement in this one because Marn spent so much time in that top turret. They thought they were going to catch TSM defending, but TSM caught Marn attacking. They got enough damage down before the turret was down, and because they stopped MegaZero from teleporting in, they jumped the ship on the engagement, right? TSM got the initiation first, and because of that, they were able to roll through for the majority of the team fight.
And now it's just TSM with complete control over the Dragon. As a result, no ulti needed. You've got a Wild Turtle there to shoot that one down for you. Poison Up Dragon goes down reasonably quickly, and this is multiple now Dragons in a row TSM has taken without any effort.
And I think that last fight also went to show the chasing potential of TSM. The Wither spam potentially from the Odd1. He's maxing that second after Spirit Fire, as most jungle Nasus's do. Dyrus just rolling through, being able to stop the teleport from MegaZero and then just running down to support was so key. But that team fight was won because TSM started it right, not because it was a straight-up brawl. I don't think Marn is that much worse in a straight-up brawl if they're able to get it. And I actually don't even know if we're going to see those fights. Because of the initiation potential of both of these teams, I think they're going to be trading really just who can initiate better.
We'll see how that ends up panning out, though, of course. These guys are building quite a bit of durability on their initiators. You've got Mega Zero finishing a Sunfire Cape, Dyrus with Warmogs, and Reggie has already grabbed his Zhonya's Hourglass.
And it's an interesting choice to go Warmogs on Renekton. A lot of times you'll see them rush a Sunfire Cape, but because I guess he's up against Mega Zero, who's going Magic Pen Malphite with just a Sunfire Cape, which is magic damage as well. He wants to make sure he doesn't die to that. And now he's trying to hold this turret 1v2, but Mega Zero and the rest of Marn really trying to make something happen because they know Reginald is bottom. They might decide to turret dive this, even with TSM coming in from the side. They've
got all 5. They land a slow to Dyrus. Clicky D finds some friends. Of course, so does Echo. Still a 5-on-4 is available, and Marn are the ones flinching, actually. Reginald is putting a lot of pain onto this turret. This is basically his right now. Will Marn even make a move right now, or are they too afraid from that prior fight?
They have to make a decision at some point because Reginald is not going to stop pushing, so they either go or they defend, and it looks like they're going.
And it's actually Dyrus who actually goes in to start that fight a little bit. Clicky D down to half. He's found some punishment. They're going to go in. There's a knockup on a Dyrus. Where's the bullet time going to come across? They find that there. Dyrus finds 1 kill. They're going to fire back 1 for 1 so far. Double kill for Echo. He's going to move on. They can't quite get Wild Turtle. There it is. 3rd kill picked up. They're now on to Xpecial. Echo gets away with like 12 health, and only Xpecial is alive. 3 for 1. Reginald's down to a 2nd turret, though.
The question is, though, yeah, is it worth it? That's 2 turrets, so that's 1,500 gold for a 3 for 1, which is definitely not that much gold, but it is a turret as well, so that's actually another straight trade. Reginald still pushing, Marn trying to go back to defend, and Marn still pushing as well.
Reginald now up to the inhibitor turret for himself, but he's running low on minions. Never mind, a new wave has shown up, and Reggie's going to defend that just cleanly. The recalls come back. Clicky D and Echo are here. They might just chase him down. Clicky D's going to look for something. They get the slowdown as well. Reggie's going to look for Echo. Zhonya is used by the Katarina. They've taken that 2nd top turret, though, as well. So Marn did answer 2 for 2 and came out ahead in kills.
Oh, man, that was just such a crazy back and forth. Look at this, Freak. 20 minutes into the game, we have 9 turrets down. Both these guys have been pushing like mad. That split push dare by TSM just kind of happened, right? They traded 2 turrets apiece, really, for that one. And a couple kills for Marn as well. This is just looking at the items. Infinity Edge and a Zeal for Wild Turtle. He builds more Infinity Edge, I have to say, than almost anyone else in the LCS. Regular Misfortune build coming up for Neon Tonso. Not the Black Cleaver. Even though it might synergize a bit with Jarvan, they're more worried about Neon Tonso being able to do damage himself. This is going to be a really crazy ending when this game gets going.
This game's been actually going for quite some time. The ending, though, just has to be even more ridiculous right now. Reginald has grabbed the blue buff. Of course, Neon Tonso had stolen their red. And Mega Zero looks like he'll be given the blue to himself here. Clicky D, of course, hey, Neon Tonso got a red already. I'll grab this one. He's getting himself some nice, pretty colors.
It's actually super key that Mega Zero has this blue buff because he needs to keep Wild Turtle on lockdown. And the more he can keep him attack speed slowed means the more times he can use Ground Slam with the cooldown reduction, the more important it's going to be. And Mega actually gets caught out a little bit. He does have his ultimate up, though.
Well, Echo's come by as well. Will they look for a fight right here? Reginald goes up pretty aggressive. That Zhonya's, of course, still available for him. Should be pretty safe. And once again, TSM have pushed down this mid lane, and they're actually posturing towards Baron right now with the ward control that they have due to the Oracles.
And if TSM wants to go for this, they could kill it very fast, which is the pressure they're putting on Marn. Nasus kills Baron super fast because of his ultimate, but TSM's actually looking for a bit of a bait. You can tell Marn's walking in, looking for TSM, and they might just try to go for more turrets. This has been a turret-based game.
This turret is absolutely going to be TSM's. The teleport is actually coming in from Mega Zero. He's going to go all the way in. What will he find right here? The battle has started. Echo's in the front. Mega Zero's going to find a beautiful ultimate. Look at the area of effect available. They're getting kill after kill. Double kill here for Echo. Pop Zhonya's 2 dead for nothing right now. Will they keep cleaning up? Dyrus finds 1. They've killed a member of Marn. Dyrus is now running away. He had slain Mega Zero. 2 for 1. They've gotten the turret. Will he get out? Neon Tonso has the ability to chase, just maybe.
He is on the run, but the strut is very fast. Marn is taking a lot of time to kill Dyrus here, and even though that was a miraculous initiation by Marn, it still is only a 1 for 2. Dyrus gonna hop over that wall. And all of is he gonna flash? He's gonna flash.
Oh my gosh, Neon Tonso really wants this one. Double up. He finds the kill. Assist still there for Clicky D. I don't know what he did to get an assist off of that one, but it did definitely happen there. There we go. 3 for 1 minus the turret from Marn.
But they're still down 1,000 gold. So this game is still super, super close. There's a Alacrity enchantment on Echo's boots for Katarina. Just moving 15 faster. We'll see how that works out. There's an Oracles that just got picked up by Heartbeat. So maybe Marn is going to be trying to force something crazy. I got to say, even though Mega Zero didn't land an ultimate on Wild Turtle for lockdown there, it didn't matter because I don't think Wild Turtle's at a point where he's kind of one-shotting the team yet. I don't know if Marn could get a better kind of crazy wombo combo. I think they caught 3 in that and nearly killed all of them. This is, it's just, like we said earlier, all about the initiations, and that time Marn had the edge with the teleport coming in from Mega.
Well, Dragon is going to be coming up in the next 8 seconds, and Marn look to be directly on top of it, both literally and metaphorically, because they're waiting around as it spawns. They want this one.
But look at TSM. They're kind of calling them on their bluff. TSM did run by a ward on their way to Baron, but Marn has to go for that fast. I mean, the Odd One's ultimate's going to be up in 2 seconds, and they're just beasting down this Baron. Marn has to run there fast, and because Dyrus is in the middle lane, I don't know if they're going straight away, but that Baron is going down.
Marn are going towards the mid lane. They are actually going to give up this Baron right here. They've pinged towards the Sona, but just the 2-man here from TSM are making it happen. It's down to half health right here, and Marn still have not checked. They found Dyrus though. They're looking for the damage here. The slow comes out from Wild Turtle. They get the dunk on Dyrus. He's popped his ultimate as well. Will they get the kill in time? He does go down, but the Baron is still losing health very, very rapidly, and this is going to be TSM trading a kill for Baron Nashor.
Absolutely worth it. Baron is 1,500 gold and an incredible attack damage, ability power, and health regen buff on 4 people on their team. Marn, unless they can make something happen in the next like 25 seconds, even the turret is only going to somewhat equalize the gold. They're going to be down for the next 4 minutes while 4 people of TSM have this buff. That was a really good tactical play by TSM.
Well, they have gotten a Dragon and a turret and a kill in response for a Baron from TSM. Of course, it's still TSM's window to make moves here. Wild Turtle, he's moving towards that top lane. 212 farm on him, and you're kind of seeing why he's got the highest gold in the LCS. His team gives him farm repeatedly.
And they're just got pretty good objective control too, right? Like, his gold per minute is going to get pretty high in this game if he starts getting some kills in the end game, right? I have to say this is probably one of his worst games because Wild Turtle has been nothing but spectacular this entire season. And he actually does have to pick it up a little bit. It's been Dyrus and Reginald initiated, and then Wild Turtle unable to clean up. A lot of that has to do with all the armor that Marn has. You know, Mega Zero on Malphite is really difficult for a Twitch to kill in any circumstance, and the fights have been initiated generally in Marn's favor, so Wild Turtle hasn't been able to get involved.
Let's see what he can do with this one. Just doing the math real quick, he's actually not hit the 400 gold per minute mark that he's had all season so far. So you've got the numbers to back it up, Jat. He's not having the same performance that he has throughout this season. And that might just be too much for TSM to handle. That said, they are up 1,300 gold still. Solomid are winning this game. Even if the score at the top doesn't look like that might be true, they're winning in objective control overall with Barons, and still I think they're winning in Dragons overall, and that's what's given them the edge so far.
And it's still going to come down to what TSM does with this Baron, because Dyrus is the only one without it. They are not afraid to dive. Reginald will call the go in and the team will go in. Their communication has gotten better and better every week so far this season. That's one of the reasons they've been able to climb up from 3rd place in the LCS to now in 2nd after the Dignitas loss. So they have objective control, as you said, taking the red buff, and they might just be pushing bot.
Well, they are looking to go for that one right now. Mid-second turret is available. They just don't want that one yet. And they are shoving these minions out successfully. Claky D grabs the blue buff, but he's actually had to run away from the smaller pieces left to go defend this bottom lane, as Reginald will push his way through with the team. A ward does spot them here. Marn knows about this, but they're going to go heads up against a half-health turret.
I want to see how this initiation pans out if they decide to go in for it. It is a little bit dangerous just because of the counter initiation from Marn. Like, if they go too hard and they don't get on Neon Tanso, they'd all get caught in a bullet time and it would be disastrous. There's not huge pick potential from either of these guys. There's no thresh hooks in this game. It's not like you can land a charm or get some lucky stun. It's really about, do we want to go? Okay, let's go. And if they decide to fight, they're going to fight. So positioning before the fight is very important because this fight could be super explosive.
And speaking of positioning, there's about 28 seconds until Neon Tanso's flash, and you've got to think he's calling that to his team. Guys, wait one more wave. I need flash to get away from Xpecial or Reginald or someone. See if that ends up actually being true here, though. Looks like TSM have waited long enough. Marn will have their cooldowns.
Yeah, and let's make no mistake about it. Marn doesn't really want to fight a team with Baron, especially since they've waited out 3 minutes of TSM's Baron already. They just have 1 more minute, and then they can fight again, right? It's been about the same goal disadvantage for the past 10 minutes, so they're really just trying to hold this one out. They know they have 6 turrets down on TSM. If anything, Marn might defend this middle turret, but that's the most dangerous one for them to defend. The last thing they want to do is get outmaneuvered by TSM and give up a free turret, so that actually might happen here.
Reginald is actually diving his way in right there with some armor. And he's like, never mind, guys. I see your team is right there. I didn't really mean it. We'll go back to the way things were. You guys can defend this for a while and wave clear.
JK, he didn't want that one. He just wanted to see where they were. He inside the base, take a look around, just back up again. Reginald's also going to be wanting to pick up that Abyssal Scepter pretty soon. will actually help the ultimates of Nasus and Renekton a huge amount if Reginald gets the Abyssal Scepter, so he's going to want that pretty hugely. It'll also help him against the Malphite and Katarina combo if it happens, but I believe that Marn has successfully held off that last Baron push, and now TSM has to be a little bit cautious again.
Well, they've sent Reginald on the split push to the bottom half of the map, though, and we've seen that a fair bit from him. Last time it got on 2 turrets, and nearly the inhibitor as well. And it's Echo being sent heads up against Reggie here in a 1v1. We've seen them bash heads for a while in this matchup. Who's going to win this 1v1 if you can look at the items?
Yeah, Reginald's going to win it if he goes for it, right? Echo has to run away, and now it's a matter of turret pressure because Niantonso was off clearing a wave, so this is all advantages for TSM.
This is going to be very likely a dead turret right now, and the second middle turret as well, they've got a numbers advantage on as Marn runs down to the bottom lane. So TSM now 6 turrets to 6. They've got a surround on Reggie, though. Will they have enough damage? The Sheep might come out. They've just got a whole bunch of pain, and they do pick that one up, but they've lost 2 turrets now, and TSM are running around the map trying to just buy some time so they can get out from the 4v5.
TSM is opting into the objective game right now. They have to make sure that they don't lose anything big in the next 37 seconds. They traded the kill for a Baron, it worked out. Again, they traded the kill for 2 more turrets, and it's worked out again. But now it's a matter of the Marn counterattack, and Marn will really want a team fight at this point because TSM has been avoiding them.
Well, 24 seconds until Reginald comes back up. That is the big thing to keep track of on the right-hand side of your screen, is that number ticking down. That is the number until Marn no longer has a power play here. Mega Zero going to face tank this turret. They're going to go in. Dyrus wants to put up a little bit of defense as well. Mega Zero's going to go in. They've got the giant. Oh my gosh, the damage. The Twitch has been exterminated, and they're going to keep on moving forward. Special forced away with Ignite. They've got Dyrus in the middle of the enemy team. Niantonso still alive. Heartbeat has kited out as well. Dyrus goes back in, finds Niantonso, gets the kill. He gets the gold out of that one. It's going to be the odd one, and now Clicky D forced to run away. Reginald has shown back up. He gets 1. Will he get any more? Echo so incredibly low. Flash from Reggie. It's going to be the kill. The double kill picked up 3 for 1 in that fight, and TSM have control.
Marn really wanted to take advantage of that window, and when they exterminated Twitch, it really looked like they'd get something, but the persistent presence of Dyrus and the Odd One just tag teaming, sitting in that fight with that damage over time, it was too much for Marn to handle under the turret as well. That turret probably did a good 2,000 damage during that fight, and it went on for long enough that Reginald made his triumphant return and cleaned up. Now they're coming back all the way across the map, cross-country running, looking for this inhibitor.
And you can see the Odd One is just looking for minions right now. Apparently they are just a little bit too afraid of Mega Zero and Claky D. So they look for the inhibitor. They don't quite find it, unfortunately, for TSM fans out there. But they have now stretched their gold lead. They're up 4,000 gold. And we've called these numbers out a bit, but the number is not that huge in retrospect. You've got less than 10% of a gold lead.
And I guess that was a little bit too far ahead. Reginald didn't want to go for the inhibitor because it would just be making the same mistake of overextension. TSM has been very tactically playing this entire game, and even though Wild Turtle's getting blown up in these fights, like, he does have enough damage now that if he doesn't get touched, he will wreck everyone. It's just a matter of Mega Zero and Claky D just go for him. Baron's up, though. We could see another big fight.
Yes.
Everyone's ultimates are up in about a second because Dyrus is ticking up right now, and Marn is not giving them any time. They saw Twitch top and they want to fight.
Well, they found the dunk right there. Dyrus pops his ulti. No flash available. Do they have the damage they need to kill him down, though? A lot of pain comes across. There's the bullet time as well. Randuin's popped by Dyrus. Another knock up there from Claky D, and they find it, and they've got minions if they want to go for this turret.
That had to be a miscommunication by TSM. There were 2 spread out trying to clear these waves, and this is a 4v5 without a really tanky Dyrus, so if they dove again, they might be able to get something.
Well, the Wither was popped on a Niantonso, and Marn just backed off. Now, both supports have oracles. They could always play the ward game if they wanted to, but Marn says, no, we've still got 30 seconds. We're going to try one more time at the minion wave game. Echo's up there. They've got the bullets raining from the sky as well. Odd One's in front. And again, they don't find the turret.
TSM is doing a miraculous job clearing these waves away. They're putting the Spirit Fire on the entrance so that everyone will be shredded if Wild Turtle opens up. And because there's no Jarvan ult, just a Mega Zero ult, I don't think Marn has the confidence to be able to kill Wild Turtle immediately and threat the counterattack. So they just got the kill on a Dyrus. They didn't pick up anything else because of it. And they actually have to worry about the wave pushing bottom so that when Dyrus resurrects, they can't just rush Baron. So Marn has a lot of house cleaning to do before they can make their next move.
And of course, Dragon and Baron were both up. Niantonso will grab the Lizard buff, though. That is the one objective that Marn will actually grab as a result of that little power play. He's going to be liking that one. Almost level 18, this Misfortune. Just one more rank in E to go. But TSM, this looks familiar. They are running over towards the Baron Nashor pit.
The Oracle's on X Special as well. They're trying to get all the wards out to begin with, and they have a lot of ground to cover because Marn has left a lot of wards littered in this area, knowing that they have to go make this house cleaning. Luckily, MegaZero has his teleport, so his push bottom lane does not just tell TSM they can go for things, unless TSM somehow cleared out all the wards. But for now, I think Marn is safe, and it's going to be another one of those big team fights. We're here once again. Maybe they're going to go for it.
Well, they look for the up, but they don't quite get the knockup, and Clicky D might have to run away from this one. They do have the teleport coming in for MegaZero. Will they find a battle? It's Dyrus in the middle of the enemy team. He is going to back off. They have Reginald off on the side. They now spot Wild Turtle 5-on-5.
And TSM desynced their ultimates. Dyrus used his ultimate, but the odd one didn't, so they don't have the full power of the brothers coming up in this next one. This turret is at 1/3. This time, though, they could do the Clicky D plus MegaZero dive on Wild Turtle if they see the opportunity. They're definitely getting this turret.
Yeah, MegaZero face tanks if the damage comes out. They've got to flinch just a little bit longer. They get the turret kill, but Awad is in the mix. The Wither is off on Neontanzo. There's the bullet time. Will he find much? Not a ton. The crescendo comes off. Reginald in the middle of the enemy team. MegaZero goes down against Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle shooting from across the wall. They get the kill, but it's 2 for 1 so far in TSM's favor. And Wild Turtle just opens up. They find Heartbeat. Double kill for Wild Turtle. They're going to keep on moving down. Only 2 members of Marn are still alive. Neontanzo is recalling back. Clicky D is trying to run. Will he get the EQ? Gets the W slow. Jumps across, but Baron control is here for Neontanzo.
Yeah. Look at Neontanzo. He's stuck around the side, and he's getting this inhibitor down. He's trying to distract TSM. This fight could not be any crazier.
And actually, TSM are not going for Baron anymore. They might just look for Neontanzo. Dyrus is in a fight against Clicky D, and Clicky is actually scaring him away enough. Oh, in the aftermath of that fight, Marn got an inhibitor for free. What?
So, okay, 3 for 1. The fight itself was really crazy because the only one to dive Wild Turtle was MegaZero. He couldn't finish him off entirely. So once Wild Turtle didn't die, he was able to roll through the rest of the team. But Neontanzo was off to the side, so when the rest of his team died, he snuck away. So he went for the inhibitor, but now TSM's regrouping a little bit. They realize what happened. They can kill this Baron very quickly, and they should get it after all is said and done at the cost of their inhibitor.
It is a 5-on-5 on the map overall, but no one is close enough to stop the Awad Company from taking out Baron Nashor. So TSM does take that in the aftermath of that teamfight victory. Will play by TSM to go back in onto that one. Reginald easily clears out the top lane wave. So it's TSM with a Baron and Marn with an inhibitor dead.
And an exposed inhibitor for Marn. So like, TSM's going to have to make sure to keep the mid lane pushed up and out in order to go to the bottom lane and get an inhibitor of their own. And I want to look at the item builds of the AD carries because it's really curious here. These guys don't build defensive items, and they never have, and they may never will. I don't think Wild Turtle has ever done a non-defensive item. If there's ever a game for a defensive item, it would be this one. Oh my god, he did it. He went for Banshee's Veil.
Wow.
I thought he was going for a Bloodthirster. So that gives him a great amount of immunity from MegaZero's dive, and that actually might be the item that turns these next fights. Sure, there's a 6,000 gold advantage, but if Twitch can stay alive through the dive of Marn, I don't know what Marn's chances are in these fights.
Well, right now, Marn are playing the minion game, though. They have all come up to this top lane right here, every single one of them, and TSM will play heads up against that. Dyrus just recalled out of the bottom lane. He knows he has to play defense as well. You can see 18 to 17 in kills. So regardless of the gold you're seeing up there, Marn certainly have been team fighting reasonably well throughout this game, and they're baiting the minion wave in the top lane, but TSM says, mid lane.
And this is just another one of those situations. It's the second Baron of the game that TSM has picked up. And the last time they had a Baron, Marn didn't fight them for a while. They're trying to out-tactic them right now. They actually might try to hope that TSM goes through and they try to backdoor. Like, they're really just trying to wait the full 4 minutes of the Baron off. They've already gotten about 1.5 minutes of it from TSM Freak, and it could just be a matter of TSM trying to wait out their inhibitor respawning and Marn trying to wait out the Baron buff on TSM.
TSM did, in fact, go to stop at the top lane. Marn was waiting in that brush in the corner of your screen for about like 30 seconds, hoping to find something. He did not, though. Dyrus lurking around in the jungle. He was spotted by a ward, and once again, Marn are hiding in the brush. They're stalking their prey, but no one's around to get jumped.
Yeah, they know that TSM's actually kind of sitting back, and TSM's afraid of losing more of their base, I think. So Marn is making a smart play and hoping that they catch a wandering rat coming through for a red buff or something. It's just not really to be for TSM. Is for some reason, you know, I can understand their reasoning. TSM is sitting back in the base. They don't want to lose more inhibitors. They know they have the Baron buff, so that Marn isn't going to want to fight them, and they're just farming up because TSM is generating gold right now. Marn is generating nothing. So the longer this happens, the better it is for TSM.
TSM are actually just running down the mid lane themselves. They've actually stopped caring about the minion wave on the right-hand side. They are pushing their way on down. This is a tense moment. Marn are recalling. They are the ones who are flinching. They don't want to shove the top lane out. They want to defend the middle inhibitor. TSM 5 strong are going for this one. Back in the qualifiers, Marn would have base raced this one.
Yeah, and this time TSM's just face tanking the turret. They realized Marn was trying to do something sneaky, and they just brute forced in full vision. The Baron buff is up, and they got about half a turret there. I wonder if Marn will fight.
They've got another minute on the Baron. In fact, Odd One is in the front, taking a bit of damage, down to half health. Megazero slows him back out, and looks like TSM will back away from this one as they'll try to sustain their way back up. Giant minion waves at both top and bottom halves of the map. Marn might want to keep TSM from farming that. TSM, in view of a ward, go to the bottom half, and this will be Marn trying to defend it.
And it's only 40 seconds left on TSM's Baron, so TSM wants this inhibitor right now, and if Marn doesn't want to give it up, they have to fight them.
Well, they might indeed fight. Rachel goes in on a Neontanzo, like it or not. The knockup is there. Dyrus is just training into that one, and here comes the bullet time across 3 members of TSM. Rachel in the front. They're going to get the kill into Neontanzo. Megazero's in the back. Giant knockup there. Can Echo clean up this fight? Echo will die. Nope. 1 for 2 so far. 2 for 2. They're trading kills back and forth, but Marn are forced to run away. Wild Turtle is still here and will not be tamed.
And it's just Heartbeat and Megazero that are still up. I wonder if they're going to stop him from the inhibitor. Wild Turtle doing everything he can to finish this one off because Marn doesn't have much damage up.
They are finding some damage on a Wild Turtle. He pops barrier as well, and here comes Odd One from the side. Heartbeat taking a bit of pain. Wild Turtle still getting shut down. The shield there as well. Oh! Flash from Megazero. He finally finds a way to duel an AD carry and win. The Odd One just trying to hit now Megazero, but Mega is so farmed, he's actually winning this fight. And meanwhile, on the top side of the map, minions are beating down onto a turret. The red inhibitor has respawned in the mid lane. That top turret has gone down, so there is one available here, and the Odd One actually will be dying in this fight. Marn finds a way to clean up 2 kills, and now Mega teleports to the top lane. He's not done. He wants to kill more parts of TSM's base. However, Reggie is alive in 6 seconds.
Mega is being a total hero right now. He kills 2 members of TSM and then tries to backdoor the inhibitor, but he realizes the death timers are there, and it was a preemptive teleport. But wow, they might save that inhibitor as well. That is good for TSM, but this game continues to be crazy. I have to say, in that fight near the inhibitor, TSM is in sync right now. They super dove Neontanzo, and once they finished Neontanzo, they immediately knew the next biggest threat was Echo. There was a whole clump of people, but the only one that TSM was hitting, especially Wild Turtle, was Echo, because if he would have gotten any resets on Katarina, that would have been bad news for TSM and they could have lost. But they actually did everything right in that fight and still barely won. They stuck around. I think it was still worth it to finish that inhibitor, even if it cost them 2 deaths, because they saved the rest of their inhibitors, and this game just continues to be nuts.
This game is absolutely ludicrous, chat. I can't believe what is happening here. 22-20 in kills. We do have more kills than minutes in the game so far. 8-7 on turrets. We've got multiple inhibitors available for killing. Marn actually has lost their bottom inhibitor, which might just create maybe too much pressure for them.
And keep in mind how much pressure is on these teams right now. Like, this isn't a beginning of the season like exhibition match. This is the winner of this game for TSM, right? They can move a game ahead of Dignitas or fall back into a tie. And Marn is already in a tie for 6th place. They're in a playoff race right now. If they lose, they could risk falling into 7th. And they have to win. The first game for them in Super Week, 2 games into our 20-game week, and both of them have been awesome, Freak.
They have been absolutely phenomenal right here. You're seeing even boot enchants come through on almost every person here. Just the amount of money in the game because of the kills, the minions, and everything. They're just finishing out these item builds. You mentioned the Banshee's Veil before, trying to get to more items. Quicksilver Sash finish here for Neontanzo. Oh man, they're just gonna meet up pretty soon again. Baron in 30 seconds.
And this is actually really cool. The boot enchantments you were talking about, Neontanzo had the blue distortion enchantment for a flash cooldown. And he flashed away in the last fight and still died, but because without the distortion boots, he wouldn't have this flash up for the next impending Baron fight. So very uncommon boot enchantment for AD carries, but it is working out for Neontanzo in this circumstance.
He definitely has needed that flash, and the rest of Marn are going to move in on this mid lane. Baron is going to be respawning, but Marn, they kind of feel more like they want inhibitors right here. Dyrus is going to be moving up towards the team. He's spotted by a ward, or will be in the near future. Marn looks to bait out a bit of Baron pressure. They do have the Oracles on a heartbeat.
And the next fight in this game will probably decide it. Both teams are already missing inhibitor turrets. Marn is actually down in the inhibitor, so this Baron fight is actually going to have to be accelerated. They can't dance around here long. Wild Turtle has 4 offensive items and a Banshee's Veil. Like, if Marn can't get onto him, they probably lose the game anyway. So everything is actually in TSM's favor right now. Marn has to be forced into something. All their lanes are pushing, and TSM is actually knowing this fact, and they're waiting for Marn to put a bad initiation onto them. Marn almost has no choice, though.
They're going to slow onto the Odd One, and still a little bit of pressure here from Megazero. He flinches though and goes back to the mid lane to push that one out. As you said, Jack, there are lots of minions pushing through Marn's base right now. The first wave is just now hitting the Nexus turrets as well as the top inhibitor turret. So Marn's base is about to be in rough shape, and they're flinching.
Marn either has to fight right now, or they're going to give up a Baron, or they're going to give up an inhibitor in their base. And right now, they're not doing any of those things. They have to fight TSM now if they're still going to linger in the mid lane like this.
Well, they're trying to move a little bit forward. TSM just camping right there. The stealth there from Wild Turtle will give him some haste. They look like they might want to be going into this one. Clinkey lands a slow. The TSM backs out. They're playing the map so beautifully. 2 turrets have gone down. That includes one of the Nexus turrets. Marn could lose his game just by sitting in the mid lane.
They couldn't engage on TSM, and finally we'll see the fight.
There we go. Dyrus is up in the front. There's a knockup from Mega Zero. Bullet Time comes across, lands a bunch of damage, but where's it really going to go? Niantazo trying to cut against Reginald, and Dyrus still taking damage right here. Minions have destroyed a blue inhibitor. They're still losing more of their base. Clinkey D finds a knockup, but a double kill here, triple kill, 4 kills so far. Only Heartbeat is alive. TSM are going to close this one out.
That was such a good play by TSM. They won the fight, but that was just after brilliant positioning. They were moving Marn around the map, and after that fight, look, a free Nexus.
And that is the ace. Dyrus gets the kill credit onto the last one. The Nexus is theirs. TSM move into second place.
44-minute, 45-second game. There were 47 kills. TSM had a 9,000 gold advantage by the end of it, and that puts them into second place for now in Super Week.
For now is the really active term right there. Marn, though, they've got to think about how they can recover themselves and pull some wins in the rest of this week, though. Again, their playoff race, super tight.
And this is really curious. TSM just sitting in their chairs after that game. I think they wanted a much more decisive victory against Marn. That took a bit of time for them, and they're not happy after that win, so maybe some internal strife going on for TSM. They're going to have to keep it together. Dyrus is keeping it together. He's got his pillow, but they're going to have to make sure that they keep playing throughout Super Week because they didn't look happy after that win.
No, not really at all. And so I have a question on that then. Marn versus TSM, you know, an underdog matchup to be sure, one that TSM is expected to win. The game being that close, is that Marn raising up or TSM faltering?
That's the question. If you're looking at TSM's reaction, they probably feel like they fell down. I feel like that was a really well-played game by both teams. Like, I feel like Marn actually came to play. Niantazo did ridiculously well, and there were some amazing teleports by Mega Zero, but I could see the argument that TSM might be putting together, right? They got caught out of position a few times. That game probably stretched, but with the way that TSM kind of toyed with the positioning near the end of that game, I would feel positive about that.
So let's talk about the positioning at the end of that fight. We've got a replay of that sort of game-winning team fight, Jad, if you want to break it down for us.
Yeah, so in this fight near the Baron area, you can see that even though Niantazo had his flash, it was just the persistent dive from TSM trying to finish him off. Dyrus and Reginald just comboed him. He got the Lulu wall, he got the flash away, but they just kept going. And if you see that Niantazo's down, the rest of the fight was kind of the opposite thing happening, trying to kill Twitch. Wild Turtle, because he built that one defensive item, had enough, and because there were 2 other members of TSM full-time peeling for him, including the Wither from the Odd One. So that was just another well-timed frontline, backline fight by TSM. And while all that was happening, Super Minions were just beating on the Nexus. That was a total win for them.
Absolutely great play by Team Solamid. They took that one down. Again, a well-deserved win. They've moved into second place. Marn have to claw their way back in to get themselves to 6th. That's going to be a difficult fight for them through the rest of this week. We've got 18 more games for you guys. It's time for a short break, but when we return, we'll have Dyrus, second place TSM. Then it's a battle of the LCS newest MVPs. Complexity and Prawley take on GGU and Daydreamin'. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined now by the unstoppable Renekton from last game, TSM's Dyrus. Now, Dyrus came into that game as a third-place team versus a sixth-place team. How'd you feel coming into that match?
I don't know about dominating Renekton, but coming into that match, I was pretty nervous. I actually noticed during the game that my fingers were giving a little stutter, and that's how I noticed that I was more nervous than other games.
When's the last time you've actually been nervous for a match?
Every time I don't have my pillow.
But, I mean, why is it, I mean, there's obviously a lot of reasons why you'd be nervous coming to this match. There's a lot on the line coming into Super Week, but do you want to talk us through, like, what was making you nervous before this game?
One of the big things was the picks. The first two picks, it's like, oh, we should have picked Sona MF. And then the other thing was that Mega Zero played Malphite, and then I was like, wow, I can't play a lot of my champions versus this except one. Or actually two, but I'm not going to say who that is. But I wasn't as comfortable, and Renekton was just the safest pick overall. And it actually turned out okay. Me and Oddone played the first two right. We baited the first blood. And then just seeing the Twitch pick after, I was like, we never play Twitch, and they have Malphite. And I was like, oh my god, our team comp looks kind of scary. Like, it's pretty much the same team comp we play against Curse, except instead of MF is Twitch. And Malphite is a very big disruption, and I think our team underestimated that a little bit, and I know that the best.
Because Freak and I were asking about that in Champion Select when you did pick Twitch after the Malphite was locked in, and you said just now that you're having issues with that. Why did you pick Twitch then?
Wild Turtle, he was like, I should play Twitch here. And we're like, oh, we don't play Twitch. And he's like, no, I think I should play Twitch here. I'm like, all right, whatever you want to play. And I kind of looked at it as Twitch kind of similar to MF in terms of, like, you know, the long range ult. But at the same time, they had Malphite, and every time I Malphite against Twitch, it usually turns out well for me, unless it's against CLG with their 4 supports. But you know, yeah.
So talk to me about your top lane Renekton. You baited the first blood against or with the odd one for the first blood. How did you end up trying to play that lane matchup?
The first step was getting the lane matchup. For Malphite, it's favorable with TP that he gets the 1 versus 2. And that's why our bot lane was behind, because they didn't get to do wolves, or they were kind of late. And Nasus didn't get a camp either. So the first step was getting there. So I got there. And then it's just laning against Malphite. Malphite has 0 kill pressure on me. And if we see Jarvan ganks, or if Jarvan even ganks, I'm just going to walk away with my E and Fort Pot. And we usually can't really kill Malphite in lane. I can only out-sustain and out-push him, which is what I did. But sorry, I just went blank there.
So you out-push, out-sustain him. How did you transition that into the team fights? What was your goal there?
Just to be a very, very big tank. And I was going to go Sunfire Cape, but I didn't really need the AoE damage as much for the pushing, because I'm already Renekton. I'm against Malphite. And I just want to get as much HP as possible and sustain as possible so I can survive against Cat later, because Sunfire is not going to do anything against Cat. And I want to have some kind of damage, so I built into Brutalizer, into Black Cleaver, so that way they won't just ignore me, because usually what will happen is you'll get ignored if you don't have enough magic damage from Sunfire or ult, depending on their team comp.
And at the end of the game, usually when we see teams win, they kind of like jump up out of their chairs, they start high-fiving and shaking hands and stuff. After that game, you guys just sat in your chairs for a good 5 or 10 seconds. Do you want to talk about why that happened?
We've had this problem before, but it came up again. But it doesn't come up as often anymore. We've gotten really good at it. It's our communication. Reggie made a call that we should go to Baron, and 3 of us were like sitting around middle, pushing mid and clearing wards, which is not so bad. It's kind of 50-50. But since no one said anything, and Reggie's making a call, and he's the only one running Baron, I'm like in between, and I'm like, guys, listen to the call. I don't want to lose. All we had to do was wait for the creeps to push in. I don't know why they're pushing in. I wasn't even keeping track of it, but in that situation, it's very favorable. We just keep backing up, wait till creeps push in, and then we follow them, and then they fight, and then we win.
Great.
But we were just talking about that.
Cool.
All right. Well, of course, congratulations on your win, and you're basically firmly into second place right now. See if you guys can hold on to it for the rest of Super Week and get the automatic bye. Once again, thank you very much, Darius, for your time. Good luck in the rest of your matches. But the next matchup of the day, the next matchup of Super Week is Complexity versus Good Game University. 2 weeks ago, these teams were both stuck at the bottom of the standings and playing with a new starting lineup. After some huge wins for both teams in the last couple of weeks, it looks like the recent roster changes could turn the team's seasons around.
And Complexity is coming into this match after a huge upset of Dignitas earlier today, and they also believe they've got GGU figured out.
GGU pretty much just has a pretty overall predictable playstyle, I guess.
They seem to have two really styles of play. The first style of play is poke comp, and the second style is make match me play Twitch. He makes plays when he's on Twitch.
I think mechanic-wise, we are stronger, so we just have to win the lane phase and then secure all of the objectives.
GGU's actually done really well the last couple of weeks. People don't give them the recognition they deserve.
There's nothing special we have to do. We just have to play our own game, and we'll just be able to beat them.
Wow, nothing special they have to do. You heard that from Zion Spartan. So Complexity is feeling confident after their upset over Dignitas, but GG is coming off an amazing Week 9 where they went 3-0, jumping into 5th place. And they didn't even have their starting support. Of course, he got ganked the week before by Vulcun.
Yeah, and Zion Spartan actually sat down and talked with us after GGU's 3rd win last week and told us why losing a starter didn't keep them from winning.
Whenever you lose a player, you don't want to let it get you down like, oh, he left for a better team. But instead, we just like focused. We're like, okay, we're going to pick up Daydream, and he's a great Thresh player. We all like stayed motivated, and then we just like kept winning. And I don't know, we believe Daydream kind of meshed better with our team.
Well, Daydreamin' and Good Game University have meshed better than anyone could have dreamed. Their new lineup has gone 4-1 and seems to be hitting their stride at the perfect time.
And GGU has really just cleaned up their play overall. They used to make a lot of mistakes. They've been making less mistakes. The chemistry between the team seems to have been improving. Everyone seems to just be on the same page. And Daydreamin' has been great as well. 15, 16, and 40 in the 5 games. Most importantly, though, it's the 4-1 record. You never would have guessed that losing Bloodwater 2 days before the Week 8 matches and having to pick up a local player last minute would work out so well for them.
But it has, you know, of course, now Complexity is coming off of an incredible win over Dignitas to keep their playoff hopes alive. And much of that is due to their willingness to play different champions.
And the last time Complexity played this team, they played Kennen and Victor. That didn't work out too well for them. It was the blue upgrade Victor. They never 1v2'd against it. Probably Kennen wasn't necessarily on point, so they're still experimenting. But when we were talking with Lauda Mortis after the Dignitas game, they have planned out every last little detail of these team compositions. So that's a lot of planning to do coming into Super Week. They got to go 5-0. I got to see what they do against Good Game University.
Oh, they're off to a good start so far. Let's check out these starting lineups for these teams. On the blue side, once again, it is Complexity. Nick Wu in the top lane, Lauda Mortis in the jungle, probably in mid, Brunch Yu, the AD carry, and MAA on support.
And in the red corner, it's Good Game University with Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendo Dex in the jungle, Jintei in mid, Don't Mash Me on AD, and Daydreamin' on support.
So here we go, guys. We've got
for a moment, even if it's just like the playoff race, because we've been LCS the season for 2.5 months now. Yeah. Right? This is legitimately these guys' lives for the past bit. They've never practiced this much. They've never played this much. I don't think any of these teams have ever played at this level before, especially for teams like Complexity and GGU coming down to this. Like, I think it matters a lot more for these guys than it does for the top teams, because these guys are the ones that are going to be automatically dropped into the LCS Summer Promotion Tournament if they don't make it. And even if they finish, you know, 6th place, they're still going to have to win a best of 3 against either Dignitas or TSM, whoever gets 3rd place. So, like, these guys want a high seed, and they don't want to have their jobs on the line because they like what they do. Yeah. You know, they don't want to get knocked out of the LCS, and there's so much on the line for this.
There is, and I want to kind of touch back on the point you talked about. You know, these teams have never practiced so much before. They've never had to work so hard before and do all this. And you're looking at teams like Complexity and GGU where, I mean, the matchups we just saw today so far, right? The underdog teams have looked really, really good. You never would have thought at the beginning of the season is like, yeah, dude, Complexity is going to beat Dignitas, and like, they're just showing up really, really well now, and it's impressive to see how much they've improved as teams.
The quality of games has definitely improved throughout the LCS season, and we did see it coming. Like, even at the start of the year, teams like Marn or Complexity were saying, well, we're not there yet, but give us a couple months playing together in a gaming house, and we'll make it. And it's showing up, because any one of these games, it's no longer like, oh yeah, this is going to be the game, and it's like, whoa, a crazy upset. It's like, still, all right, that was a cool upset that Complexity just pulled on Dignitas, but it wasn't something that was entirely unexpected.
Not at all, and of course, now we've got ourselves into the game. Complexity have dropped their 3 bans in there, Twitch, Elise, and Thresh. GGU dropping a Mumu and Zed.
So the Amumu Zed ban, banning out Ladamortis' Amumu, so that, even though it's not something Ladamortis played last game, it could definitely be part of one of Complexity's larger strategies. Ladamortis is like the only Amumu player in all of the North American LCS. I think Balluno plays him a little bit over in the European LCS as well, but nothing crazy.
Ladamortis actually did play Amumu in the win against GGU back at MLG. So like the only time I remember him actually playing Amumu was actually in a win over Gigam University, so it might just be nightmares in the back of their minds. But Complexity anyway, they have first picked and stolen away Caitlyn, MatchMe's most popular AD carry.
I actually heard, I think it was someone from GGU or Complexity say, so predictable, right as they locked in Caitlyn in that situation. So this could be an edge for one of them. I know that Don't Match Me has played a ton of Caitlyn. It's been his like #1 AD carry, and Twitch is his #2. So because Complexity banned one away and they had first pick, they're going for Don't Match Me. That's their strat in this game, it seems like.
And we'll see what else he's got in that pool. Of course, we talked about Skara being kind of locked out. We'll see if that ends up happening here. Nintendude once again on the Nasus, and they've got the Twisted Fate picked up for Jinte.
And this could be really interesting because Complexity just played a game against Twisted Fate and Nasus, right? Like, why doesn't Complexity just do the strategy they did against Dignitas? Why don't they play Jason Gragas again and just kind of go with it? Because I feel like they would think that Dignitas is a better team than GGU, at least in the standings. And so far, the picks are similar. So I don't really know what Complexity is going to go with here, what strategy they've cooked up, because I'm not sure who said this so predictable, but someone is going according to plan right now.
Someone's plan certainly being inactive. You've got 8 seconds left until Complexity picks their next 2 champions. They've got a lot to look at, and you mentioned it, it's kind of looking like it.
Well, this is the strategy they wanted to do against Dignitas. When he talked to Ladamortis, he was like, well, when we ran the Gragas strat, we wanted it to be with Kha'Zix because Gragas will isolate people for Kha'Zix to go and execute. And it's looking like they're going for it, unless there's something else, and Ladamortis was just pulling our leg. But this is looking promising.
I don't know, man. That means Scumbag probably though would have played a champion twice now in the LCS, and I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Every streak has to die. Complexity's losing streak, their streak of weeks in 8th place, it's got to end some point. Maybe it'll be by probably playing 2 champions in a row.
Man, just trend breakers all day in the LCS. Though MatchMe has still clicked the Heimerdinger, that trend has not disappeared. He clicks them every single time. GGU with 18 seconds to go are looking for their next 2 pickups here, which is going to be, what, top AD and support.
Yeah, so Zion Spartan might pick Jace here, just because he's had some really good Jace games and Jinte's been playing good on TF. That would give him a large poke presence, and also the Nintendo X coming back as well. But that is completely unexpected. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Urgot. They've gone for Urgot. So there you go. We haven't seen him, I think, since week 1 and the LCS qualifiers. We got Urgot back.
All right, this is actually kind of awesome. I don't know why Urgot disappeared, actually, because every Urgot game, he seemed to be winning. He was just bullying the lane. You do, like, full bruiser comps, and you just dive into people. GGU doesn't really have a full bruiser comp because Twisted Fate can be pretty squishy. That Kale actually might be a support. Kale, I'm not entirely sure. It could go top lane because I don't see them moving around Twisted Fate in too many different places. So GGU being a little confusing and mysterious right now. We're not really sure what Complexity is going to have to pick up to go against them.
It'll be interesting. Certainly the ambiguity will help them out a little bit. Gragas and Sona are being looked at right now by Complexity. Probably, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart, Probably. Pick a different champion. I don't care if it's Gangplank, but if it's Gragas, I mean, I understand you want to win, but they're looking at Sona and Gragas right now.
It would make total sense if they go for this, because this is the strategy that they've essentially been practicing all week, because they practiced this to prepare for Dignitas, and they actually didn't even get the sweet spot strat they wanted, and they get it this time. So they don't get like the Gragas denial aspect of it that they got when they banned out Skara and then picked Gragas, but they still get the team comp that they've practiced ever so much. And I want to see what GGU does with this, because Daydreamin played support LeBlanc last week. They could really go with anything, and there it is, a Riven.
Riven top lane, so it's support Kale Nasus jungle.
So Zion Spartan will be on Riven, I believe. They're doing a lot of swapping around. unless they're just completely crazy on us, it would be the support kill, as you say. So we know what the complexity strat is, right?
Yeah,
It's the isolate with Gragas. Well, obviously the Jarvan Sonic get everyone low. They didn't have Misfortune this time, which is what was kind of key to their last strategy, but that's because they first picked Kate away from Don't Mash Me. So it's not quite perfect. And then you look at GGU, and this is about Zion Spartan trying to beat on Nick Wu. He wants to be able to beat him in that lane to shut down the Kha'Zix isolations and panic kills later in the game. Jintae's played a lot of Twisted Fate, and most importantly, the most interesting thing in this game is that Urgot kill bottom lane.
Yeah.
Can they beat out Caitlyn and Sona? Because that is a super high poke lane, and you don't get that much sustain from Kale.
It's going to be an interesting matchup overall, guys. We've got the lineups. You've seen them locked in, and this is a battle really for playoff positioning. GGU are in probably the best possible place to sit there in 5th, 6th. They've still got 5th right now, as long as they hold their record out. If they go, like, I think 4-1, they're guaranteed a playoff spot, so this could be one of those wins they're looking at here. Complexity, they're really trying for that 5-0 streak, and with Marn losing a game, they're that little bit closer to taking Marn's spot and getting their way into 6th. And that's going to be their attempt here. Both these teams really, really want to win this game.
We did talk before the week that Complexity, they got the hardest road of all. They need a lot of help. The help is starting to come, right? The first defeat was what they needed. They needed Marn to lose. They need Marn to lose again. They need Vulcun to lose. They need GGU to lose. They need to win all their games. We could be seeing the start of something great here if they can come out on top of GGU, but at the same time, GGU is riding a ridiculous hot streak. They are 4-1 in their last 5, and, you know, here we go.
Here we do go, guys. We got the teams up on your screen. Complexity in blue. I think they're wearing that color almost the entire week at this point. Certainly 2 in a row for them. GGU up in the red trunks. And Twisted Fate, thankfully, Jintae is matching the team color, so I appreciate the dedication there by him. GGU moving their way down. They're just taking separate routes kind of across the map.
And this is the same opener that Complexity did in their first game against Dignitas. They don't have the Jace Gate to like beat them to the spot in this case, but they're still going to go for it. This is honestly the strategy they practiced, and they're doing it again. They're just like, yeah, this is what we want to do. And actually, GGU was kind of mimicking what Dignitas did in the earlier game and invading the red as well. So I don't know who's going to be getting the most vision control out of this one.
So I feel like this is Complexity completely mind gaming, because they're like, Loutamortis said, like, hey, we don't want to, well, we have something planned, but we're not going to say what it is, because GGU's in the other room watching us play. And by the way, you just saw our level 1, but we're going to do the same thing, and you're not going to expect that we're going to do the same thing twice in a row.
Yeah, and then they pick generally the same team comp as well. They're just like, yeah, we're going to do the Gragas thing again with the teleport. It'll be great.
But that's the funny thing, right? He actually said what the comp was, and then you just kind of saw the picks go in, and we're like, I know what they're doing right now. And you would have expected GGU had the same idea. So the early wards have gone down. Both Wraith brushes have been warded quite a bit. Complexity have just kind of gone back to their normal spots. Riven top lane for GGU. We'll see where they send everyone else.
And there's a lot of red elixirs in this game, by the way. 7 across both of the teams. I just love the fact that we interviewed Loutamortis, and he pretty much just told us everything they're going to do in this game. It's like, yeah, MIA loves to start red elixir. I can't talk him out of it. He's just going to do it. He's doing it on Sona. I don't think any support in the LCS who's playing, like any Sona support in the LCS has started red elixir. But MIA and Brunshu are going to be trying to get some kills early. They're opting into a 2v1 in this situation. This is actually like the brute force 2v1 from both of them, because normally the 2 people go where the double golems are. This time, both of the 2-man lanes are going where the double golems aren't. So they're both kind of intentionally going against the grain.
Exactly, and Complexity have actually sent Nick Wu to fight Jintae, where probably with that teleport Gragas is just going to be kind of left alone. 5 potions, a ward on red elixir, still actually walking to the lane, doesn't have any experience yet.
Yeah, that's a little curious. I think they're worried about some jungle. They're actually making sure Loutamortis gets like an extend.
The first minion wave's out, and Nintendude is at the blue buff for himself, and you can see probably on your screen, just sharing is caring. I mean, Loutamortis said hi to everyone last game. Now he's sharing with his teammates. I mean, nice guy Loutamortis today, really.
He really likes being around people, I think. I think it shows. And one interesting thing about that is the experience share bonus you get from the lane doesn't exist in the jungle. And they are sharing so much right now. They just want to stay together.
And the Zion Spartan, though, dropped down to half health, actually has run out of potions already. Just the red elixir and a ward left, so this might not be the best place for him to be in. Brunshu, MIA have not used the red elixirs yet, but they are pushing on to this turret now as Nintendo shows up trying to stop them.
Yeah, the faster GGU can get out of this situation, the better it is for them. Riven is not a good 1v2, and Riven really has to get a lead to take advantage of the mid and early game. I almost think GGU might want to give up this turret a little earlier and just try to push the turret themselves if they want to make something happen, but I really don't know how they're going to handle this one early.
Well, Lattimortis right now looks to be getting a handle on this bottom lane. Mashmi and Daydreamin are pushed up to the turret. Probably's going to wave clear a little bit there and get help from a friend, and they will once again share some experience. Probably taking some poke from Mashmi. Those could hurt quite a bit. You're seeing their health bars get dropped a fair bit. Actually, probably getting rather hurt on this one as they clear the wave out. The turret stays alive.
That's the really good poke coming through from Daydreamin and Don't Mash Me. They didn't take any turret harassment either, so even though Lattimortis has been standing a whole bunch of time bottom lane, it's actually kind of just like a 2-1-2 strategy because they're sharing everything. They're still getting poked hard at the turret.
They are absolutely, and Zion Spartan intend to go in on a Brunch U. The knockup is there. They're going to keep moving down. Cleanse comes out from Brunch. He flashes away as well. They're going to turn right back onto Zion, but no summoners were burned by GGU in that, so advantage going to GGU.
And Complexity can't let that happen again as Complexity goes in bottom.
They find Daydreamin a bunch of pain right there. The flash has been burned, and they actually give up on that chase, so he's just going to sit there and regenerate back up.
So both of these 2v1 lanes are actually in very dangerous situations where if they get engaged on again, they are probably going to die. So if there's a Wither that lands top lane, or if there's a Prawley or knockup that lands in the bottom lane, something bad's going to happen as Don't Mash Me's going for a lot of Mortis.
Takes a bunch of pain right there, but he goes back into this with Nick Wu actually getting hit by Jinte. They've traded Ignites as well. There's just punishment everywhere in this map right now. Nick Wu does have Flash, and he takes a card to the back of the head. He's actually got a recall from this one.
Calm down, guys. There's too much happening, and we actually can't follow it right now. So just everyone, if you could just do things one at a time, we'd be able to agree with it. But if there's another Wither on Brunch U, I expect Zion Spartan to go in for a kill with potentially a flash. And in the bottom lane, Prawley's actually managed to heal up, but the red elixirs have all been spent all across the board. So there's actually 7 red elixirs currently sitting on people, 4 for Complexity and 3 for GGU.
Well, and you can see, of course, Complexity are shoving out this top lane as GGU's bottom lane recalls back. So I believe Complexity has the map control to take the first turret of the game as a minion wave pushes in. Zion Spartan is a lone 1v2. Brunchy's going to find this.
And this isn't all bad for GGU. This generally means Zion Spartan will be able to farm up a little bit. As long as they can sit with the global gold advantage that was just given and not fall too far behind, they're going to be okay with it. Zion Spartan wasn't getting anything done sitting at that turret, and he's going to use this opportunity to farm.
We'll see how much farm he can, of course, get off of this one. He's going to like to get himself into decent shape right here. Pushes in on the minion wave, shoving that one out. Probably still caught in this 1 versus 2. No help there. Has to actually run back from the slow coming out from Daydreamin. And you're just watching GGU make that same push we were seeing Complexity try at the top side of the map.
And Don't Mash Me actually has a bit of a power-up on Urgot. Like, back in Season 2 when Urgot was crazy, we didn't really have the new Tear of the Goddess or the Muramana, and we didn't have the Black Cleaver. But when Urgot actually gets to a Black Cleaver and a Muramana, he goes absolutely crazy. He gets a full shred from the Black Cleaver with 1 E landing on a target because it's physical damage that ticks every, like, quarter or half second. And then the Muramana also applies on his heat-seeking Qs. So it's actually, Don't Mash Me is happy farming off early, and it doesn't matter that he doesn't have kills on Urgot.
And this could be pretty scary, though. You're watching GGU have to react now to a mid-lane push by Complexity. They sent Nick Wood to the top lane to catch up the farm. Probably's there as well. But Brunchy and Lattimortis and co have actually pulled GGU's old bottom lane over to defend this.
To Complexity because they're the ones that are running with just the 1 tank all the time. GGU is somewhat running with the same strategy since Riven is kind of a bit of a just assassin-y AD. I don't even know what to call her.
More fighter than
She's
tank.
a fighter. She's a fighter, not a tank. And I do like that both of the junglers are getting a lot of experience because I do think it benefits both teams.
Well, there you can see Jinte is actually going to keep the side lane push from going anywhere. We'll see how these tanks scale up throughout the game as well. Nick Wu is now heads up. So for once, we've got almost normal lane matchups. We've got 2 top laners in the top lane. And Nick Wu is shoving.
Nick Wu's just trying to farm out. And so far, Complexity's gold lead is pretty much just the 750 gold they got from the turret. Lattimortis will be passing this blue buff off on a Prawley, and Jinte's TF ultimate has not been a factor. He's farmed quite well on it as well, but all the lanes are somewhat even. I'd say GGU has the slight edge in farm, but we really haven't seen this game begin yet.
Yeah, as far as heads-up comparisons go, the 2 1v2ers, slight lead for Gragas overall. We'll see where this ends up mashing out to. Prawley is trilling up in this mid lane. Zion Spartan once again farming up from the top.
And this is where Complexity is going to try to make a bit of a move because they're trying to get more turrets pushed down while preserving all of their own. And that is really the advantage of Caitlyn over Urgot. Caitlyn shoves way faster than Urgot, and the overall map pressure actually from everyone on Complexity is really high. Gragas clears lanes great, Nick Wu clears lanes great, and Caitlyn just crushes through, whereas GGU can't quite keep up. They have decent wave clear, but they will be generally pushing their turrets, which allows Complexity to roam around and try to make a few more plays as we see 5 of them down towards the dragon area, maybe trying to catch someone out.
So is this going to be theirs to try to, are they going to try to control Dragon at this point, or are they still playing the push game?
I feel like they're still playing the push game because they have wards in the Dragon River, but they're mainly pushed up into GGU's jungle because they're trying to track their rotations. So they're really just trying to get free damage on turrets and catch them in between farming windows so they can get more gold generated. Like Prawley getting that free farm despite being in a 2v1 the whole time. He's now at 63 minion kills. So it's like he was farming fine the whole time. It's because Complexity's trying to outpressure and rotate more so than I think taking the Dragon straight off the bat.
Oh, Nintendo just stole away the blue buff. The wildcards came out from Jintei, but it actually went to Nintendo the last second. Jintei hit that a little bit too early, and I think the Lizard buff or something managed to steal that one away, so not quite what they wanted.
It's weird because his smite's actually on cooldown. I wonder if Nintendo Dex actually used that intentionally. He smote early to try to get it down, and then they just didn't quite steal that away. So, you know, a little bit unfortunate. That actually hurts them a bit more because Jintei needs to be able to shove out by just spamming wildcards, and if that's now mana-gated, it's going to be much more difficult for him to do.
Meanwhile, of course, you're seeing Prawley with that shiny blue buff. So pretty with that. Nice colors right there. Just kind of shoving the minion waves out. And Mashmi is forced just to defend his own turret and spend a lot of time defending right there. Jintei is wave clearing, but he's down to a half mana bar right now.
And I think Complexity is fine keeping this status quo going. With the teamfight strategy that they want to pull off, they're going to wait until they power up so they can actually get everyone low and then have Nick Wu combo them down. As we see the Jintei ultimate, not sure where he's gone planned with that.
He was looking for an attempt somewhere, and then just Nick Wu just kind of ran away from Zion Spartan. Looks like no kills were available on that one. Brunchy re-shoving up in this mid lane, and Nintendo just sitting there trying to wave clear to keep that from going, and you're just seeing, this feels like Complexity. I've seen this so many times. They're like pushing turrets and they don't quite have anything happen, but they keep pushing anyway.
And they don't have a huge early game advantage. Like, they've actually jumped out to a lot of them this time. The red elixirs have all calmed down. No one's like, I don't think anyone's re-red elixired yet this game. I'm looking across everyone on Complexity. None of them have it. No one on GGU has it either. So we've almost reached a bit of a lull. There was the one turret traded, and GGU wasn't able to get back at them. So Complexity is winning this map pressure ever so slightly. And I don't know if GGU's got something combated.
Well, right now the bottom lane is getting combated pretty hard there. Complexity doing a bunch of damage, that down to 1/3 health of that turret. It's looking pretty good. However, Nintendo is waiting around in the wings to support Don't Mash Me. Will they go in for much? Just the Spirit Fire. Nick Wu, though, and Zion Spartan in a duel on the top lane. They're going all into this one. The Otis pops. Zion Spartan taking so much damage. The flash comes out. Nick Wu picks up first blood.
And there it is for Complexity. Wow, just with 2 longswords, he just out-brawls Zion Spartan. He got the isolations and then just used his ult to just move around Zion Spartan in the right way. That's big for their overall pressure. Jintei didn't have a Twisted Fate ultimate, so he was able to push with impunity. And now it's just a matter of Complexity continuing the farm game.
And, well, it's probably pushing down this bottom lane. We've seen him do this so much before. Double Doran's ring, 90 minions, and going for that pressure. Mashmi trying to shield up some of that damage, but still getting pressured.
And look now, Lauda Mortis down, pops the flag for the increased attack speed. And even though they're taking harass, this might be turret 2.
It's going to be close. Actually, wow, in the mid lane, Jintei explodes as Nick Wu shows up. The crescendo from MIA and the ult from Brenchiu both used as well to combo that down. That bottom turret did fall. 2 kills to
them not having pink ward control. They're going straight up for this dragon.
They're completely in vision of GGU, but they're actually afraid of this one. They're actually backing out. Probably not going to look for the pressure right here. So 5v3, and they run from Good Game University.
And I actually wonder if GGU is going to try to 3-man this dragon. We could see a huge point of contention here. Looks like they're both just going to back up. I want to point out Daydreamin actually maxed Q on support Kale, so that one Q he threw on just trucked at the start of that fight, and was one of the big reasons they pushed Complexity off the dragon.
Well, apparently a very good skilling choice there by Daydream. And of course, this was the guy who played support LeBlanc just a week ago.
Yeah.
And it worked for him, so certainly the guy knows what's going on to a certain extent. And there is GG making a counter push in this mid lane. That mid turret down to half health, and they are not slowing shines. They're slowing. Oh my gosh, the damage! Zion Spartan forced to flash, gets the KO as well, but there comes the dunk from Lauda Mortis. He's not quite in turret range though. He's going to make his way out of this one. No more damage will go into Zion Spartan.
And we just saw one of the interactions we're going to be seeing a lot of this game where they isolate the one target and then they try to have Kha'Zix go in and get him. But what GGU had is they had the intervention. So we're actually going to see them isolating a target, and then it's going to be kind of a battle of, are they going to dump the damage on a Kale ult the target, or is their composition actually going to work? Because that is a nice interaction for GGU if they play it right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Kale ult was changed in the 3.5 balance patch to have shorter range.
You are correct in that, sir. It's no longer like off-screen large, but it's still, I believe, 900 range. So he has to position himself a little bit better. He has to put himself in a little bit more harm's way. And if he gets knocked in the wrong way, he won't be able to pull that off. But he was close enough in that situation to make it happen.
Okay, so we'll see how that ends up panning out in these fights. Probably shockingly enough, is split pushing. Well, I mean, I say split pushing. He's like in the mid lane in the middle of the map, but he is by himself farming up with barrels. 109 minions on him. Nick Wu, an incredibly impressive score as well with 118. So all of the major threats for Complexity have broken 100 minions so far.
And it's the lane shoving that Complexity has been doing. All these lanes are consistently at the turrets of GGU, and that means GGU is losing some to the turret. They're not able to get everything. Since they're pushed up so much, Complexity is free to kind of take the jungle that they want, right? And they've killed the extra turrets. They're all just kind of free farming. There's nothing stopping BrunchU from getting absolutely every single one, and they're just making sure that they outshove GGU so that Jinte doesn't go and make plays happen with TF.
We'll see if he ends up making those plays, though. Of course, the Dragon is gone. No, sorry, the Dragon is not gone. No one actually went for it right now. Is Complexity just going to keep literally shoving the entire game, or will they look for Dragons with this gold advantage they have?
It would make sense if they go for Dragon pretty soon, but they got to make sure that they don't like tunnel vision on it too hard. The Nasus will be very powerful in the Dragon fight if Zion Spartan gets going. Like, this is the mid-game spike that Zion Spartan needs to take advantage of. Does look like Complexity is going to be going for it big, but they have to be very careful because it would be a 4-on-4 if they go for it, and they don't have the Nick Wu bouncy bounce yet because he's not, well, he is level 11, but he's not there.
Well, let's see. A lot of one is actually escaping away from the Dragon Pit right now, and probably aggro's Dragon, so don't mash me, forced to run away. But then he puts a ward down, and Dragon turns around. Got a little bit more damage there. Let's see where they end up going. Certainly some wards in a lot of different locations. Complexity goes back for this mid lane right here. Laudamortis zoning out with just a flag toss, and they're doing a lot of damage. His turret down below half health. BrunchU is still putting out some pain, and they will now back off, but that turret is dangerously low.
But look at the top lane, because Nick Wu was able to shove that out while Complexity was kind of daring around Baron. Is just pushing freely, and GGU doesn't want to send someone up there because they know that now Complexity has enough people down that they could 5v4 Dragon. So this is just tactical shoving by Complexity, working out for them quite well.
Laudamortis with an Oracle has just swept out the wards from Dragon. So this is now under Complexity's control. This map is kind of theirs to own in this bottom half. As they shove out the mid lane, they go into the darkness. Will GG look to stop anything here? They ping. They're actually waiting in a brush right here. MA puts a ward down, probably once again tries to shove out this mid lane, and Nick Wu, Laudamortis are dueling Dragon right here.
And it's that early Oracles investment for Laudamortis that might pay off. You spend 400 for the Oracles, you get 975 for the Dragon. They knew that they were stronger, and they knew that GGU didn't want to face check into a potential Sona and Gragasalt and just combo everyone dead. Plus, there was the wave pushing in the top lane that Zion Spartan had to go clean out. That was great play by Complexity, and they're going in now, maybe for turret number 3.
They hit the knock-up on a Daydream and didn't even pull aggro because the knock-up itself doesn't even deal damage. The turret goes down 2-0 in kills, 3-0 in turrets, and Complexity have built a 4,000 gold lead in game number 3 of Super Week.
And it's mostly in objectives, right? Because it's 3 turrets, which is 2250 gold, and the Dragon, which is 975. So I think the math almost checks out. I think there's about 800 minion kills worth of gold left in there, but it is just a matter of map pressure and barely the team fights because there's only been the 2 kills in 17 minutes, Freak.
They've certainly been playing the map objective game, and kind of like the TSM match against Marn, people look for turret kills a whole heck of a lot. They had a couple more champion kills, to be fair, but certainly these guys are playing the map more than anything else. BrunchU trying to get himself through the game. Zion Spartan trying to farm up as well. Jat, we're now 18 minutes in, and Complexity just seem to be making all the moves still.
They really are, and I think the GGU might be waiting on a few items, right? Like, Don't Mash Me's got 500 of the 750. Both of them are kind of waiting on the big items, right? BrunchU looks like he's going for the Infinity Edge. They probably don't want to have a big fight before that happens. There was just the Death Cap completion on a Prawley because he finished that one off. I mean, Prawley's 1,000 gold up on Jinte, as we just saw in that last 5,400 to 4,400. So, like, this is an accumulating lead that Complexity is happy building.
And they are certainly building it up, of course. The brick by brick and gold piece by gold piece, they are going up in this game right here. We've got a while to the next Dragon, though, and the only turrets available are now one more wave in. Nick Wu, though, is up in Zion Spartan's territory here. Recalling in the brush, but he might just jump in on something. He's still spotting that one out, lurking in the shadows. Zion goes back to the right, and he's recalling Nick Wu. He sees him, doesn't want to go for it, though.
The patience of Nick Wu kicking in. I mean, if he would have went for it, I believe Jinte could have ulted him and probably ended up getting a kill. So yeah, he was really just waiting until he went back so he could free farm the wave and then shove it in a bit more and just kind of keep the pressure up. Prawley's farming the bottom lane, Nick Wu's farming the top lane, and then the middle lane just seems to be BrunchU spamming Piltover Peacemakers. He's gotten his Infinity Edge at this point, so Complexity does seem a little comfortable in this situation, and they might be a little bit more relaxed after finally closing that win against Dignitas. They're probably confident that they can do it again against GGU.
See, that ends up being the case, of course. They're certainly doing a much better job than they were a week ago in closing late game battles out, as they actually have done so far today. The Zion Spartan is just trying to play the farm game and catch up with his opponents. He's not having... Ooh, Nick Wu stole that one.
69 gold for that one. The big double golem gives a lot of money near the end of the, like near even 20 minutes of the game here. He's going to be going for that Merman as well. He's still sitting on a bunch of items on Kazakhs, but they have a lot of advantages here.
They do. They've got the entire map controlled. I mean, what's the next advantage they look for here, though?
It may just be another pick kill or just avoiding the Twisted Fate ultimate since MIA has to flash away. Wow!
Beautiful crescendo. Oh my gosh, MIA just lands that one. They trade ult for ult, but now Latimortis might be looking for something. And the wither comes off from Nintendo. They might be going back in. Latimortis down to half. There's the explosive cast. They've isolated quite a few. Who's going to go take the damage right here? Nintendo down dangerously low. They're not committing too hard. There comes a lot of pain in. The flash out. There's the swap in as well. Who's going to take the damage? Efforts are getting traded out. Daydream will fall. 1 for 0 so far. Mashme kind of alone. Takes a slow. Takes another slow. 2 kills for nothing. Probably making that one happen. 4-0 for Complexity.
It all started with that awesome crescendo by MIA, completely shutting down the Twisted Fate threat, and then Prawley landed an amazing explosive cast on pretty much everyone, got them low. Nick Wu chased well and patiently, and there was a lot of ways that Complexity could have overcommitted there, but they didn't, and they picked up 2 kills because of it.
And a turret as well, so 4-0 in kills, 4-0 in turrets. I wish it were a 4,000 gold lead, but no, it's 6,000 instead, making those numbers not line up anymore, but Complexity looking very good.
And it is just the team comp coming together. You can tell it's practice. They have an aura item as well on Latimortis. Nintendo Dex is far, well, not that far away from Locket of the Ion Solari, but again, it's going to be that, is the Aegis better or is the Locket of the Ion Solari better? The general consensus of the pros is it's the Locket, but Latimortis thinks otherwise.
He does so far, and we'll see that Nintendo, though, has led his team to their first turret kill of the game, so they are on that upper scoreboard now. Great counter push picked up by them. Brunchy with the Infinity Edge just pushing that lane back.
He's going to have a lot of gold, actually, right now. He's sitting at 1,100. Prawley's sitting at 1,700 as well. Nick Wu's sitting at 1,700. There's a lot of shopping that Complexity is going to be able to do pretty shortly, and then kind of go for the next big play. At this point, since they're like 5,000 or 6,000 gold ahead, this is where they were in the Dignitas game, actually, and this is where they got a free dragon and then overcommitted and lost a fight at Blue Buff. I don't think that's going to happen again. They're probably just going to go take the free dragon and then make sure they don't overcommit, because Complexity is playing really well in this game.
They really are. They haven't even warded Blue Buff this time, so it seems they have learned that lesson. You're like, you know what? Blue Buff, not our favorite place to fight a battle. We'll back off on this one for now. Mashme is still in his bottom lane. That Manamune, right, it's getting closer. It's at 700 of 750, so you mentioned that being a key break point. He's getting close to that one here. The dragon, like you said, coming up very, very soon.
And it's really going to be tricky for Don't Match Me in these fights, because the older guy was able to go like really tanky, and the Merman and Black Cleaver is actually kind of a damager god, so he can't do the all-out, like, I'm going to swap into the team and just tank you as I assassinate your AD carry, right? Because the old Urgot was an AD carry assassin first and foremost. At this point, he's just trying to do a bunch of DPS as well as killing the AD carry, so I don't know if he's going to be able to get involved because of the amount of damage that Complexity throws out, and the fact that they just want to kill one and then kill the next and the next and the next. So teamfights are a very tricky situation for GGU. They do have some of the items they want, but I don't think they have the overall strength.
Well, Dragon is up. GGU has a ward on it. They are nearby, so right now it seems like Complexity get away cleanly. Yes, they will.
So Nintendo Dex, I thought he was going in for blood right there, and he's like, nah, I didn't get the smite still. I'm going to see you guys later. I don't want to fight you. And I think that was the smart choice for GGU. I think if they would have fought, Complexity probably would have cleaned house on them there. And now it's just a matter of that's yet another global advantage for them. Twisted Fate ult actually goes off because they were worried that Complexity went straight for Baron. Now that pressure is gone as well, so Complexity should have free reign with that Oracles on MIA.
He doesn't actually sweep that last bit of the ward. They're actually afraid of checking in the brush again. Going to back out and let GGU have vision. They do spot the wraiths being taken here by Jinte. French Yu being prioritized, or he's been prioritized for farm up in the top lane. 183 on him, still skilling throughout the game.
It's a matter now of where is the game going to come from GGU, because they pretty much have to wait for Complexity to overcommit. It's almost like they have to hope that Complexity fails their assassination combo into like a beautiful day-driven intervention while Nintendo Dex is in like a perfect position, because they don't have the same tools that Complexity has for starting team fights, right? They just have the Urgot ult. They just have maybe a Twisted Fate stun card. It's not like that game we just saw between TSM and Marn where everyone had like crazy initiation tools. It's like Complexity has the initiation tools, and GGU just kind of has to hope for the right situation.
I mean, where would that even come from? Do they bait a Baron or a Dragon or something?
At this point, I think GGU has to hope that Complexity tries a bad Baron or a bad turret dive, and something could happen here, right? Like if Don't Match Me were to ult a priority target into the turret while Prawley was in this lane, even though Prawley has teleport, the fight may be over by the time it actually matters. But for now, GGU's in a bad situation because Jintae's got to go all the way over here to shut down Prawley, even though he doesn't have his Destiny out.
And you can see just Prawley just going over and over and over again, hitting that turret down. Actually, might just want to stay for that one. He actually backs off. He's afraid of getting jumped on, so lets the minions do most of the talking for him. Stays around, but he's not looking for the turret himself.
He's got the presence here, though, so I think he'll get it eventually. He knows Jintae wants to cheat back pretty quickly, and he's probably waiting for a moment to, like, just try to burst him down. You look at Prawley's items, and he can destroy Jintae right now. Jintae has no health. He's got an armor item in the Seeker's Arm Guard, and he's actually going back towards the team. So now Prawley knew that by hiding for a while, Jintae was probably going to give up that turret because he wants to be with his team, and he's going to get that free turret.
Looks like that turret is going to be his. Probably, there's the barrel, 85 gold for him. That turret's going to go down. Complexity will find their 5th turret, and now they're disengaging. That slow coming out from Nick Wu stopped Zion Spartan in his tracks. 4-0, 5-1 in turrets, and Prawley is right back here on that right-hand side lane. This is Complexity to a T.
25 minutes, 46 seconds. Have they finally learned how to finish games? Because this has been a flawless performance for them so far. 26 minutes without a death. They've only lost 1 turret. They haven't given up any dragons. I don't think they lost a jungle camp to the enemy team. Probably stealing the blue buff at this point. They are really on point right now, and GGU has to come up with something miraculous.
We'll see if that miracle can come in. Maybe some divine intervention. Nick Wu is going to be stealing away the red buff. So yes, the jungle is theirs to control. Giga University just trying to control their own turret right here, but they're losing grip on it right now. They eat up a Caitlyn trap. GGU still waiting for that bad engage.
And it's not coming. I mean, Prawley is showing a lot of patience. Complexity is showing a lot of patience. They showed a lot of patience against Dignitas in their first game as well. Like, this is a practice strat they're coming in with this weekend. Prawley's spent the whole week playing Gragas, and he's just split pushing to his heart's content. He's got 252 minion kills on Gragas in 26 minutes. Like, that is an absurd number. He's 3,000 gold ahead of his lane mate in Jintae. Like, this is great for Complexity.
Absolutely is great for them. You're seeing Prawley, I mean, I feel like this is his home territory. He's been on that side of the map so much in our games overall. I see him in that stretch of land like 90% of the games. He's there killing things with barrels or howling gales or whatnot, and just farming. No one quite stopping him. Lattimore had to run away from that one, though, getting a little bit caught out. Jintae once again locking that gold card, but he's down to half mana. Those golem steals are actually affecting GGU a little bit.
And I think that would have been GGU's opportunity to maybe try something. They didn't want to because Zion Spartan had went bottom and it was a potential 4v5 because Prawley could have teleported in. But getting a pick in that situation would have been good. And again, Jintae had to burn his Destiny because when Complexity fell back, GGU didn't have vision of the Baron area and was worried that they were going to do that again. So this is just a lot of pressure on GGU just overall, and they're not responding to it that well.
They seem to not be right now. I'm actually thinking back to, I want to say it was actually GGU Complexity back early on, and they had Mash Me on Ezreal, who just sat there fighting Nick Wu in the bottom lane for like 20 minutes, just farming back and forth. And they stopped the Nick Wu split push for like ever. Actually, that might have been Psycho Sid in retrospect.
That was definitely a Vulcun game, but I've seen GGU stall up before and get their AD carry really farmed. This time it's an Urgot, so we haven't seen enough Urgot to really know his like crazy late game scaling. He does a lot of individual damage, but I don't think he scales like a 6-item Ezreal would. So it is a matter of GGU holding on, and it's not even like they're split pushing with Don't Match Me. They're split pushing with Riven and Jintae, and even though Riven scales okay, it's a mid-game scale, and Twisted Fate is so far behind that even if he's trading farm, it's not going to let him catch up. So GGU doesn't have the same circumstances that allowed them that comeback way back in week 2.
Well, it's 8,000 gold down. They found MIA finally. They're looking for the pressure here. The crescendo comes across. He's forced to flash as well. A lot of cooldowns are gone, and here comes the teleport in from Gragas. He is going to show up there. So looks like probably White want to start a battle here. They've got GG pushing down the mid lane. Lattimore wants to start a fight. They're going to go in quite possibly. The Q comes out. Nintendo down to half health. Gets a haste in. There's Jintae off on the side as well. Zion Spartan finds a stun. They're not quite getting the battle started that they want, though. A little bit of damage on all sides. Mash Me now in front. Complexity, can they start a battle? They're still looking for something. Nick Wu pops his stealth, lands a slow for his W. There's the dunk. Mash Me forced to flash away. They're still getting hasted back and forth. Nick Wu's still looking for 2 kills for Zion Spartan. They traded one back. Nick Wu gets one. He's looking for Jinte. Jinte might go down. Nick Wu finds it. Double kill. Everyone on GGU has fallen.
Triple kill for Nick Wu, but they did lose 3. There were 8 total deaths in that fight, and that was a complexity fight without Crescendo. It was a very awkward initiation. It just kind of poked and prodded at GGU as they were moving out the lane, but Nick Wu did get a couple resets. They got enough damage out in that fight that they got the ace, and now they're able to push turrets because of where the fight happened.
And this first turret is going to go down. They've still got 8 seconds before anyone is back from GGU. This is going to be their inhibitor. MEA low on health and mana, doesn't contribute a heck of a lot. Just keeps that Q aura on, gives Nick Wu some damage. And that is the first inhibitor going down just over 30 minutes.
Gotta say, even though that was a sloppy fight for Complexity, it's just showed how far they were actually ahead. No Crescendo, probably got picked off early, and still 5 for 3 with enough time left over to finish an inhibitor. And now I feel like Nick Wu might try to drive by this dragon. It's a little risky because GGU will be able to run down, but he also kills it pretty fast. There's a TF ult that's gonna actually scare them. I wonder if he's gonna go for MIA.
You notice that MIA and Nick Wu stand on top of each other. Buddy system holding hands. Complexity, the friendly team here, just trying to make sure that they cross the street safely, looking both ways. GGU, though, that's going to be their dragon actually right now. This is going to be their first really major objective of the game, aside from that one middle turret they got a while ago.
All right, so they finally make that good play back. Little bit of gold will help, but they haven't been able to shop and get any of that happening. MAS went back to base. His Crescendo's back up now. And if Complexity can get a refresher of what they had last time, I think they're really just waiting for GGU to kind of cross the river, and then they're going to chase them down. Or they're just going to go straight for the Baron because they know Jinte used his Twisted Fate ultimate to scout Dragon, so GGU is completely blind in this situation.
They have absolutely no vision, but the wards from Complexity are there, and they see GGU nearby. Nope, that's going to be Baron Nashor picked up, probably lands some harass, and look at Prunchy just shooting some bullets from across the wall. Does not quite last hit that ward, but not exactly important. Baron Nashor, of course, is dead, and now Complexity will wave clear top lane.
And it might be dive time pretty soon for these guys. I know that Nick Wu is sitting on 2,500 gold because I don't actually think he's been back to base since his triple kill because of all the action that's happened, but they know they have the Baron. They know that GGU's actually spread up around the map. They see Zion Spartan pushing the bottom lane. Complexity's going to roll through at least one turret here.
Well, Zion Spartan does have Guardian Angel, so the split push has given him at least something to farm out here. There's the 7th turret kill of the game, looking for inhibitor turret number 2, all 5 strong, all 5 with Baron buff. They've all got about 1,000 gold apiece, but they don't care so much. They want to get this structure down. Lattimortis taking damage in the front.
And Zion Spartan still hasn't made it back to base. He finally teleported back, but that's not before half the turret went down. Maybe Complexity will go back here because Zion Spartan home guarded in, but you can see GGU is potting up. They have 2 Elixirs of Fortitude ready to be consumed. They cannot lose this second inhibitor, especially against a Baron team if they want to stay in this game. It is just so hard to hold against a Baron team with the initiation potential of Complexity.
They are trying to hold on right now. Complexity milling up right here in the front. This turret hasn't taken any damage this wave right now, but a giant minion wave has shown up in the mid lane, though. It's actually Lattimortis just diving right in, wanting to put some pressure down. There comes the ult from Gragas, trying to pin them down. Nintendo down to half health, only about 1,100 health on him. Zion Spartan forced to run back. There's actually initiation onto Lattimortis. He's taking a bit of pain right here. Zion, though, down below 1,000 himself. The counterattack damage from Complexity is massively high.
There's actually 8,000 unspent gold on Complexity right now, so they're actually pretty much fighting with Baron buff as their main advantage. It doesn't matter, though, as they get the next inhibitor exposed, and they might fall back or just wait for the Baron regen to hold them and then go for more.
We saw Twisted Fate just take a shot for his support Daydream at the last second there. Daydream didn't flinch, didn't pop his ultimate. New TF would block that one out. And you've now seen 8 turrets go down. So a 10,000 gold lead. They'll actually spend the money this time around as Probably steals away another blue buff. And GGU left to pick up the scraps of their base.
And here's the great thing for Complexity. They made that push with the 8,000 unspent gold, but they did it so quickly after the Baron buff that they're probably going to get 2 pushes out of this Baron. Usually teams only get 1. This push is going to be substantially more potent, and since they've already exposed 2 inhibitors, and the 3rd inhibitor turret is already below half health, Complexity might just walk in and take what's theirs.
And they might just be theirs indeed. Lattimortis is shoving up this mid lane. They're looking for the 2nd Baron push that you mentioned. He's trying to make the way for his team. Blue buff being taken over by Nick Wu in the left-hand side. He's got that one cleanly. Brunchu has a fresh red buff. He's clearing out the Wraiths, as Doublelift would, and they're moving on towards his mid lane. Complexity have grouped up. Of course, there is no turret here to stop them, and they want this base.
And I don't know what GGU can do enough, but this is a very large lead, especially when you factor in the stats from Baron as they got just under a minute left on it. Complexity going to try to walk in and get this inhibitor. I don't know if GGU is going to try to hold, but if they do, they have to initiate hard.
Well, the Spirit Fire comes off. They try to slow down Complexity a little bit. They're going to move on. You can see the inhibitor right there in the middle of your screen. Lattimortis up in the front, pops his shield. Don't Mash Me, looking for damage on the side. Doesn't find anything just yet. Barrel comes out, will wave clear, minions do show up. Zion Spartan in the front, Intended also dropped down below half health. Lattimortis still in the front, Complexity still trying to take the base apart, and GG will not fight them for this. 2 inhibitors down, and of course they can move right on down to the rest of the map. The bottom lane inhibitor has just respawned, and Complexity are directly on top of it, all ready to kill this one off. Home Guard comes in, GG are going to look for a fight. Zion Spartan tries to go in, but they've all been slowed down. Complexity disengages beautifully. Find a little bit of damage on a Mash Me. They don't quite get the inhibitor. Will they go back? Nick Wu in the front. Pops the W. More damage coming in from Caitlyn. 1 shot to go. Finds the inhibitor. 2 down. They've got no Baron buff left, but they've got super minions flooding the base.
Complexity is just poking so well in those situations. You could tell GGU wanted to fight, and Complexity was just making it so suicidal that GGU ended up giving up 2 inhibitors. They poked back really well. The Gragas barrels plus the Void Spikes from Nick Wu were just perfect. And this is actually a push without a Baron, so if ever there was a fight from GGU, it would be here.
It's almost got to be. They've got minions flooding in the other sides of their base directly on top of the Nexus turrets right now. It's just getting beaten down by super minions. Good Game University, Don't Mash Me, trying to push down onto Lattimortis. He's regenerating, though, some of that health. The turret down below 500 is just getting hit more and more and more. Here comes Complexity moving in on the fight. The stun comes out. There's the ult from TF as well. Lattimortis getting chunked out. He might go down, but Crescendo comes across 3. 1 kill, 2 kills picked up. They're still moving around. The hops coming out from Nick Wu. He's finding kill after kill. GA pop from Zion Spartan. Mashpee finds the kill. Jintae's still alive. Mashpee goes down. Zion Spartan is going to try to pick up what he can. He's going to look for Brunch Yu. No, quadra kill for Brunch Yu. He's got everybody, every name. The ace picked up. The Nexus turret's going down. Complexity 2-0 so far in the day.
Such an impressive win for them. They started off the day beating Dignitas, and this is their last game of the day. They beat GGU. 36 minutes and like total control the whole game, Freak. This Nexus is going down.
The Nexus is going to fall off. That is Complexity. Again, 2-0 on the week. They have started their Super Wednesday awesomely. They move on to Thursday and Friday and look for that 5-0.
Fist bumps coming out from Prawley and Lattimortis. I mean, they needed the miracle coming into this week. They got 3 more games left if they want a 5-0, and maybe they'll just get the help they need if some other teams cooperate and lose a few games for them. If they could come back from 2 games down in the last week and make the playoffs, it would be such a crazy story.
That would be an impressive story. And you just saw Marn lost a game, GGU lost a game at the hands of Complexity. Certainly, it's looking like their fates just might be shaping up.
It's going to be so tight to see because, you know, Complexity, when they picked up Prawley, it seemed like they immediately had more energy. But they hadn't turned it into success, right? They won a couple big games, but they were overall 2-3. They couldn't close. So far in these 2 games, Dignitas, one of the hardest teams to close against, they were able to beat them. GGU, actually a pretty hard team to close out as well because a lot of their wins have been come from behind, and they just rolled through them at the end of the game. That was great stuff by Complexity, and they should have a lot of confidence rolling into the next 2 days of Super Week.
Yeah, they have looked absolutely amazingly. Now, guys, I want to show you guys one of those replays, though, the team fight where they burned the Sona ult early on and still came through for the ace. Jad, if you want to take us through that fight.
This was one of the strangest fights of the game because they were chasing through for so long. You can see Nick Wu's poking him, Prawley's poking him. GGU kind of wants to counter-initiate because they know he doesn't have his ultimate, but it's kind of like, well, we don't really want to go all in because then Gragas is going to split us. GGU is super mindful of the potential isolation from the Gragas, and they will kill out the first target that happens. They actually isolate Don't Mash Me right here when the flash happens, and then Complexity says, hey, Don't Mash Me's still there. They all run for him. This is when the Kale ult hits, and they actually dump a bunch of damage onto a Kale ult to Don't Mash Me. They waste a bunch. Prawley's also out of position, so he goes down. But even with all the sloppiness from Complexity, Nick Wu comes in from the back with Kha'Zix. He's able to jump all over the place. Brunch Yu did a bunch of damage despite being finished off by, I believe, an Ignite at the end, and Nick Wu just finished off at the end with a triple kill. So that was like a very telling fight for who was actually ahead in that game, and Complexity had confidence after that they could win the rest of the game.
Nick Wu absolutely played amazingly in that battle, guys. That was an amazing fight by Complexity, looking to keep their playoff hopes alive here. When we come back, we're going to have Prawley and Nick Wu to talk about their unbelievable 2-0 start. Plus, Kobe will dissect some of the key plays of the day so far. Don't go anywhere. There's tons more action coming up right after this.
I see what you mean. Welcome back, everybody. I am Jat, joined by the victorious Nick Wu and Prawley, who are now 2-0 so far on Super Week. Coming into this week, you guys need a lot of help and also a really good performance. How's the first day been going for you so far?
The first day's been going fantastic, as you can see, 2-0, and one of them against Dignitas. It's been going great.
Were you expecting to be able to beat Dignitas, and was that like, we talked with Mortis a little bit about it, did that game go pretty much exactly as planned?
Yeah, I think the game went pretty well planned. We had our bans and picks out, and things kind of went accordingly, and yeah, everything just went well.
And Prawley, you played the same champion 2 games in a row, but it paid off in victory. Was that worth it?
Not really. I should have played Timo or Mordekaiser. That's whatever.
Yeah, and then you could have pulled off the Mordekaiser Kha'Zix strat, where you just kill the first one and then get the clone.
Yeah, that's what we should have done, but whatever. I guess we won.
I guess you won. You're going to have to deal with that. Coming in, like, are you guys really trying to vie for that 6th playoff spot, or are you just kind of content with your fate of not making it? Like, what if you don't make it? What happens then?
Well, we're not planning on not making it yet. But yeah, we're trying to contend for our best possible chance. I'm pretty sure 7th place would suffice, but 6th would be the best, obviously. So we're just going to try to win all of our games and hope the other bottom 4 start losing.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking right now. It's very confident. And in that last game, I heard someone call out when the first pick Caitlyn happened. It's like, oh, so predictable. Was that you guys, or was that the other team? If you didn't say it, it was definitely the other team.
I don't think we would say it's predictable that we pick our own first pick champ, because of course it's predictable. It's our pick. So that definitely wasn't us.
All right, then. Well, you did deny Don't Match Me, the Caitlyn, and the Twitch coming into the game. Was that part of your strategy? And I also know you guys played like the Isolation Gragas Kha'Zix comp that you had planned in the first game in the second game. Totally as planned?
Yeah. Well, the Dignitas, we had played that comp before, and we wanted that against Dignitas, but it didn't happen, so we just dealt with it. And then we got it this game, and we were like, well, we've been practicing this, and it worked versus Dig. Well, let's see how it works this time.
Awesome stuff. And I know as soon as you joined the team, Prawley, it seemed like all of Complexity just kind of had more energy. But in the previous 2 weeks, your overall record was 2-3, right? So you hadn't really transitioned it into crazy success. Now you've won the first 2 games. Is something changed now that you've been on the team for longer?
I think what's changed in general is that our practice is more, I guess I'd say, serious, more rigorous in terms of how much more we play and how much we actually try to get out of it. And I think that's what's been really helping us pull out these victories.
Have you been doing anything interesting to try to end games more? Because you guys have always been able to come out early in games, but you had trouble ending them.
Yeah, just kind of watch replays to kind of fix that. I mean, we have a lot of replays that we watch, and that's kind of the best way to figure it out. Because like in the moment, it's really hard to sit and calm your emotions and calculate how to win this. So you pretty much have to watch your replays, and that's what we did. We watched them, and when you're watching them, you're like chilled. So we're just like chilled watching replays, and we're like, why aren't we just doing this? This is a way better idea. So that's what we did today.
It's awesome stuff. So you've probably prepared strategies for then almost every single team. How have you prepared so many different strategies? Because you said you kind of have like a unique strategy in every game. You play a different champion every game except for one. How do you prepare that much for Super Week in such a short amount of time?
Well, it takes all your time. Like, you really have to put all in, and that's what we do. We wake up usually earlier, and we just get right to playing. And then as we play, we always focus on what to do to get better. We're not playing just to play. We're playing really just to look at how we play and then expand on that.
Well, thank you very much, Nick Wu and Prawley. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory today. I know you guys need a little bit of help to get into the playoffs, but you're definitely off to a great start, and I hope you can continue your success. Great champion picks by Prawley. I love the fact that Nick Wu's expanded his champion pool. But for now, we have Kobe24 on the telestrator to break down 2 plays from the first game Complexity played against Dignitas.
All right, thanks, Chat. I'd like to welcome everyone now to Hook City, the LCS edition. Your tour for this guide is going to be, or your tour guide is going to be MIA, Complexity Support here. He does a really nice thing here where he charges up his death sentence and then flashes over this minion to gain the distance to QtPie, so QtPie has no time to react. This isn't even the first blood that MIA already got by landing a death sentence onto Patoy. So let's run this in 50% speed so we can see it in action. He's gonna step out of this bush slightly, so they'll have vision. And look at the animation here, it starts, and there's the flash over the minion, no time. Now let's pause it here. QtPie, now they're both gonna be rewarded with kills. Just great play on both people's part right here. Let's finish out the clip. See everyone going down, there's the play, and MIA's got nowhere to get out, but a really good play by both of them. The second hook is going to be MIA turning Scar's gank completely around at him. Scar's coming in here, it looks like Dignitas think they have the numbers. You can see 4 people up here. Scar's going to ult in, try and get Brunch. But MIA is going to save him with a lantern, keep his flash for later. That's going to be really important. All right, let's start out this clip. Here comes Scar. There's the lantern. Great save. Now he gets hooked in again. There's going to be another kill. Free kill right there for Complexity. We see the rest of the team turns immediately around after the ultimate from Brunchu right there. And right now, Nick Woo's coming up. All right, let's pause it here. Nick Woo, he just burned his flash. You can see that little dust right here. That means the flash for Nick Woo was used just to gain distance to get to this fight. All he does is land 1 shock blast. Not that important. Let's continue this on. He's going to really, really regret this decision because he wants his flash later. All right, now they're under the turret, and the positions have reversed. Complexity are now diving. Let's pause it right here. Kiwi Kid is going for the dash. He does not panic even though he got cataclysms. He sees that Nick is trying to finish off this turret. Nick does not get the last hit on the turret, though, so he's going to take a bunch of turret hits and eventually go down because he does not have his flash. The Ignite's going to definitely pay off right here. All right, this is where Dignitas get their kill back. Continue the clip. 1, 2, 3 tower hits. Now Nick goes down. It looks like they've got a win, but look, Cutie Pie's coming in from the side here. This fight is not over yet. Patoy gets hooked in for another trade. Now it's Cutie Pie's turn. He lands the stand aside onto MIA, and they're able to answer back with yet another kill. Now just the rest of the team fight rolls out like that. It's a pretty good trade, but you can see the importance of landing these death sentence on Thresh. They were just really amazing and game-changing mechanics here from MIA. All right, let's send it back to the desk.
Thanks very much, Kobe. Now, earlier, we had asked you guys to hop on Twitter and tell us which North American LCS team has been the biggest surprise this season and why. Here's what you guys had to say. First off, definitely Curse. Watching them grow from forever 4th into absolute domination this spring season has been so impressive.
And we've kind of just grown accustomed to them being the first place team. People forgot a lot of the time that they were never the first place team in North America until this season. I think a lot of that just has to go with team communication, and the acquisition of Oiboy just worked out so well for Curse, so I'd agree with that one.
Yeah. Second up, we have another answer, and it's definitely Counter Logic Gaming. Their inconsistency has plagued them into possible elimination.
And this is the other side of the coin, right? Because everyone expected COG to be great rather than they kind of expected Curse to be a little bit mediocre. So COG is permanently inconsistent. They need to pick up something because they're consistent in scrims. That's what they got down. It's the strangest set of problems for COG.
It's going to be an interesting thing for them, of course, as they show up to Super Week. Now, got another answer, and it's Good Game University. Started 2-10 after the first Super Week and are now back in the playoff hunt.
And that is just so crazy because Daydreamin' was the most unexpected thing of all. People thought they were dead in the water, 8th place for sure when he came in, and since then they're 4-2. So those were some great answers, and we'd love to see some more. So hit us up at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS.
Okay, guys, we've got good news. We still have 3 more huge matches coming up today. First, Counter Logic Gaming looks to shut down second place TSM and their Wild Turtle.
After that, Daydreamin' and crew try to bounce back from their loss when they take on St. Vicious and first place Curse. And then, Dignitas desperately needs a win to keep second place in their sights when they battle CLG.
Plus, we'll break down everything you need to know about the League of Legends All-Star game and reveal the All-Star rosters. Stick around. Welcome back, everyone. Rivington Bills in the third here. Joining me is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, as always and as usual. And it's time for our fourth match of Super Week. It's CounterLogic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Way back in Week 1, these two teams kicked off the NALCS for the first match of the season. And in that game, CLG did something they haven't been able to do since, and that was beat TSM. Team Solo Mid has won the last two meetings between these clubs, including a Week 7 nail-biter.
In Week 7, only Doublelift got kills on CLG, but that was really because they ran that one threat comp where everyone is giving them all this criticism. Oh, CLG, they always run only 2 threats. So they were like, well, let's take this further. 1 threat.
Absolutely. So many supports. And it really wasn't that threatening.
No, it wasn't. Once TSM took down Doublelift, the whole team just crumpled. That was their damage. That was who they were counting on, as usual. And it just, everything fell to pieces after that. Meanwhile, Wild Turtle, he had 2 really good games versus CLG. Even though Doublelift thinks Draven is bad, he's lost to Wild Turtle twice with it.
Yep, and if TSM can pull off their 3rd win against CounterLogic Gaming this season, they'll be up by 2 wins over Dignitas in the race for 2nd place. But CLG isn't going to go down without an old-school fight against Reginald and his crew.
TSM, they really focus on Reginald getting fed, Dyrus going even, and Wild Turtle, and especially just playing hyper-aggressive while Odd One can't stay lane. So really, all we have to do is pick good fighting champions early, and don't let Reginald roam for free, and we'll be okay.
Definitely that we're going to see some old school play styles, and that's something we have to watch out for. So they as a whole team just sort of, I guess, like sat together and thought about it, and they formed their old team comps.
Now it's time to check out today's starting lineups. On the blue team, it's CounterLogic Gaming. Hotshot in the top lane, Chowster in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift on AD, and Aframu coming in at support.
And on the red side, we have TSM. Dyrus is up top. Odd One is in the jungle. Reginald's at mid. Wild Turtle is on AD, and X Special is on support.
Now, as we said, these were wins the last time these two teams met, and CounterLogic kind of pulled out some of the picks that we've seen sometimes. CLG, Hotshot had the Nasus. Chowster went on Nunu this time in the jungle because they wanted to switch things up. So we may see something different again. But like we've seen Team Solo Mid lately, they've had a chess-type champion select where they just play so many moves ahead and totally take you out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they left a throwaway ban when they played Curse, and Curse is the top team. So let's see what they do this champion select. Immediately banning out that Draven.
Yep, absolutely. Wanting to get that out of there. The AD carries get both double of the first bans.
Yeah, they are both very iconic AD carries here. Wild Turtle is Draven, as Doublelift is to Vayne here.
Yeah.
So very good bans here. And then they go with the Nocturne. So they're going with last week's play from TSM. They saw TSM's return to the global comp that they used in Season 2 so successfully. They used the Shen, they used the Nocturne, they used that Karthus, and they want to get a couple of those pieces out of the puzzle first.
And I expect to see that Karthus come out quite soon as well from these bans, if it's not the last one from CounterLogic Gaming, because it looks like, oh, we're actually going to see the Vladimir going out, which kind of is effective with the Karthus Hemoplague Ultimate, which is what we saw Vulcun running quite a bit.
And Dyrus is really, he's a big fan of Vladimir, who hasn't been, on the forefront for a lot of these teams. He hasn't been picked a whole bunch, but he hasn't got a lot of changes, and he's still just a really powerful AoE mage that they could use in a double AoE comp. Xspecial did say in the interview after last week that they have plenty more things they haven't even had to show yet, and they might bring them out in Super Week.
Had to show or want to show? Because we want them to show it. It's if the other team has to force them to, then we may never have to, right? So
sad.
We want them to show these things. We'll have to see. Malphite was the last one banned out. It's been on Dyrus twice this season, so he's not going to be the one that really wants it. They just want it out of Hotshot. GG's hands.
This is probably the easiest pick to call versus CLG. Chauster will always play Jarvan if he can get him. It's that and his Lee Sin. When he's forced onto these other utility junglers, he really has not performed. His Maokai last week left a lot to be desired.
You could say that. They kind of give him a hard time in the jungle. That's why I kind of shy away from Maokai lately, right? He's really easy to punish, hard to come back with in that late game if you do punish him. And I guess anybody would have that problem if you get punished in the early game. We'll see what happens. Lauda Mortis actually talking about getting punished on junglers. We saw him take aggressive Jarvan. So everybody's switching things up here for Super Week. They're really not, I guess, jumping out of their comfort zone, but making it bigger.
Yeah, I mean, Chopstick had a really good game in that first Jarvan game. They got rolling against Dig. They absolutely just destroyed them. They kept Cutie Pie and Scar each from getting any kills or any assists even. That was pretty harsh. And that was due a lot to the early map pressure that he can put on with that Jarvan. And he really likes playing that Jarvan and that Lee Sin because they can get around the map and they have these interesting mobility moves.
So going with the bot lane actually on Team Solo mid side, and they took quite a while to pick that out. Seeing the jungler, knowing what they want to play safe, they go Ultra Poke in the bottom lane and that Caitlyn Sona. And we'll see what CLG decides to hover over here. We'll see if they have picked up Zed in their repertoire of champions.
A Caitlyn Sona bottom lane, that just means you have instant tower pressure early game. TSM, they already have a really strong early game. They're going to be looked to be pushing down those turrets, maybe even going in for those 3 versus 1 dives that they were so happy with early in the season. They just kept on returning to that strategy over and over. Now we're just having Link spam around. It looks like CLG going to take a little time as they decide their next 2 picks.
It's probably one of those keep Link on the outside comps. We'll see him locking in Lux if he does lock in, unless they go support. So it looks like safety for Jarvan on the jump in, as well as Peel for Twitch for the safety. Is more safety. Safety.
It's all about safety for double.
Bike helmets and elbow pads coming in on this one.
They have the Vayne off the picks already because they banned him out, and then they took Caitlyn for TSM here. So he goes right to his Twitch. Very, very strong Twitch player. We saw him outplay Mega Zero last week too. That Fed Riven, he even got down to the last hit there. That was very impressive.
Really
Twitch
playing
mechanics.
in the mind of your opponent.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see some more Twitch mechanics today. The Dyrus Jace will be interesting because that actually adds a lot more poke comp. And when you already have Caitlyn and Sona, then that's a pretty good first 3 poke champions right there. Odd one, really liking that Nasus so far.
This will be interesting. I think this is Dyrus' first time here coming in on Jace this season. And going back and I think it was just hovering over my friends list maybe last week, Dyrus was playing Zed. And then 30 minutes later, they were in a scrim where Reginald was playing Zed. So it's cool to see these guys. Obviously, Dyrus would play Zed. Zed can play in the top lane, so does Dyrus. But that they play each other's champions, in a way, it just kind of happens so. But you know what each other can do in a fight now. You know what's going to happen. You can just initiate so much stronger.
Yeah, and it opens up all those options for mind games.
Exactly,
and the picks and bans, which have become so important. These picks and bans, really, a lot of people have been just calling the whole game after they see pick and ban phase. And you actually have pretty good chances. There's the all-important Nidalee for CLG. Not only do they have Hotshot Nidalee GG, but Link is one of the top North American Nidalee players. He just loves the AP Nidalee mid.
And we actually may see Reginald going for that Zed pick for the aggression onto Nidalee. And how is Nidalee versus AD casters? We haven't seen that matchup coming out.
Nidalee's really good at not losing her lane. AP Nidalee,
safe.
Yeah, she's going to be trying to farm. The thing is, Reggie's extremely aggressive, and either Zed or Fizz are very good at just all-inning. Those are very bursty champions. If you misstep at all with that Nidalee, then he could 100% you. The Kazakhs as well. It looks like they want an assassin. They haven't decided on which assassin they want for that mid lane, but they want some more damage on their team. And they do cycle full all the way around back to Karthus. Reggie has come home. He took a lot of criticism, actually, for just only playing Karthus in the end of Season 2 there. People were saying, you know, that's all he's got just because Karthus is a very safe mid laner. But he is an extremely good Karthus. Even though he hasn't practiced it that much this season, he was a terror in Season 2 with it.
And they choose this coming in with a few of the things they don't want as well, right? Or they don't have that they want, right? That Nocturne possibly for more global. We kind of see Odd One playing that once in a while, and also the Shen, which they banned out themselves, so they know what they're getting into here. They know that they're going to have to kind of wait it out to 6 to really see the impact of that presence from Reginald.
In CLG, with that last pick, Cho'Gath going to be switched up there to Hotshot. That's definitely one of his top 3 most comfortable champions. He's been playing that for 3 years. He has been playing that for 3 years. They just had their birthday. CLG is a 3-year-old team. Congratulations, guys. But Hotshot was playing
Happy
Cho'Gath
birthday.
even before, even before he started the team. So that he's got over 3 years of practice on this champion. Some of the people, haven't even been in the LCS, haven't even been playing this game for a whole 1 year.
Yeah. And he kind of just goes with the same build every time. He loves to just build straight tank, get health off of the feast.
He builds, yes, both armor and magic resist. Usually he likes to spread it out there. And it looks like versus this TSM team, he's going to have to as well, because you always have to worry about the AoEs, the AoE magic there from that Karthus paired up with the Nasus ultimate.
We do have him running that top lane. Match 4 here, your first day of Super Week. Team Solo Mid facing off against Counter Logic Gaming. Team Solo Mid has been able to take the last 2 games versus CLG, and they look to even the score with this one at 2-2 if they can do it.
It looks like Dyrus actually heading up to that top lane on purple side. So usually the purple side does do a 2-versus-1 switch so that their AD does not have to deal with the double golems advantage. But TSM spreading out just like a normal North American team would have.
Just spreading it out, the line of scrimmage, setting it up. Very curse-like, if you will, not putting down any wards just yet for Team Solo Mid side. They're playing this one really safe. And really, the time before, they kind of played it just to wait, watch where their opposing team ran around, and then they went and placed all the wards. Here we go, coming in. Reginald going to be seen, but only going to take a spear from Italy. So they're going to walk out of this one. Both teams have vision of each other now, and it looks like it's just going to be the aggressive ward placements to get out.
Yeah, that CLG team really doesn't have too much hard CC. They would have to rely on a rupture landing. They don't have any bindings or anything for a level 1, but they just wanted to get that deep ward into the jungle so they'll know where the odd one is going. That Nasus, not too much of an early threat anyway, but any extra information you can have on the jungler's presence, always extremely useful. Meanwhile, down bottom, we see Xpecial and Wild Turtle in position to stop the double golem advantage here for Doublelift and Afrim. We'll have to see if they face check this or if he uses invisibility level 1. How is Doublelift going to handle this?
As we see what they're going to do.
Not too exciting. 1 shot fired.
Yep, they aren't going to do too much. It looks like backing off on Wild Turtle side. And we actually see, as we look around Link, I see him taking barrier. As I remember correctly, when Dignitas Skara played it, he actually took barrier on that as well. So we'll see how he utilizes that against this composition. There isn't much crowd control, so it works in his favor.
I like what TSM did here. They wanted to keep the 1-versus-1 top so that Hotshot on his Cho'Gath with his teleport wouldn't be the one that they're going up against with this Caitlyn Sona, because Cho'Gath is actually really good at 1-versus-2, and when you add that teleport in there, it just gives him another free back, and it's going to be that much longer before they could take a turret. So they were actually successfully able to stop the double golems and leave a ward behind there. So if we do have Chaucer coming bottom anytime soon, they will see him, unless he comes from unless it goes over that dragon wall. That'd be about it.
Now, if they hit 2, since they went for golems and they try to all in this, could that be a forward ward for Hotshot to teleport to, or is it too early for that? He would lose his lane.
Well, they're both going to hit 2 around the same time. They only got the small golem, which does not add a lot of experience. And that ward is in a very good placement early for Hotshot to pull off a gank. But Hotshot may have his hands full up there with Dyrus, who does have a knockback on Jace.
Right. All right, so we'll see as the AD carries and supports battle it out in the bottom lane. I always kind of say that the support wins the lane a little bit more than the AD carry just right-clicking. It's where the support can zone, how well they're warding, and really keeping the AD carry safe. We can see Xpecial in front of Wild Turtle there trying to get that zone on.
Yeah, so you know how I said the only way Chaucer could get to that bottom lane is if he went over the back of the dragon wall? He went over the back of the dragon wall. He went middle instead and didn't get anything out of it. But he was being extremely tricky. He got through the wall of wards from TSM.
It's one of the reasons people actually state they choose Jarvan is because you can do things like that. Clicky D, really one of those that would be quoted saying, I picked Jarvan because you can be so sneaky with your initiations. We see Nasus moving around towards mid as the odd one starts to hover towards the top side. He's going to get Dyrus backing though, so it doesn't look like we're going to get too much action in that lane. Let's have to see what happens from here on out. 4 minutes in, not too much of a separation. The gold, Chaucer looks to make presence in the bottom lane. His double buff, not even close to wearing outs here, but he is seen by a ward, so it looks like he may just have to use that on the camps.
Yeah, Xpecial still has that ward a little bit far back. Jarvan does have some good distance gaining moves, but he's going to back right off here. And you can see the early game played out just how TSM wanted it. Once they saw the entire team line up, they played it perfectly. They were able to stop the double golems, and they were able to keep that 1v1 top that they wanted. So now both the bottom lane and the top lane are slightly ahead in minions. Oh, now they're even.
And we see the odd one returning actually with Dyrus, so they plan this together, coming back with Dyrus actually only getting a tier to stack that up. But he does have the red pot, so if they can get a good initiation here, they may be able to do some damage. I don't think they have the crowd control to take him out fully, though.
See, the problem with this strategy here, having a Nasus lane gank, you don't have that much crowd control, and Hotshot is a very, very defensive player. That might work against like a Void Boy or something, but look at Hotshot there. They actually flash for it. They get the knockback.
It's going to be close, but he's just going to be able to walk under the turret. It's going to zone the lane. They missed that. That would have been huge because he wouldn't be able to chug those pots and really keep himself there. They would have done a second dive, but it's going to be traded on the other side. He goes right through the ward. It's going to be the flag toss. The Caliber Net would probably get Turtle out, and they are going to go for the second dive anyways. They must have hit some extra damage there.
So even though Hotshot is a defensive player, they do end up just tower diving it. Dyrus has his red elixir, and they've got the damage
They heard
up.
you. They heard you. Like, you got to make Kobe wrong. Go, dive.
Go ahead. Success there for TSM. Not only did they get those lanes to play out the way they wanted, but the first gank does pay off.
So going in very strong onto Hotshot in the top lane. He does have the teleport, so he can get back. His buy is a Doran shield. Looks like he's going to help himself in lane just to stay there and mitigate some of that damage. Nick Special, again, looking to zone this out and get any more pokes on to keep them from going back. And they're going to look to push this right into the turret as soon as possible.
That was Dyrus showing that he deserves his all-star spot.
Yeah. So at 6 minutes in, only that little bit of action in the top lane will let everybody know really where the aggression is and what needs to be helped. It's whether they go up and kind of give Hotshot a little bit of help now. His flash is down, so he has to play careful, or do they start to focus on other lanes and get a consistent win for each one?
Well, if we go by the general rules of solo queue ganking, where you leave the losing lanes to themselves, then Sharsa would ignore Hotshot. And he definitely... Oh, we're looking for some exchanges up here top. Hotshot does have Feast now, so that true damage is always good if they do decide to go gank, because Cho'Gath actually in lane has some pretty good CC with that Rupture and that Silence. If they did combo with the flag toss there from Chasta, they could get something.
Smiles on the faces of everyone, but this is a game of tears right now. The third one picked up by Reginald. Dyrus has one. Link's charging his up as well. Crimea River by the end of this one for sure, Kobe. 9,500 to 8,500, so that's 1,000 in the lead. That's not really going to be any core items finished unless we see the objective in favor of TSM soon. So CLG still holding on.
Rush through the game. They're going for that long game. They've got the tiers stacking. It looks like TSM will get this. With Dyrus contesting that blue, they've got some good vision over there. They know Hotshot's not going to teleport, and they get that one for free.
So we see Spirit of the Ancient Golem, or a Stone rather, being picked up, and we see the Madrids on Chouster. So clear going in here. Odd One looking to give the blue buff over as well. So the jungles differ a little bit there in their builds. We'll probably see that Locket coming out for both of them at first as well.
Chaucer went with the invade here, but he was seen by that River Ward. So they know he's inside the red side jungle somewhere. Odd One's going in here to investigate the detective. Oh, he's going to be a little bit too late on this red buff, though.
You may be able to get it. Can he get the Q on? No, he does not. And the smite was used to grab that from Chaucer. He gets himself over the wall. Link there to assist with the heal. And it looks like they watched that one walk away.
Ooh, we cut away right before we saw that spear. Chunk Reggie. See, these are both late game AP mids. It's just a little bit different strategy. Reggie is all about the AoE magic damage, taking down the whole team late game, whereas Link is a poke-oriented AP mid. He just wants to throw out spear after spear, hoping that one will land on one of those high-priority targets like an AD carry or a support. And it really comes down to mechanics.
And I really like seeing Reginald's Karthus because he's also one, as we see a gank coming to the bottom lane, to start a fight with Requiem and end a fight with Requiem if he hasn't used it yet. Hotshot taking more damage in the top lane. His flash is not up yet. They may have called the timer on that. I'll give him a thumbs up for it.
So good job by Odd One there, just going back to the weak lane. The rules are kind of opposite. If you're going against a lane and you got that lane down, you want to continue to visit that lane while the teleport and the flash are both down. They're rewarded now with a turret. So it just played out exactly how they wanted to. Hotshot's not known for, you know, winning his 1v1 lane, and that's exactly what TSM were counting on, and it paid off.
Defensive items, still something he can get under his belt. We'll see how much gold Hotshot has right now. It looks like he actually only has 100 gold to himself. He picked up that flask to continuously regen. On top of that, Doran's, it's giving him health with that passive as he kills stuff. So that's kind of definitely a tough lane for him. He knows he's in the long haul, and he'll just really be pushing his lane away from his turret right now.
And really, when you have a Jarvan jungler going up against a Nasus jungler, you really want something to happen for your team early game here. But the lanes have just been playing out against him, and Chaucer wasn't able to make anything happen. So he might get into that late game phase where he's just a very squishy Jarvan. That when he does go in for his dunk combos, he just gets exploded. Meanwhile, the Odd One is a full level above him.
And we just see actually Odd One's, I believe his smite came up from being in the jungle. And 10 minutes in here, Reginald with the ult, everybody kind of getting ready to start mobilizing. This is probably where Reggie starts to make the calls. We may see coming out for that dragon soon. These guys going to start playing quite strong, or the next dragon, I should say.
Yeah, Dyrus wants to go clean up this top lane. The top turret, still very healthy. Hotshot's going to have a hard time.
Crescendo on the bottom lane. Aphromoo forced to use the ultimate out. They're actually going spray and pray on this. The take is not going to be enough. He gets one more hit on, and his sponge is in range. Does he give himself away, though? The shield comes out. The last hit, he actually takes it. Reginald was like, kill secured. Wild Turtle says, no, thank you.
Oh, too bad, Reggie. No assist for you. Now, Chaucer is coming down this river, and Wild Turtle's running already, so it looks like his instincts were good. They tipped him off at the beginning, and Chaucer does not get in for the answer.
So a great move there by Wild Turtle. A little bit too much aggression by Doublelift. I think they overplanned with the shield there from Aphromoo, but still kills going back and forth. CLG pick up a bit of gold in that manner. That's a BF sword for Doublelift. That's close to either a direction of the Bloodthirster or the Infinity Edge for Wild Turtle, most likely the Infinity Edge.
So usually you would say that if someone steals away the kill before that Karthus ultimate lands, and you're like, oh, scumbag, you denied me an assist. An unassisted kill is only worth, 300 gold, but if you get that assist on it, you get that extra 50% for your team. The only thing is, Xpecial had already damaged him, so they didn't lose anything out by doing that. It's just that now the gold goes to Wild Turtle instead of Reggie, and Wild Turtle definitely happy to turn that one into an Infinity Edge as soon as he can, as he's already got the BF sword and the pickaxe.
And it really would have been the best of both worlds. Either of them got the kill, right? Oh, Chaucer coming in from the bottom. More helping from him. Here we go. Xpecial looks to go down. The health bar shredded. Turtle needs to be careful here. He did go quite aggressive in that last fight, and his summoners are down.
So you can see Chaucer definitely is a little squishier than usual. He had to use his flash to get out of that one, but they were rewarded with a kill. They called the Sona flashes down, come back to this lane. She's a slow-moving target, very low health. Will land one. Now Hotshot again.
Oh, he hits him back the wall just to the side, but they may have enough damage. That front end and the follow-up damage is just going to be too much for his health bar. Goes down 5-2. Turtle gets some aggression in the bottom lane as well.
You just feel so bad for a Hotshot. They're picking on the baby Cho'Gath there. Anytime you keep that Cho'Gath at the base size where he gets no fee stacks, then he's just really not that threatening tank that he wants to be. And like we talked about, Hotshot always just building the resistances and the armor. That really backfires if you aren't able to keep your fee stacks up, because you need that base health to make those resistances effective.
Having your tank be focusable is not really something you want to have brought to the table, especially about 15 minutes into the game. Is really, like we said, everybody's mobilizing. We're going to get this probably maybe transferred over. I think Jace is actually going to grab this up, so Dyrus gets it for the spam, as they're probably going to start pushing these objectives now and start crushing down the turrets.
Yeah, so the Dragon's coming up in almost 10 seconds here, and they probably will be looking to contest that. As Reggie has gone top, he can still add his ultimate to this. So Reggie's not going to be in the fight if they decide to contest, but at least he can add a lot of damage with his ultimate. Meanwhile, for CLG, Link is their shining star right now. He is their hope. He is out-CSing Reggie pretty well in the middle here, and he's got the initially large rod. Okay, they're going with the Requiem.
There it is, the Requiem to start the fight. Not doing too much damage yet, and really not a deterrent for CLG. They stare TSM straight in the eyes, and it looks like they are going to stay here for the full fight. Dragon just about half health. Spirit Fire beautifully separating the team. It's going to be Link on the top side, and the Shock Blast clearing HP bars for Counter Logic Gaming, but nobody followed the odd one. He went in a little too hard. Nasa's ulti to go off. Expunged to take him down. Team Solo mid with a bit miscommunication there.
None of the troops following the general into battle right there. He looked over his shoulder and no one was behind him. The rest of CLG just got a free kill right there. That was almost how TSM planned it. They wanted to try and delay CLG, try and scare them off a little bit with that Requiem and delay the Dragon, just wait for the Dragon to do as much damage as it could. But when they finally did go in, they were not rewarded.
And it looks like CLG gains a little positioning off of this one and will be able to take down mid turret if Reginald can't put down some defense here. And I think Link's going to have himself a turret. No, Link has to back off, and it looks like TSM will grab this bottom turret. A teleport down from Hotshot in the bottom lane. It looks like he may have Link coming on his backside here. They get the silence onto Sona. Make sure he has to walk back from the rupture, giving Link more time to get there. They played this one perfectly. The flash crescendo comes in. It can be finished by Chauster here. Gets the ultimate down, finalizes the kill for Link. They're going to need to get out of this one. The odd one throwing down that Wither could pick them up a kill, but there's just going to be too many numbers. TSM now pushing mid.
Oh, Special deserved to live for that one. I have to say, if it was up to me, I would have given him his life. He's had some really nice jukes, great crescendo, and a flash too, but TSM just decided to answer back with pressure middle, and look how much they did to that middle turret.
They are still moving around. Link wants blood right now. He knows something's over the edge. He's looking to grab some sound or a bushwhack vision, but he does not get it. Looks like CLG could have pushed enough pressure towards TSM to grab this dragon, Kobe.
Good answer from CLG. Now they're trying to burst it down. Odd One's the only one there, so this will be a smite war. Link's here to back up Chauster, though, with an execute on top of it.
So much damage over time from Dragon and Spirit Fire, and they can't stand the fight. Dyrus is trying to kite in as another fight towards Dragon on both sides of the screen. They finally take down the Odd One. Dyrus is forced to run, and it looks like Counter Logic Gaming is just grabbing a whole bunch of momentum over the past 2 minutes.
Now it's TSM that are trickling in one man after another. CLG definitely doing a good job taking advantage of this. They forced the objective there, made Odd One come out a little bit too far, and he paid for it with his life and his ultimate.
So we'll have to see as Team Solo Mid regroups now around the Dragon. It seems like a bit of faltering is happening for them. The Smite is up for the Odd One. We've heard that being a call before where they went in without Smite and things didn't go right, but they're really not deciding whether to fight or go for Dragon when they get there now. They have what they need. They just have to decide what they want to do.
Link is really doing a great job for CLG. Exactly what you want your AP Nidalee to do. He rushed that death cap. He's got the tier, so he's throwing out these spears to gain them objectives and get people low enough that they're able to take them for free. It looks like they want to contest the TSM on the fritz here. It doesn't look like they want to go in.
Have a ping.
Dyrus is not there. It's going to be the Dragon for CLG.
That was just out of sheer power and strength. Knowing we're just a few members of Team Solo Mid gave them the confidence to do that. Chauster's ultimate just came up, so they wouldn't have even really had it for that fight. That was pretty risky.
So much of a power difference between Reggie and Link right now because Link went with that death cap first, and meanwhile Reggie's trying to get those stackable items with the Rod of Ages on top of that tier. It's going to take a little bit before his damage output really gets to where he wants it.
And as we take a look at those items and where the damage output is, Caitlyn and actually Double Lift on the Infinity Edge, I should say Caitlyn and Twitch both with the Infinity Edge. We look at the mids, no real core item yet for Reggie as he's still piecing together. Has the tier, he has his boots, getting a little bit from that blasting wand as he's looking to finish the Rod of Ages, but it's up against a tier and a Rabadon, so those Nidalee Spears are making a big impact. Team Solo Mid looking to push their advantages here as they start to steal red buff, and they'll probably push down mid with this.
It looks like they do want to group back up. There's not going to be a Dragon for a long time. Both of the buffs for CLG are gone, so there's not really any hot points of contention that TSM can force right now.
Reginald's actually going to stay on the outside here. He wants to get built up, probably wants to get a Zhonya's under his belt as well so he can get into the fights, but I think they are really going to go with this initiation of Requiem from other lanes, continue the push because Karthus is a ridiculous wave pusher.
TSM have a pretty good answer for CLG's comp too. I mean, Sona with a Bulwark is a really good counter to an AP Nidalee, but it's going to take especially a long time to get the gold to finish that item. He hasn't even started the Aegis of the Legion yet, so the Bulwark is a long way off.
Odd One taking a good amount of damage there. You can see the burst coming from that front end hit on the spear, and it was actually quite close. But Special almost losing probably half his health there. Clear from the side as they look to save this turret, but almost lose it as well. That could be the initiation for them. The gate goes down for the rush, but it looks like they will stay back. Chauster just waltzing in from the side.
And you can see Dyrus actually built to try and add some poke pressure of his own for TSM. He's got cooldown reduction boots as well as brutalizer, and then the tier. So he can just continually fire off his shock blast, use his acceleration gate to get that extra distance, and hopefully try and answer for Link's spears.
And this is really ridiculous play what TSM's doing. Giving the blue buff to Jace, Reginald stacking the tier early so he can keep Defile on and just push lanes and sit there on double lift, almost take him down, double lift fighting the entire team. Somehow Afram, who saves him, maybe Requiem coming down. It is going to be enough. They do find the kill on double lift, and it looks like TSM returns back to their own lane with that one kill. Yes, they will.
Yep. It was CLG getting a little too cocky right there. Double F wanted to pick a fight with Reggie, and he could not win. The exhaust too strong, had to burn the cleanse early. Backs off for the Requiem to pull that one, and this is going to give them the middle turret as well.
Oh my gosh, the shock blast from Dire is so good. Like I was saying, they give him the blue buff. Yeah, you can let a Karthus do whatever he wants. You have the siege clear from constant shock blasts, and Karthus has Requiem from wherever he is. Such a good strategy to just keep the blue buff going to Jace here.
The shock blasts are a little bit quicker than those spears too, so they're harder to dodge if they do get the acceleration gate on them. A little bit less damage though.
We'll see what they do. They are going back. We'll see what kind of items they get. A mid turret is destroyed by Link. It's something they're going to have to give up after the pressure they just gave out so they can get their scaling into this game. We'll see the BF sword picked up by Jace. That damage is going to start to sting a little bit more from the shock blast, and we do see Locket actually going out in the odd one. Like you said, that the Aegis could be coming out from Xpecial here, as we see him, as we see Chowster rather building the Aegis for CLG.
Yeah, and Reggie's going for that Seraph's Embrace right after this. So since he's already got a lot of extra mana with his Rod of the Ages, it's going to be a huge power spike for him when he finishes that item.
Tier still stacking for all three players that have had them earlier in the game. And we see Hotshot still going his ways of building that defense. Finally gets a Giant's Belt for himself to build that Randuin's as Reginald and crew start to push down middle. They're trickling in from behind. You can see CLG is spread out all across the map. They got to get back fast.
This spike by TSM down the middle does force all the members of CLG to recall, and they're going to meet up.
So 1 minute, 20 seconds left here before we get Dragon in. TSM is just kind of, like I said before, pushing their advantages. It's 6-5. They don't really have a definitive walk in and start fighting. Composition right now, they can still be taken out quite quickly with the damage that CLG puts out here. We've seen what Double Lift can do on his Twitch mechanics, so their initiations still have to be on point.
You can tell what CLG are thinking right now. They want everything to be on this next fight. They all have wards in their inventory. They have an Oracles, and they make a beeline for that Baron. They're going to fish it off while Wild Turtle's at bottom lane.
22 minutes into the game, the Oracles on Chowster lets them know they are completely safe here, but at this point, Baron is chunking them down. Each hit they're taking is almost putting everyone to half health. The odd one tries to run in here, a crescendo across the whole team. Reginald coming into File, just shredding everyone now. Can he stay in the middle? One goes down to Reginald. They focus him, but he gets a second one before that happens. The Requiem is not up for a few seconds. It looks like the team continues to finish the fight, and it's going to be CLG on the back.
TSM actually come out ahead in that one, even though Wild Turtle was already all the way at the bottom lane trying to clear that out. Odd One does not hesitate. He runs right in there, pops his ultimate, walks around in the Baron pit, and buys Reggie time to put out that damage. All the AoE magic damage coming down, and now they're pressuring on this inhibitor turret. Double Lift getting into position to open up. Nope, he does not want to. Little too dangerous.
These little engagements are putting Team Solo Mid so far ahead. They may be losing one or two. Reginald lost himself, but he finished the Archangels there. Their power is just getting so much more vamped up every time they're dying in these fights because they're coming out on top. That's the story.
His Archangel staff is almost stacked up to that tier, to the Seraph's Embrace. So once he gets that, he's also going to get that extra shield, and he's going to be able to pop that inside the team and be able to survive that much longer. So he's really hit that point. Since he started out with those vamping items, like I said, it'd take a while for them to ramp up, but now he's hit the sweet spot.
You know, it's really interesting to see you not going for the Zonias. Maybe it has something to do, you know, with the blue buff, knowing you're not going to be, you know, or crushing the fight so long, and you're going to be in the side lanes trying to push down. So, doing a lot of different things here. Reggie always kind of switching up the builds.
Yeah, I mean, both of these mid laners doing a really good job. I think the point is, look at the junglers. Chowster just completed his Aegis of the Legion. He's been pretty poor there. He's a little bit under the Odd One, still one level behind. And this Odd One has one extra aura, basically, that he's adding to that team with his Locket. He can pop a shield for everybody. That's going to be 160 damage shield on cooldown right now.
going around clearing out wards right now. Special looking to clear out a lot of the Baron wards. We'll have to see if that dance comes in quite soon. 25 minutes in, there is definitely enough damage on both teams to make that Baron fall. And it looks like the positioning right now is in Team Soul Limit's favor, so it's up to CLG to find a path through those wards.
You can see how many wards they bought to. Every member except for Double Lift spending money on those site wards. And still, it hasn't done that much for them. They were hoping that it would allow them to grab that Baron. He spent so much money. Chauster went even deeper into debt grabbing that Oracles. So that's why he's really that poor right now. And it's going to be CLG waiting and trying to bide their time here, hoping for some really good spears to land. They really, they have to hope for some amazing positioning, and to that end, they've all got a bunch of wards.
And you can kind of almost predict the fights, right? Until the wards are gone, which actually a lot were just dropped by CLG. Until all those are gone and placed and then Oracle's out, nobody's going to fight. So once it's almost like a timer here. How many wards on the map? All right, they'll be killed, then we'll fight. We'll have to see what happens. TSM looks like they don't want to find the fight. They want to push and they want to make the fight come to them. And they are going to push CLG all the way around, and they may lose an inhibitor turret for this if they decide to go straight on, but they may get pinched as well.
They've done a good job of zoning CLG from their own base, and here comes the minion line as they chase them deeper into the jungle. Wild Turtle getting free hits on this inhibitor turret.
They just put up a wall of people and said, thanks for the mid turret. No contest here unless Chauster decides to jump in on the initiation once the turret falls. It's going to be the odd one. Nasus just throwing on the ultimate. Chauster's taking quite a bit of damage. Reginald throws himself in. The Seraph's Embrace goes on. The Requiem to follow. And it looks like Team Solomid's going to be able to clean up this fight. Odd one still in the front. And it looks like Turtle has enough to keep going, but they're backing off for now.
Reggie overextended a little bit. The rest of the team wasn't quite with him. He wanted to finish off Double Lift. He was very close to finishing off Double Lift. That's what he was hoping for. If they took out Twitch, then that would have been the inhibitor for them. Didn't quite get it there, though, so it's going to be one death for nothing. And CLG now hoping to turn that into Baron pressure.
I don't think this is going to be a good idea. Shock Blast into Baron Den over and over is probably going to be able to stop this. They have a good amount of poke to be able to throw in. Special has to be careful on the outside here. They could just choose to go on him, and it looks like they're going to clear it out, gain positioning for the next go.
They have a large minion wave top that will slowly push into that turret, but they can't really apply much pressure elsewhere because Reggie's right back up and TSM can answer.
Taking a look at these items now. Hotshot 0, 3, and 5 to a 3, 0, and 4. The 180 CS to the 158. So he's pulled back a few kills in his name with that CS, if you will, in terms of gold. And he's got an item under his belt that will completely help Double Lift. They're super building to be that peel for him right now because they need him this late game.
Tower sieging actually not that great for CLG. They can't dive. All they're really hoping for is by having TSM grouped up under their turret, CLG are hoping that it's easier for Link to land one of those spears. He's just trying to confine them so that he does get those max range ones landing. They weren't able to find any there, so they do back off as soon as Wild Turtle leaves the top lane.
We'll see him gathering in mid once more. They see Double Lift down in that bottom lane farming for a little bit. But it's going to be Wild Turtle also off of the group as well. They have to be careful on this initiation. They try to go over for Hot Shot, and they push him off knowing he's not going to be in the next fight for a few seconds here, but he does have teleport, so we'll have to see what he does if he goes for that top lane to come back and help.
There's just such a huge difference in move speed with the acceleration gate from Jace and the Wall of Pain from Reggie.
Slows him down. Reginald does go in. His Seraphs is back up. We'll see when he triggers that. He actually dives very far into the fight, and his Seraph's Embrace isn't really going to help him too much. They're going to be forced to back out here. Might want to turn off that Defile. It looks like they're going to just pause. So his Flash is now down. Flash and Exhaust. They got to be careful here with Summoners starting to be blown.
Hotshot's getting chunked down too, though. The poke is working for TSM. They do finally get the inhibitor, and now they're going to back off. It should be TSM using their oracles now to gain the advantage around Baron finally.
Still, really, as we've seen in the past few weeks at the LCS, really, actually very low CS games here with the minion kills at 250 at 30 minutes into the game. Usually you kind of see it hit 220 at 20 minutes, rather 300 at 30 if they're farming really hard. So The objectives really in the eyes of these teams still going for the Dragons, going for each other. 9-8 here, 29 minutes into the game. And these guys are really looking to push this next inhibitor turret. TSM, a lot of map control right now, and they gave Reginald Karthus once again. He's been able to push top lane, and Requiem, like I said, has started and ended fights for them.
And now Link has his Void Staff on top of his Sork boots, so he's got the real core combo that you want in your AP Nidalee. His spears are going to be hurting no matter what. And again, they're just hoping that he can catch out a Wild Turtle or an X Special.
We'll see what they can do. Dyrus still sporting the blue buff as they continuously give it to him. We talked about that earlier as Reginald was continuously stacking a tier all game. It's worked out really well for him and allows Reginald to be in a different lane. Allows Jace to be that poke and keep the siege off the turrets. See him pushing down here, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Chauster rather, as they look to clear their own base. And CLG is really looking probably to put some wards out. You see there's only a few picked up right now, and it's going to be Chauster on a pink ward, so they're looking for that next objective fight.
Another thing to look for is in the next fight, who is Chauster going to ultimate? Because last time he ulted the odd one there, and ulting Nessus is probably the worst Cataclysm that you can throw. He wants to get this either a few squishy champions together so that Double Lift can spray and pray and hit multiple people, or he just wants to dive into the back line and finish off the Caitlyn. Neither of those were really options, and since he's so squishy, if he doesn't get one of those, then he's going to go down extremely quickly.
It works out well, but what do you do when Caitlyn can dash out, and if you go on Dyrus, he'll just knock you out of your own ultimate?
Exactly. He doesn't have that many options.
Oh,
at this point, the free dragon going to just add more gold on top of that differential right now. And TSM going to make use of this Oracles, clear out all the wards that CLG are spending all their money on here, trying to get the advantage with the Baron Vision. The middle inhibitor is down, so every second that CLG spends over in this Baron area and not killing minions in one of the lanes means that their base is going to be pushed.
The poke is just going so much in favor of TSM right now. Another shot onto Chauster. He's taken about 4 in a row, but better him than somebody else on his team. They're going to get this turret in the top lane pushed. 32 minutes in, Team Solo Mid looks to pressure just in with the stranglehold on this game right now. They're forcing these turrets down. They have a huge minion wave in the top lane, and they may look to just, once again, poke over the wall. CLG.
All they have to do is keep on waiting, keep on poking, making use of the fact that when an inhibitor is down, not only do you have the super minions in the middle, but the HP of your side lane minions is also increased, so they'll slowly be pushing by themselves. Now they're pinging out Baron. There's just a couple more wards that have been placed here by CLG. They're not frugal with their ward purchasing. Now Hotshot's going to teleport in and try and take this with his feast. Reggie does see him, though.
That's going to be a long-range feast if he gets it.
They're going to back right off of this one. TSM don't have to chance anything like that. They don't have to rush down a Baron. They can just back right off right now, and then look at this bottom wave. It's going to get that tower for free. The minion's doing work here. Chauster decides to finally go in.
Oh, it's the odd one in the front again. Does he want to ult it? Chauster going down instantly as he kind of flashed in for that one. It's going to be all on a double lift right now. The Lulu ultimate goes off, but it's not going to be enough. Hotshot didn't really bounce anybody up. They're taking them out surgically one by one. They turn to the tank. It's going to be Link running for his life, and TSM gets a 4-0.
And that was the problem I was talking about when we saw the early game denial of that Jarvan. He's just so squishy now. He can't go on initiating here. If anyone for CLG is going to initiate, it's going to be Hotshot. He's actually decently tanky now, but Chaucer just goes down basically for free. TSM going to return to that Baron, and maybe they'll finally finish it off here. They do have Karthus, which is amazing at bringing that down. They've got plenty of time here. Baron buff for TSM.
It looks like they are going to be able to take it down quite easy. They have Smite up just to make sure. Grab a little extra gold for himself on the side for Odd One. Baron goes over. Everyone's up to receive at 33 minutes. It's 13-8. It's going to be a pretty good gold lead here. 51,000 to 42,000 in favor of Team Solo Mid. That's going to be 7-2 in turrets in their favor as well. And one of those is that middle inhibitor turret. So they have the shortest lane to push down if they want to continue that aggression towards CLG.
Yeah, CLG's protect double lift strategy also crumpled right there. As soon as Chaucer went down, the team broke and double lift was left exposed. That is the one person that you do not want on the front lines. Even Hotshot was behind him there, and TSM just jumped on it. able to execute. Now they've got Baron buff, so the next team fight's going to be even more difficult. There's an exposed inhibitor at middle, so they can just run straight down. CLG probably don't want to fight under a turret. They'd probably just like to give up that middle inhibitor and then make some sort of last stand either at top or bottom.
As we take stock again of the items here before a possible final fight in the game, the bulwarks are finished for both sides for that magic resistance reduction or mitigation, if you will, and look to pick up the inhibitor. It's now up, so CLG can kind of put themselves in front of it. Infinity Edges, the last Whisperers are finished. We do have the Phantom Dancer to the Zeal on the other side, but Caitlyn still with those headshots is going to be putting out so much damage. The inhibitor goes down, really no contest there, and no damage really traded.
Yeah, CLG can't engage without a turret. They're trying to do as much as they can with the poke from Link, but it's just not sticking. Sona plus Bulwark plus Baron regen means that TSM all almost back right up at full health, and they just switch their sights to this top lane. Gonna push that one in next.
We see Doublelift picking up the Quicksilver Sash, a Red Elixir onto Chouster, knowing they might need just a little bit more for this fight. The home guard's coming out on Aframu. And we do see actually Boots of Lucidity over on Xpecial's side, so he can continuously just throw out his spells and power chords, and they can keep these fights going.
At this point, home guard boots are the most effective buy for anyone on CLG because TSM are inside their base. There's a rupture, but CLG can't even go in off of that. They're so far behind. They have to wait for a turret dive. The turret's already dead.
He's got 4 people there. A great Lulu wall pops up the team. Chouster's taking damage. So is Hotshot Xpecial, and the team sitting right in the middle of quite a bit of Spirit Fire damage, but they're, or rather, it's going to be other damage coming from Twitches. That was the Expunge, and they are moving back now. Doublelift able to pretty much clear out and help, but it's going to be an inhibitor for them.
The 2 damage source is still alive for CLG. Doublelift really wants to try and pick someone off, but there's not an option for him there. Still Baroned up. 3 members of TSM.
See what Doublelift can do. They have to really... Oh, they will be able to.
The super minions are winning the battle.
Yeah, I was going to say, they have a lot to do here, but they are going to be able to hold it off. Doublelift almost going down to these super minions. I was looking at the time, and I was like, 30 seconds per wave? He's going to get some help here. So the minions spawn out. They'll be safe for now, but TSM grabs more map control. As they come in 16 to 10, 10,000 on the gold lead, these fights are completely in their favor. After seeing that one, they're not too hesitant to go in. So CLG is going to have to make all the right moves in this next engagement.
Yeah, TSM, they've pretty much got the noose around CLG's neck, and they just have to drop that trap door now.
Looking around, Seraph's Embrace is Link, as you said, followed up on that as well. Reginald picking up 1. The Void Staff not coming out for Reggie, though. He goes right for that Rabadon's, looking for the more damage. Still not going for the Zonias. Looks like he's just holding out with the Seraph Shield. You're going to see Dragon once again, a map going objective free as Team Solo Mid looks to push a bottom minion wave all the way home.
And the thing about Nasus being TSM's main tank is that he was able to build all resistances here, but since his ultimate is guaranteed extra health on popping that, he doesn't have to worry about losing his V-Stacks or anything. Oh, Doublelift gonna get sniped.
Super initiation coming in for Reginald here. They are gonna have to cleanse that one off. From his Quicksilver, they get the heal on, and it looks like they are gonna start to engage onto this fight. It will be the turret for them. The tank coming in. Actually, they're just face tanking this one. Coming out is Hotshot GG, throws down the Rupture. They all spread out and get it off there. We can hear the yells from the backside. Chouster goes in once again. He does grab the odd one Xpecial this time, but once again, it was the Nasus. He goes down in that instantly, just like last time, and it looks like they're going to have this inhibitor. 4 members of CLG now backtracking into their base, trying to guard this, but they only have their poke to say whatnot.
TSM really just walking this one in now. This is going to be the last inhibitor going down in a few more hits.
There it goes. Wild Turtle picks that one up for himself. And it looks like these shock blasts are continuously just shredding down CLG. They're not able to trade half the damage that's coming at them. That equals a dead Doublelift. It looks like they're going to go for a double Nexus and the Nexus.
There's one of those spears we were waiting for.
Finally get it at the end of the game. The icing on the cake. It's actually going to be in favor of TSM, though. 19 to 12 in a 38-minute matchup. Your 4th game of the day, TSM takes out CLG.
Great job there by TSM. I mean, they really just gained the upper hand in overall team power. The team fighting was just too strong. CLG made a nice play for that Baron, rushing there with the Oracles, but after it didn't pay off, the gold deficit between the tanks there really hurt. Chouster was just so squishy in the end game. Team fights, he really couldn't pull off what he wanted to do.
So it's really been Team Solo mid strategy to focus one person really hard. It has just, they don't kind of focus everybody. It was Hotshot this time, right? It was St. Vicious last time they played Curse. They actually put him on Nautilus. Hotshot played a champion that he liked this time, and TSM still liked, I should say, one of his favorite. You said he's been playing it since the Season 1. So they have found a way to just systematically destroy a team's way of using their wheelhouse champions.
They really have. They use CLG's mentality against them. The early switch was just so effective, by the way. I mean, keeping the Caitlyn Sona lane against Double Lift. Caitlyn just inherently will win her lane. Most AD carriers will tell you, if you've got Caitlyn, then you should be winning your lane. So they wanted that 2v2 matchup to keep Double Lift down. Double Lift is most of the damage for CLG. It worked out. They were able to keep Chowster's early game under control, too. And then from there on, they just had to execute the team fights.
And we actually have a replay of that 4-for-0 Baron that was really a huge help and kind of advantage push coming from Team Solo mid.
That definitely was a huge help. Yeah, TSM, they just really, at this point, they already had the upper hand, and they just had to play the waiting game here. The poke here, Chowster, look at that. He goes in, he gets a knock-up, turns around, now he's on a trap, and he doesn't get to use his ultimate, tries to flash out. Once that's gone, Double Lift exposed in the front. That is not the point man that you want. Aframu's going to get cleaned up now. Hotshot even is going to have to start dancing the crescendo, and they just really die one by one. The feast actually going on to Dyrus there. Reginald not going down either.
I like that.
Everything, I mean, just fell to pieces after they lost one member.
I hadn't noticed last time, but Reginald just flashed that spear
so
on the
feast
other
went on
side.
too.
Right, so the feast also switched with the spear.
Yeah.
So up next, TSM's Odd1 joins us at the desk to talk about their 2-0 start to Super Week, and then Voyboy and First Place Curse make their Super Week debut against Scion Spartan and GGU. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're joined by the odd one from Team Solo Mid, pulling out a 13,000 gold lead victory right now over CLG. You guys played quite well. Coming into the game, Karthus and Jace, you were giving the blue buff to Jace the entire time. What was the strategy behind this?
Well, once he got to a certain point, like he got really fed early, Jace is really, really strong at level 9 specifically. And since he was so far ahead, we could easily have infinite poke. Like they had Nidalee poke, and then we countered with Varn, so Nidalee gets their blue, we give blue to Jace, because Karthus doesn't really need it unless it's like a full-on team fight. So once Jace got the blue, the cooldown reduction, mana regeneration, he just kept shooting and getting kills.
So I want to ask you about your early game plan. The early game advantage you guys got was pretty much all from you camping Hotshot up in that top lane. And I saw you press the recall button a couple times while you're sitting in that bush. Was it the plan to stay up there, or did that just fall into place because his flash was down?
Well, the first time he had flash, but like I didn't know if he would go up for another minion. Like we were waiting on it. Like I believe he mistimed his W, so one of the range minions was actually really low. So I was like, okay, we have to go on this one, or else I'm wasting time. So you might as well take it. Turns out Jace is really good for that, and then we managed to kill full HP Cho'Gath. Second time it was something similar, but he didn't have anything up that time, so he didn't have flash. I had Ghost up because it's lower cooldown, so it was really easy games because we always saw Jarvan around bot lane because they tend to camp double lane.
Right on. So TSM has been really taking champion select in not a different direction, but a different way, a strategy to really throw a team completely out of their comfort zone. Were you guys able to do what you wanted in this champion select from what CLG banned against you?
It was fairly standard, yeah. We were just worried about some picks, but we got everything we wanted, what we practiced. We got Jace, we got Karthus, so we had poke, we had a decent amount of damage team fight. Like they couldn't really engage on us. Like they had Nidalee poke, that was it. But we had Sona, so we have sustain against it. So they really can't do much to us because we're just going to sustain their poke, and eventually we'll push on them and win team fights because they can't go on us because we have Karthus, Jace, Nasus, which is way superior.
I want to ask you about another play in the game where you guys scared them off of the dragon pit, and then you were chasing them down, but none of your team followed you. What happened there?
It was probably just miscommunication. I should have told my team we probably should chase these guys instead of the Nidalee, who I don't even know if she got hurt at all, but it was probably my fault for not telling my team to just follow up because they were all really, really low down there, and then I just chased too far because I should have said something. That was probably my fault.
So we've heard a few complaints from different members on your team about communication issues specifically. Is that still a really big problem for you guys? Have you been focusing on that? Where is your practice at?
Yeah, we're trying to focus on that a lot because last game against Marn before this one, same deal. There was a few miscommunications, and then it resulted in like deaths and stuff like that. And like this game, there was that early game stuff. Like we wanted to actually take the second dragon, but then Jay showed up top, and I was like, well, we're not gonna get this dragon after I died like twice for it. So I was like, damn. But aside from that, we just kept pushing, and then eventually we got a lead because Jace got a huge lead early game.
And how do you know from the beginning of the early game when you're kind of controlling what happens in the jungle, like you said, calling my ghost is up, his flash is probably down type of things, to when Reginald transitions? When does that usually happen for the calls?
Usually it depends. Like if the blue's up, like then we can have Jace just take it. Then we can start pushing. Like
right.
Jace doesn't have blue, then it's really hard to just push on like say a Cho'Gath. Like say if Cho'Gath appears top, that means we can push on mid because Nidalee can't clear mid. But if Cho'Gath appears mid, that means we just disperse and like split push because Cho'Gath's really hard to get away from. To push on him because he clears the wave instantly.
So we've seen a lot of different opinions now in Season 3 about what type of junglers are best in the new jungle. What do you think is the strongest sort of type of jungler coming out in Season 3?
Well, it used to be the early game jungle, but Hecarim, Vi, Xin Zhao especially really got nerfed. So now it's like moving towards scaling jungles. Like Shen and Nasus are really strong right now. Like Jarvan's still good. Like he's one of the few old guard left from the early on in Season 3 that's still very useful. But I think Nasus is just way too strong. Like you saw the game before this one and this game, Barons and Dragons are really, really easy with Nasus ult. He has Armor Shred, he has a Wither. And if you don't have cleanse, you're basically forced into cleanse essentially against Nasus, or else you're pretty much boned. So I think Nasus is really strong right now. Right now so it shifted the early game jungles to more scaling jungles right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview. Congrats on the win, and best of luck in continuing the 2-0 so far in Super Week. All right, everyone, now it's time for Curse versus GGU. Curse is in first place for a reason. They have yet to lose to any of the bottom 4 teams, and they're 3-0 against Good Game University and looking to sweep the season series. But standing in their way is Daydreaming and a revitalized GGU who nearly took them out last time they played.
My first game in the LCS was against Curse, and I mean, it was actually a really close game.
One more kill. Voyboy flashes the repellent in range. It is there to execute for the double kill. Daydreaming on his first day.
I know how their new support plays, Daydreaming, so I think we have a good way to tackle them, and I don't think there'll be a problem.
They always somehow like throw it, so I don't really know. Like, I think we can definitely take them out pretty easy though.
We tend to do like dumb things and just throw away our lead, and if we can stop ourselves from doing that, it'll be really easy to beat Curse, I think.
2 weeks ago, these teams were on opposite ends of the standings, but GGU is playing their best LoL this season thanks to their new roster that made its LCS debut against Curse, as we just heard. Daydreaming and crew came out looking for a fight and almost pulled out a win in their Week 8 brawl.
I mean, there was lots of back and forth, especially the level 1 action in that match was really through the roof. Daydreaming picked up most of GGU's kills on that Elise. He was very impressive with his 6-4 and 4. Curse have struggled in their early game versus these bottom 4 teams. A lot of them have been getting early leads, but then Curse's late game always seems to save them. None of these bottom 4 teams can really finish it out against them. One of the reasons is that they keep giving Cop that MF, one of his favorite champions, and it's very easy for him to just stay on the outside and use his ultimate from the back lines to lay down that extra damage while just staying very safe. It's true to his playstyle.
All right, and while Cop and Curse have been in first for most of the spring split, it seems like they're not immune to the pressure of playing the pros.
I mean, the friction between St. Vicious and Elements, everyone has been talking about it. There have been the vlog fights. There's been Reddit posts. It's really out there, and even though they are in that top spot, you're right, they are not immune to the pressure either. They haven't switched anything up because they definitely are on top, but it's dangerous, especially right before Super Week where there's so much movement that could happen. To have these type of internal conflicts, it could show on the battlefield here, and we'll have to see if they're able to keep it together and continue to perform.
We'll have to see if the waters have settled. All right, let's check out this game's starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Curse. Voyboy in that top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Nijaki in mid, and Cop and Elements on AD and support.
And in the red corner, we have GGU. Zion Spartan is up top. Nintendude is in the jungle. Jinte at middle. Don't Mash Me on AD, and Daydreamin' supporting.
So the last time these guys met, we actually saw Voyboy bring out Aurelia because the bans were so focused and kind of switched around. So we'll see if they do that again. So GGU has really done their homework within the bans and have been pushing people out of their comfort zone.
It's very interesting between these two teams, too, because both of them actually really prioritize Elise. GGU, they've got Nintendo jungling Elise, and then they've got Daydreamin' who will support him as well. Meanwhile, on Curse, Voyboy was one of the earliest proponents of Elise. He liked her a lot in that top lane. Ever since she's got some changes to her Qs, it's been a little bit harder to use her up there, but she's still great in that meta of the 2-1 tower dives, and she's a really strong playmaker, which Voyboy always likes to see in a champion.
And as these guys get prepped for the game, it's going to be interesting. Like, Curse has really brought themselves, like we said, to the top of the charts. And with this turmoil, they're in the eyes of everyone. So they have that pressure as well. That's got to be on their back. We've heard them say it kind of when they were up and down between the first place spot. We asked Saint, we're like, so does it kind of feel all right that you guys, you can get back to first place, but you're now in second? And Saint's like, no, I love first. And Elements was like, there is kind of that pressure relief. So we'll see if they like first place. See if they like it.
I mean, Elements has been very vocal. He's feeling a lot of pressure right now. There's a lot of people criticizing him, and he doesn't feel like he deserves it. And you're in the spotlight. These pro players, there's always going to be people looking at you and critiquing your play. So it's going to be tough, but that's the job.
We'll see if GGU can really play their game. They like the poke comp. Obviously, we've seen Nintendo Dax play, I believe, the most variety of junglers throughout the first split of the LCS here, pulling out Zed, Elise, Leona, a lot of the different types of junglers. So
he's definitely creative with his picks.
Yes, indeed.
They weren't always successful, and he decided that they were going to step away at least from the edge. They're not going quite out to that Leona level. They'll bring it back in a little bit here.
Of course. And as we look to enter Champion Select here for Game 5 on the day, Curse versus Good Game University is into Champion Select.
Immediate Jace ban here. Zion Spartan actually known for playing his Jace in solo queue. Jinte, not so much. So that Jace would probably be a top lane here for GGU. Not going to happen, though. And they followed up with that Karthus ban. Karthus, not only TSM, like we keep on mentioning Reggie's Karthus, but a whole bunch of teams all over the world, too. Even in Korea and Europe, Karthus has seen a resurgence in picks.
Absolutely has. So has Twisted Fate, actually. Jack, saying earlier that he was been number 100% picked and banned in the OGN. So he's also getting no playtime here.
Yeah, no playtime for old Twisted Fate. Now they're going to take a little bit of time on their first pick. It's pretty easy to plan out all of the bans, but once you see the bans of GGU, then you have to rethink your strategy. This Renekton Misfortune combo has been really big for Curse. Like we said, that's Cop's favorite champion. If it's open, he will pick her. It just fits him to a T. That's how he loves to go about it. And now we see a first pick Nasus for Curse. We just saw the odd one up here. He was like, you saw those last two games. Nasus is kind of ridiculous right now.
And Nintendo Dax was the one to choose Nasus in their last meeting, so Curse gets that one. Saint also likes the Nasus, but he also likes the Jarvan, so I don't know we've seen Nintendo Dax play too much Jarvan, which I was going to say we'll probably see him on one of his other champions.
He does provide a whole lot of objective control. Like I said, the Dragons and the Barons just become so easy with that ultimate. His skirmishing power, not as great as a lot of other junglers. His Wither, though, is amazing late game. That scaling is very important. We do see the Elise. We're talking about how that was going to be contested between these two teams. GGU go for it with their second pick.
See what they do. Nijacky's been really liking that Kha'Zix lately as well, but we have seen Voyboy on it once. I think it was actually versus Complexity in Week 9 he did play.
Voyboy definitely an adept Kha'Zix player as well. Voyboy always really likes assassins in the top lane, and then he builds them tanky. Like he'll take the champion.
So
he wants his champion kit to have mobility and the potential for pulling off those kills, but most of the time he'll build very tanky. It's only on really those champions like Lee Sin, where he builds it very assassinating. He says it even himself on his stream. He's like, whenever I'm on that champion, I'm going full offense and I'm just going to start playing crazy.
You know what's interesting, again, as well, Zion Spartan played Kha'Zix in their matchup the last time. So they're taking Nasus and Kha'Zix and just banning out everything they don't want him to play. So it's really kind of a TSM-esque strategy here in the picks and bans.
I like that.
Focusing out everybody.
The cheeky mouse over brand too. Kind of a call out to TSM's last game against Curse, where TSM threw away their third ban on brand, and they're like, whatever, we don't even care what you guys choose. And then they beat Curse with that. GGU looks like they're calling their shots early, and they say, we're going to do to you the same thing that TSM did last week.
Point for the fence. So we see Orianna coming in. It's going to be a safe Nintendo Dax as he repels in here, where they get that ball safety of the command Orianna. So we see what Elements can pick up here. He has support. Lulu coming in for himself. St. Vicious has a jungler. We're still actually looking for a possible mid or top, since Nijacky and both Voyboy play Kha'Zix.
It's a very flat, fragile lineup here from GGU so far. They do have some good disengage, some good movement and pairing skills here with the Orianna and the Janna, but they don't have a lot of meat on them right now. If that is going to be a jungle Elise, then I'd probably look for them to pick up a top laner who's a bit more beefy.
Nijacky has actually been bringing out some Morgana recently, and that would actually require some beef to go on the other side. You're going to have a few people diving into your face, ready to lock everyone up, and you need someone to be able to be there.
So this is a very interesting strategy here from Curse. Last time we just saw Complexity talk about we like to combo the Gragas with the Kha'Zix because Gragas can split everybody up, and then Kha'Zix will go for those isolation kills. Same idea actually with Morgana, because although she doesn't push people apart, if she gets in there, uses his ultimate, everyone's going to run for the hills because they don't want to get locked in on that stun. So it's the same idea where Morgana's going to force people to spread out, and then Kha'Zix goes in for those solo kills.
A good pick on Janna there. It may help a bit. Obviously, the Black Shield is counters the Monsoon quite hard. But if it doesn't connect, they can save a lot of damage there on the Soul Shackle. So Daydreaming going to lock in Riven for Zion Spartan in the top lane. This is going to be, I believe, a new selection for him.
GGU staying true to their style. They don't usually pick a beefy guy, so they're all just going very offensive champions. And we've seen that really be, like, they live and die by this strategy. If by the mid game they are not ahead, then it's very easy to just take objective after objective against GGU and just clean them off the map. But if they are able to pull off something early game, then they try and snowball this into that late game where they have enough aura items and everyone's level 18 where they don't really need that extremely beefy guy, and they rely a lot on their skill shots and their offensive abilities to really take out the threats of the opponent before the lack of tankiness really comes into effect. You know, like to say, the best defense is a good offense. GGU really plays by that strategy.
Absolutely. So what are we looking at for Riven Kazakh's top lane? You're just going to have blades in your face.
I mean, it's been so long since we've been able to just be like, oh, these two are matching up against these two are matching up against these two.
It's so true.
The Kazakhs and the Riven matchup, if it did happen, it would go to that Riven for the early game, especially if they go with Red Elixir. Riven can trade very well with Kazakhs. We've seen some people like 1G1D where they go level 1 all in with Kazakhs, though. So there are a few answers for Kazakhs. If he's able to get his isolation early against Riven, then he can have some answers. But generally, she's just got a lot of very early game advantages. Especially once she is able to, if she's able to hit level 2 before you, then she can really just make you pay for it. We'll have to see how many Red Elixirs come out in this game because it looks like there's a few really good candidates, and we might see some level 1 action.
And we see actually two, Nintendo Dex rather, and both Daydreaming going down to the Explorer Ward as well as the Biscuit. A few Elixirs coming out, one for each side, and that's going to be to the top laners. We do have a teleport on Void Boy, so he most likely going into that top lane. We see everybody focusing bottom here for GGU, and this will be the second time today we've seen a team kind of just throw themselves at the bottom lane. We'll see if it works for him.
Voidboy going with that teleport means that he doesn't want to all in 1v1 with Zion Spartan. Because if you go all in versus Riven and you don't have full fighting summoners, you're going to pay for it. So he's already going top right now because they are blue side, and we only have Cop here sitting in the tri-bush. It looks like GGU might try and land a cocoon and pull something off here. Nope, they have the spider to check.
Volatile Spider will pull out Cop. He actually hasn't chosen a skill yet, so he's not going to pull any crazy tricks. Not going to walk by anybody and get himself out. A minute in here, GGU is actually, they're spreading out quite a lot for the way they're checking Brush. If Zion Spartan were to find 4 people there, they would have lost somebody. They got to be careful here. Power in numbers, stick to the hit. And it looks like they're going to walk out safely.
Yeah, GGU's scaling here. Having Elise pick her Volatile Spiderling instead of her Cocoon means that they were just going for that invade to get vision. They weren't looking for the pick. They didn't think they would grab a kill. They just wanted to get that Tri-Bush Ward up, or that Wraith Ward bush up, and they were successful at that. So mission accomplished. Now they return to their very defensive positions, and they have to be careful for a late invade here. They don't have any other wards put down on the map yet here. They're feeling very confident, and it's actually going to pay off because Curse don't want to invade either.
And we haven't really compared it in a while, and Nijacky's really one of the last people to continue to buy it. The Flask versus the multiple pot in mid. How do they match up? And what are they looking for early late game kind of situation?
Well, definitely it's you open yourself up to those early levels where the other one could all in you or something like that. I mean, Orianna, not too scary very early, especially Morgana. She's fine with starting Flask because she does have that black shield you can get to get you out of any ganks that happen early. With your flash up on Morgana, you should never be first blood, as long as they don't gank you before you grab your black shield.
All right, we'll see if she can play safe. We do have the lane swap coming in here. GGU putting the AD carry and support middle as we see Jinte making his way down to the bottom lane. We'll see what these guys have moving out here. We see 1 sack from Nijacky, so he seems to be getting something situated as we see on their side. Obviously, the players can't discuss the game, so we make sure that nothing is really talked about. And I think it makes sense because, right, the guy fixing his computer isn't privy to what everybody else is chatting about. So it's a good rule. We get everything fixed, and everybody can get back up to the game. It is 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this one. It's going to be actually Voidboy's mouse. It's kind of giving him a little problem, so we get that fixed up and back underway with Game 5 here. If you're just joining us for the North American LCS, We are in very much so to Super Week. Some amazing matches already going down so far. Complexity coming out 2-0 on the day. Team Solo Mid coming out 2-0 on the day so far. So definitely have some standings being changed in the end of this, this week. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's gonna
this
happen.
is Super Week. We've got 3 days of this for North America, and then there's also going to be some European games after that.
40 games over 5 days.
Action-packed.
20 in NA. 20
We
in
actually
EU.
are seeing the matchup, the Riven versus the Kazakhs, though. And it's very interesting because Voyboy, like I said, taking that teleport meaning the all-in is going to be very dangerous for him. He's probably going to be sitting back trying to CS for the first bit with his Void Spikes as we do get back into the game. So he might fall behind in CS early in this. Actually, as you can see already there, he's 6 behind right now. He missed one trying to get him with that Void Spikes, but it's fairly difficult. This is actually good for him too because since he did not place his ward yet, he doesn't want to overextend at all. And he's just fine. Zion Spartan's going to control that lane for the very beginning here. Daydreaming does get caught.
Taking some damage. The tower shot goes on. It's not going to be enough Ignite to kill as it's negated by the health potion. But you're going to see Nintendo come in here for some help.
So Jackie already landed in a good binding here. St. Vicious is coming through to try and help clear out those waves. And the damage already from Curse onto this bottom turret going to hurt. Orianna not the best for 1 versus 2. She has okay AoE, which is going to need some help from this Elise, as we see Nintendo just hovering in that bottom lane.
Zion Spartan having some fun with Voidboy in the top lane, making him chug potions. And really, it is kind of a big factor that Nijacky's able to push away a 2v1 before he even hits level 3. His lane is being controlled quite well, so he probably won't have any problems. Like you said, shouldn't be ganked if he has a splash up.
Nasus is a great jungler to have on your team when it's all about the sieging, because he can just come by, throw up that Spirit Fire, and then peace back into the jungle. Okay, I'm going to go do my thing. They've got great AoE with that combo. The Tormented Soil as well as the Spirit Fire. As you can see, Jackie, of course, maxing that Tormented Soil first because he wants all that AoE damage. And meanwhile, Nintendo just waiting in the wings outside of the vision here for the bottom lane. Doesn't get anything to happen, though.
And really not taken into consideration too much is that passive of Morgana, just allowing you to spell vamp everything back up, staying so healthy in the lane, so the flash just kind of works on top of that. That's that Tormented Soil able to just suck it up from each minion on spell vamp. So looking for another dark binding there. Mashme getting a little bit of poke onto the turret. They're actually not even trying to get damage onto Jackie.
Yep, Saint comes by another Spirit Fire. Hello. More time wasted by a Nintendo down in that bottom lane. He finally does leave, and he's looking for a little bit of an invade here. There's nothing on the red side of the jungle here. Now Jackie, he already has Black Shield leveled, so he won't really have to worry about a Cocoon coming out. He has quick enough reflexes that if Nintendo shoots out a Cocoon, he should be able to Black Shield before it lands, and it's not going to break it because it doesn't do damage.
Well, he's wasted quite a bit of mana here. They may not know where St. Vicious is, but it looks like they do decide to back off. Nintendo Dax just kind of throwing in the same thing as what Saint's been doing in mid lane, soaking up some XP.
Yep, Janna and Caitlyn actually really strong in the tower game here. You can see they forced Jackie back, and St. Vicious trying to stall them off now. He's great. The Wither on No Mashme as well as the Spirit Fire to clear. Oh, it doesn't quite clear out the ranged minions. It's going to give another few hits to that turret.
Missing out on some gold. Saint, he's going to have to attack somebody else's lane now. So we'll see him holding that off for Nijackie. Nijackie actually only goes back and picks up a Doran's, and we look for the Sight Stone to be created by Elements. He picks up a Ruby Crystal on the first back here from the lanes. A lot of pings going, or not a lot, but pings going down in the bottom lane saying for Dragon, making sure we have a deep ward for an engage here.
And you can see Voyboy, he did his job. He stalled out the early game there. He was just getting some CS. He's a little bit behind. But he has not gone down on potions, and he hasn't paid for the advantage that Riven has with that Ignite and with the all-in capability. Zion, as soon as he hits level 6, he actually backs to go buy. I'd like to see him go for an all-in as soon as he returns, because Riven with her ultimate and Ignite and Red Pot, plus the recent purchase, can 100%. Oh, he cancels his back. Never mind.
He did cancel it. I don't know what it would be for him. He's only got 1,200. Looks like he could get a few more waves to himself and get back with that BF sword if he wants to. We do see Tier being picked up by Jinte in that bottom lane, so he can keep his mana stacked up as he is just trying to fend off, like you said, having a little bit harder of a time there than Jackie's Morgana.
Voyboy biding his time because he saw Nintendo down bottom so long. He was able to save that ward, and now it's going to be he won't have to buy another one on his way back. Zion's probably going to shove this wave and force Voyboy to stay here.
Voyboy so wants the back. It's the third or second time he's thrown on the blue pill, and he sees Zion Spartan come out of the bush. That may finally be what he needs. 50 more gold, and Zion has his BF sword, so they're looking to get out of here, both of them, quite soon.
The middle lane turret pretty much even with the bottom lane turret too. So both of these AD and support lanes doing as much work as they can, but unsuccessful. About a third left for each of them here. As soon as this Twitch gets back to lane, the bottom will take a lot more, but we have 3 people converging on the middle for GGU right now.
This is going to be scary. They have Saint there. They're really just putting back on the pressure. The traps being down. Mean Curse isn't going to do anything. So, I don't know, Nintendo X not wasting time, but nearly reproducing anything for his team here. It looks like they may repel over and try to steal the blue out.
This is a good job by Nintendo taking advantage of the vision. The only problem with this new meta of having the jungler come help you wave clear is that the other team gets vision of your jungler, and they can try and take advantage. He does finish it off very close there because he smited a little bit early. If Saint was a little bit closer, could have taken that one back. A successful blue steal there for the spider, and now he's looking top. Voyboy, pretty squishy and out of mana.
Oh, that blue buff on Nintendo, very much so needed. Voyboy would love to have that right now. Oh, he cocoons a minion and walked right in front of him. There's the damage. Voyboy gets St. Vicious, and they kind of botched this one, forced it back out.
Yep, exactly the perfect word there. Mess that one up. Now, the Don't Match Me going to finish this middle turret, though. They are able to shove that one in, and the bottom turret goes down few seconds later. Cop already with the BF sword actually has a big damage advantage over that Caitlyn because she went with those early attack speed from the dagger.
Zion Spartan had enough of the top lane. Finally, they've both backed. It's going to be a tier for Voyboy. Zion does get that gold for the BF sword, so like you said, maybe he can turn that back around. The Doran's coming out for Voyboy as well, so he can get himself some HP along with his fight.
That was the all-in attempt there. A little bit uncoordinated. They definitely have to work on the execution from that one. Neither of them really could take those tower hits. Like I said, this GGU team, they don't usually build tanky. They're not tanky early, especially really like the only extra HP that they have are from Fortitude Elixirs, and that doesn't last very long.
We'll see what Zion Spartan can do with his newly formed items and forged in the top lane. Get a little bit of a push coming down here in mid. It looks like Don't Mash Me could start to close down, but Janna's not there yet, so it looks like he's just going to freeze that lane back in mid as we get some wards down onto the Dragon here 10 minutes into the game.
So the CS here drawn out a little bit. Zion's still pressuring and still gaining, extending that CS lead against Voyboy, trying to bully him in lane. But Voyboy being very cautious, trying to CS with those Void Spikes. The only thing is there's a little bit of an advantage for Curse since the bottom turret is down for GGU. And they do have Nasus, which is amazing dragon pressure. Nasus can easily take out that dragon if left unattended. That's why GGU are doing such a good job of keeping up those vision wards and those sight wards around dragon.
We'll see Mash Me picking up a BF sword soon. Probably he's going to go back and they'll have that damage they want for the fight. The BF sword's already in the hands of Twitch. He goes ahead and spends the 1,000 that he has to upgrade Zerk boots and grab a red elixir. So objectives are looking quite good in the eyes of Curse right now as they set up for it. The Aegis starting to be purchased up by St. Vicious.
We have Nintendo grabbing up his blue. When you have Elise with double buffs, probably going to look for another gank. Hopefully this time they'll be able to manage that tower aggro a little bit better. Repel is a great tool for that. You can get it off yourself the last second, but you still, Voyboy's an assassin. He has great movement speed, and he's known for turning around ganks into kills for himself. So you have to be careful anytime you are going to gank Voyboy because he's going to be looking for a kill when he gets 2v1. He's not trying to run away. Here is Curse trying to force that dragon I was talking about. There's the ultimate from Saint. They're going to burn this one down very quickly, and Nintendo's in the base, so that's going to be a free dragon for Curse.
I was going to say, if they can actually get a good push on top lane, Voyboy would have to can teleport down to do that, but they didn't even need Voyboy to teleport down. He still got his 1v1 going on in the top lane. 95 to 75 there, so Zion Spartan is winning in the minion score realm. But it looks like they're pretty even, not on items, but just on being able to fight each other. Like you said, that's not what Voyboy wants, though. That teleport's going to keep him more passive in lane, and GG looks to put pressure on the bottom.
And Nasus really benefits from these stagnant early games because he's all about farming and he's all about those objectives. His great pressure right there coming to fruition, whereas Elise is all about ganking straight from level 3. She wants to make plays happen. They haven't come here yet, and he's looking again down bottom, just waiting in this bush, but still unable to get a pick yet.
See if Gianna is running any more AP. That Howling Gale did quite a bit of damage there to Cop, so definitely going to see if Daydreaming comes out with his usual offensive build. He has been one of the supports that loves to do that. Athene's Unholy Grail, Fiendish Codex, into Morellum Namicon, or whatever he decides. Or Daydreaming rather, usually helping his team in that late game as the support. Still pushing in the bottom lane, Nintendo X very patient this game, and it may pay off. Oh, it misses the cocoon just to the left. Element throws himself into the fight, knowing that Saint's going to be on the outside. It's going to be a big fight here. GGU is really throwing themselves into the fire. Mashme knows he's going to go down, so he tries to make it a 1-for-1 with assists on the side, and it's going to be the Volatile Spider. Another cocoon missed by Nintendo there, forcing himself to flash out of this. Boy gets the spikes down and the slow. Will he want? And he wants to take the red buff rather. I don't know if he's going to get it. Daydreaming shields and puts himself in front to keep Nintendo Deck safe.
Jackie comes in from the side too, but it's a little bit too slow. The shockwave does not catch Boy.
Ooh, very close. They may not have wanted that reinitiation. They were still quite low, but it was a good job at getting the fight disengaged. Zion Spartan was pushing the top the whole time. They get some movement there. They also get 2 blues in a row off of Curse now.
So GGU, they're up a turret, and they also get the blue steal you're talking about. Plus, they actually got the first blood out of that. Since Elements went a little too far with that all-in, he wasn't aware of the counter gank by Nintendo. Don't Mash Me just went for it, and he got the first blood money. Slight win for them there.
Quite far into the game here, 13 minutes. We see some first aggression from both teams. It's going to be 1,000 gold in favor of GGU. And we're going to see where they decide to position, or where they can position after this. The wards have gone down, quite a few vision wards for Curse. 1 on the top side of the jungle and 2 on that bottom side, which they really don't need to focus on at this point as the objectives are down. Cop and St. Vicious here walking together. They may be able to find GGU Daydreaming here. Because Daydreaming get too close. He's got the slow. The Wither goes down as well. The shield may not be enough for the Expunge to finish him out. Cop picks himself up a kill.
Yeah, easy kill right there. So much slow from that Wither and that Venomous Cast stacking on top of each other. And you can see really the difference between the junglers and the CS here. St. Vicious, a whole 20 CM up on Nintendo. That's just how much time Nintendo has spent in bushes, running around the map, trying to pull off ganks that have been, for the most part, unsuccessful. They finally got something to happen down in the bottom lane with this, with St. Vicious also coming, but the discrepancy in farm is actually going to start paying a toll now. Now Nasus, his only level 1 Siphoning Strike. It's still very early in the game, and so St. Vicious only has about plus 90 damage on that Siphoning Strike. It's only 14 and a half minutes though. That's really going to become a factor much later in the game.
So Nijaki clearing out some wards so he can stay safe in that mid lane. Jinte finally returning there. He gets his own blue buff, so he's going to be able to push safely in the short lane there. St. Vicious clearing up Wraiths as everybody is just really looking to get that next fight in, but they're not ready with the items yet. They're going to go back, see how much gold we actually have on each side. 1,500 gold in the hands of Jinte, 1,000 gold for Don't Mash Me on the AD carry, and it's really the same on the other side. 1,300 for Cop, Nijaki in mid, 1,400. So the carries really looking to get those items and push their power a little bit more.
In GGU, they are still ahead in gold, and they've done a good job of patching up the weakness of that missing bottom turret. They have some wards not only at the dragon, but also inside their own blue. So they're trying to still defend the rest of their jungle, even though their turret is down. And they really need to take advantage of the fact that they do have that middle one down for Curse, because that really opens up the rest of the map for Invade's top side.
So is GGU kind of need to be pushing something they already have an advantage on now? Are they waiting too long on something, or are they all right for the time being?
It's really GGU needs to have the spread out fights because, like I said in the beginning, they don't build defensively early. They're all about burst damage. So they need to be the ones roaming, the ones catching out people for ganks, the ones really nabbing people off guard. In a full 5-on-5 team fight, you benefit a lot from having someone extremely tanky. Elise has an Aegis of the Legion, but her champion is not inherently tanky. She's more about avoiding damage with that repel. Whereas St. Vicious on Nasus, he's got an Aegis of the Legion, but he pops his ultimate and he gets a huge burst of HP from that, allowing him to soak up more damage.
So we see the Morello Namicon coming out here for Jinte on the side for GGU. Infinity Edge is finished for both of the AD carries. And we do have quite a few pings going down. Dragon is going to be in 10 seconds. Mashme looks to cancel out a loss of a Dragon here, or maybe even push the advantage if they can get to it. He may lose his life for going for this. Comp decides not to go for the kill or any damage.
Yeah, he's got Daejeon right next to him there, ready to support his buddy. Looks like everybody making a move down for the Dragon. They have it pre-pink warded. So the vision advantage is there. We've got Voidboy up top, and the teleport on cooldown for another 3 seconds.
He is definitely waiting. You can see him starting to run down already. The Dragon goes over to Nintendo. The teleport coming in for Voidboy. Nijaki quite hurt. Soul Shackle locks them up, and here comes Voidboy into the fight. The Spike's not really able to hit anybody, but Curse has already cleared them out. Voidboy is really just there to boot, and it looks like he may finalize one more kill. Gets the flash in the kill. The Ignite will be saved with the shield coming out from Lulu. Mashme could go down here. He throws a trap far to the left side. They don't like cupcakes that much, and Cop finds another one.
Oh, everybody on Curse getting out with little slivers of life right there. Jackie had not completed his Zanyas. He had all the pieces, but he played like that thing was done.
Yeah.
He got the ultimate from Elements, and that was enough life to keep him alive for the rest of the fight. Then Voidboy chasing down there also gets below 50. Again, escaping unscathed. They do not drop anyone in that fight. They take a huge swing in power. Not only the kills, but also answer up with that middle turret, evening up the map control.
And it's really just kind of pushing more pressure onto GGU because that fight allows Nijaki now to have the Zonias. Their fight engagement became that much stronger, even if it wasn't from the previous fight. So GGU really has a lot to think about coming into these engagements.
Yeah, they did get that Dragon because they had those few seconds. I mean, the few seconds that were left on the cooldown of Voidboy's teleport were so essential for GGU right there. So at least they got that global gold. And the thing is, all the kills, most of the kills went to Kopf there. He's at 5 kills now. Already Infinity Edge plus Zeal combo as well as a Fortitude Elixir. So the next team fight, not only are they going to have Jackie with Zanyas, but they're going to have Kopf, a really, really big presence on that back line with his spray and pray.
He jumped a whole 1,000 gold, 1 grand over Don't Mash Me. So right now he, like you said, sitting quite pretty on items. We'll see what they can do to pressure this bottom lane once again. And Kopf sitting at, like you said, 5-0-1. KDA is still going through the roof. You're going to see who they give this one over to. Jinte looks like he's going to be grabbing it up once more. They don't have, well, they do have good wardage on their side, I should say. Pink wards for there, but they don't have any offensive wards. They don't know what Curse is doing until they get into their own side, until they get into GGU's side of the jungle, I should say.
GGU really hoping for this Elise jungle to pay off by catching someone on Curse who is not by Jackie with a cocoon. Because if Jackie's nearby, he's just going to land that black shield and will foil all of their plans as Voidboy goes for a little aggression onto Zion there. Now we've got 2 people up top trying to shove that turret down.
Well, they have a lot of caution going into this as well. The ward on the bottom shows them that they are 2v1, and they are more than happy to dive this. He doesn't have enough crowd control for both of them, as tanky as they are right now. So they're going to get the poke damage in, cause him to chug down those potions. He still has the elixir, so he has that ace in his sleeve if he gets real low.
Riven scales so well with AD that the shield she gets, which Zion actually max second from Valor, is over 200. Oh, it's over 300 damage right now. So he's got a 320 damage shield on Valor every few seconds here. We even have Jinte coming up to defend it, but that's 5 members of Curse. And GGU smells that one coming. They just back off and lose their last outer turret.
Nijaki is going to put himself in the front for any other engagements coming in or disengage if they need to. 30,000 gold to 29,000. GGU is sticking very close considering it's 7-1 right now at 3-2 in turrets.
It's going to be very close for GGU here.
Oh,
like I
Mashmi.
said, they need a good cocoon.
Oh, Mashmi. The cleanse goes out. Mashmi's getting so hurt. The ball goes on. It could be the save. And there's the Janna ultimate, but everything's been in defense so far. Zion Spartan going man mode into the middle of the fight. He does get Wind Slash off. A good amount of damage to the back line. But Saint and Nijak here towards the front. They finalized the kill after the Zonias. They said that was the big part of the engagement. They were able to work around it. They go 2 for 1. Not too bad.
Ooh, very close right there. It was a good idea by Zion. He went in straight to everyone, trying to get the stun off so that he could set up a perfect shockwave. And they're able to take down Jackie, but too much frontline presence here from Curse, able to scare the rest of GGU back off. And having Don't Match Me get caught out to start that fight was really, really, where the disadvantage came from. It only comes out for a 2 for 1, so not horribly painful, but they had already lost that outer turret as well.
Yeah, they have one true melee on the team, and they started with the one range they don't want in melee. Mashmi needs to get a little bit better on the positioning for that. Being in the jungle by himself, maybe a little bit of miscommunication. We'll see if they can call this one back into their favor. 9-2, but like I said, the kills really aren't meaning much. GGU has been able to kind of get to the objectives, keep themselves in the game that way, and also take down a few turrets to keep that global gold up and almost in their favor. They're only down by 2K gold here at 22 minutes, and Curse looks to be dominating. But like I said, it seems even.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I mean,
it's really weird.
You can look at it two ways. Since Cop has 7 of the kills, he's
true.
really powerful. But if they catch Cop out with that cocoon, like maybe he tries to stealth in somewhere and there's some vision for GGU, then GGU can just wipe that whole gold discrepancy off the map at the beginning. So unless Cop misplays this and gets himself into a bad situation, Curse definitely have the upper hand. But if they're able to snipe him out early, Jintei now getting caught. The shockwave does go off though.
Oh man, that expunge damage is so much.
Yeah,
I figured it was going to take him down even right through the shield. 8-0-1. Cop cannot be stopped. 23 minutes into the game at 10-2. Curse just sets themselves up for a bushwhack on GGU.
So the thing is, Cop can do that to pretty much anyone on GGU's team. That happened just to Jintei right there, but that could have easily been any one of the other members. We do see a lot of pings coming out from Saint, trying to clear out the vision around Baron, because even though it's very early in the game, he is on that Nasus, and Baron is always a threat here from Curse. It would be great for them to just bait GGU into a bad position. They could easily pick off somebody. Voyboy has his teleport up, split pushing down bottom, still has to be careful of Zion though.
Oh no, Cop catches another one, forces the flash on Daydreamin'. He is going to be forced to stay safe in the back. Cleanse looking to come up on Mashmi, Ignite on to Jintei along with his ultimate. So the summoner spells are almost ready, and Voidboy is going to look to 1v1 Spartan here possibly.
Oh, come on, do it. We could have a reverse 1v1 bottom lane where we have Voidboy and Zion here. Just some recreating a little of the action between Soaz and Wicked. Looks like they're just going to be content to farm. And Voidboy actually won't even defend that bottom turret. So that's going to be a bottom turret for GGU while Curse have control.
Mashmi caught in mid. He gets the slowdown. Can Cop get in range? He had to use the flash. The red buff wears off, and the expunge is not enough. But both flashes are used, so that plays into the next fight.
You always have to be wary of that late game Twitch. He's the AD carry that can go invisible and sneak up on you. That's actually might be a good thing for GGU if they can get Cop a little overconfident and get Cop into the mindset where Cop's trying to go very deep in 1v1 people, and then GGU starts leaving vision wards around, but St. Vicious has the black shield. He wants to catch somebody, can't.
Oh, Nintendo does get caught. The black shield keeps him from getting popped up, but he eats the cupcake. Great job there from Don't Mash Me placing that earlier. Jintei taking quite a bit of damage, not in range to get hit anymore, and just that disengage of Janna right now playing huge dividends for GGU.
It seems like Curse are not coming up with anything, but they keep catching out people and getting flashes after flashes after flashes. GGU is gonna run out of flashes pretty soon here. Don't Max Me has to use his cleanse.
Really,
and they're taking a lot of pressure.
It's gonna come down to, I don't know if he'll do it now with the oracles, but it's gonna come down to elements that flash, that Lulu wild growth, throwing himself into the fray and walking right out as his team decimates the HP bars of GGU. We'll have to see if they try for that engage. They really don't have any other jump ons, but Nijaki and his flash is down, so it's gonna be a slow and roll dark binding if it's a catch.
They look like they're content to shove here. Saint actually going around the backside, taking a little free harass. Zion still pushing in that bottom lane. Voidboy can't fully engage him, But Zion is only getting a few hits off on the turret every once in a while and then pulling back out. So it's pretty even in this top and bottom siege. Curse have had enough. They're recalling. They want to group back up.
Bulwarks are finished, and we're actually getting a Sightstone on St. Vicious as well. I think this would be the first time he brings that out.
The first time for a Sightstone on the jungler for Curse, yeah. I mean, they want to keep that map pressure. It's a pretty good buy here. They've got the Oracles, and it's very cost efficient to go with one of those Sightstones if you want to keep up all the wards. Not a lot of people on Curse buying solo wards. So, you know, it's pretty good investment there, going for the long haul. Curse don't have to rush anything, so they'll definitely grab that one up.
I know we've seen some in this super late game, but coming out here 26 minutes, looks like Saint wants to buy himself up that Sightstone. 10-2 here. 39,000 to 37,000 is GGU. Still keeps that as it goes up. They keep that deficit at 2,000. And they're looking now to pressure the mid lane. Pink ward's going down all over the place. I believe Oracles may still be up for elements. He does have it as he sweeps over that Baron pit right now. And Daydreaming has one as well. So these guys looking to clear out and go for the Baron boogie.
Saint also picked up a Kindle gem on his last back. That is one of the best items for almost every single jungler right now that's popular, because they all scale so well with cooldown reduction. Nasus, if you think about it, that's the best possible stat that he can scale with. He doesn't get that much out of AD. There's not a lot of scaling there. And his AP, really, the Spirit Fire and the Ultimate, it doesn't help very much. The best thing is to be able to use all of these really strong abilities more and more. That's really the only thing that you can scale Wither with is cooldown reduction, so you can keep up Wither more, and you can use your Ultimate more. You just want to be able to use all your spells all the time, basically, is what we're saying about Nasus here.
We'll see if he can get to that state. Zion waiting out in the bottom lane here to see if Boy pushed any more. He finally had enough of it. He did get that Guardian Angel for himself. So we'll see how that fares for them in these game fights coming up at 28 minutes. It is going to be a long one at this point. At this point, both teams are going to at least get 2 or 3 of their spell rolls off in their kits. So it's going to be who can do it better and who has that positioning. Shockwave can really turn a fight around, but so can Soul Shackle.
Looks like we are going for a long one here, guys. Zion back to the bottom. Rest of the team up top. We've got the 4-on-4 up by there. The only thing is, Voyboy teleport option is open. Curse doesn't have a really reliable means of snagging someone, though. They just have to hope for a Jackie binding. The Wither hasn't been quite as effective as they would want with snagging someone out and forcing a fight. So if Voyboy comes up top and teleports and they don't get that catch, then Zion Spartan is going to wreck this bottom turret.
And Voyboy has to be careful. Oh, man. They could go for this fight. They're trying to engage it. That one ward is really going to be the death of him. Now they finally get it. That is usually the way it goes down. But look at this 2-man sneak going on. They don't have coverage, and they have to know that Comp isn't there to start dealing the damage. But what can GGU do about it? That Baron is going to go down. Saint may not be able to initiate with his team after this. So it's going to have to be slow here for Curse if they want to get out alive. Yes, they're just going to back.
It was a really strong sort of poker mentality move there from Curse, because they had been playing that catch game for so long. That was like 5 minutes straight of poking around in your red side jungle. So there was no reason for GGU to think that Curse were actually doing the Baron. It was a very good bluff. They finally did it, pulled it off with those 2 people. Elements and Jackie doing a good job keeping the rest of GGU busy, and it's a Baron for the bottom turret. So it wasn't exactly free, but as a really good trade.
Absolutely. 20, that's not 29. 293 is how you say it. It's going to be the amount of CS for Don't Mash Me to 235. That top lane is 276 to 254, so a good discrepancy there in favor of GGU, and really could be a lot of where their gold is coming from. With that Baron, it is going to make that 2,000 gold split into a 4,000 gold split finally, but I don't think it's really going to hurt GGU that much. They're still in fighting form. They just have to find it, right? Voyboy and both Zion Spartan have been off on the side in these fights, and it's always been a diver, Mashme, somewhat getting caught out. Not really his fault, just positioning of the team has not been ready for these engagements.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad for GGU in the end game. Like, they are seeing this 10-2 and this Baroned up Curse coming down middle, but they have a very, very key item here where Zion's got his Guardian Angel. So the lack of tankiness is actually made up a lot right there. Since he's got full offense, he's going to jump right into the middle of Curse, being able to put out a lot of damage, hopefully get Shockwave into a very good position for Jinte. And they can actually put out a lot of very good AoE damage, especially on a turret dive from Curse. GGU still have a pretty decent chance here. Only 5k gold behind. They still have a good pink ward here, actually, because if they do catch out Cop, like I said, that's always the best possible situation.
And as much as we say, you know, GG was in this, the next fight could mean a huge swing. If they all 5 go down without being able to make an impact on Curse, without being able to hit those health bars, and they start losing turrets, this evenness that is still somewhat there is going to be quite lost. This minion wave coming in, Curse was able to take down mid turret with that Baron buff without really any push off or contest from GGU. They might be able to do it here on this inhibitor.
Yeah, no amount of tankiness is going to make you tanky enough to withstand Cop right now. He's got his Last Whisper on top of the Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer combo, so what you have to rely upon are stuns on Cop. You have to keep Cop on his back foot. Keep him moving, make him use his cleanse, make him backstep, and make him use that flash so that he's not continually putting out the damage. Only problem is there's a huge, huge problem in Jackie. He's got that AoE ultimate, and he's got his Zhonya's ready.
Actually looking at this distortion boots as well to get himself into situations where he can flash into that fight and really be a disturbance and cause some chaos for Curse in the fights against GGU here. GGU doing everything they can to set up defense with cupcakes and Oriana balls just in the front of this inhibitor turret. There's another one going down. He's got the full line of cupcakes, and that's one of the hardest things to break.
Yeah, Zion looking for the 1v1 here. He wants some hope for his team. Boy not going too deep though. Just backs right off, and he's able to keep the wave there. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, one shot at a time.
Saint went cupcake hunting. They put Black Shield on Saint, and he just walked over all 3 of them. So Mashmi looking to bake some more. And really, the siege is good from both teams. We said it before. As the 1v1 may go down here, the Guardian Angel's going to give him the upper hand. If Zion Spartan can turn that off right now, I bet you they still keep going at it. Voidboy tries to get away. That flashes the wind slash. Void spikes backwards. He's going to be able to jump out of this one. Do you have the gap closer, Spartan? But it's going to be pressure on the turret. Voidboy knows he is just causing the draw here from Zion Spartan. He even has a teleport to get in with the team. It's going to be Nijaki going down there after the Zonias was used. Going to be Wild Growth onto Saint, but it's the backup and disengage after that.
Jackie sacrifices life basically right there, zoning for the sake of the turret. Rest of Curse does take that one down, but a good shockwave doesn't let Jackie leave, and they actually pick up a kill for it. That duel down bottom though, very impressive. Voidboy escaping with that flash, barely dodging out the wind slash from Zion Spartan.
You got a thumbs up Voidboy on that one, because there's been YouTube videos recently of him doing the same thing on Kha'Zix in First Blood, so that play really coming out, just being able to hold very sound mechanics in a tight spot, and it keeps him alive for a team push in the top lane, very hotshot GG-esque, if you will, in the way that Curse played that one out with their push going on.
Now the thing is, a free Dragon from GGU, sort of pulls them a little bit back into the game, but their base has been cracked open by Curse. They got that turret down. Now they just have to go finish off the inhibitor, but Boy's got some more action down bottom. No flash this time.
There, he is going to want to fight this one. It could get away there. There's a wind slash. It's enough to get out that time. I figured there would be a little bit of armor there to help him out, but a 2-fed Zion Spartan, 310 CS. Boy is kind of disgruntled about that one, but he will be back in 40 seconds. Kobe, Curse needs to make a move.
Yep. For all the vision that they wanted with that sight war, the sight zone on St. Vicious, they weren't able to save Voidboy. He goes down for free. That's going to be a little bit of a pause here, because while Curse are ahead, they need every member. They have to have at least the threat of Voidboy teleporting in. If he's not on the map, then GGU will just take it and run with it. You saw the bonuses of your team building all offense is that you can still burst down people this late in the game, no matter who it is.
As we go ahead, look back at the inventories quite now into the late game phase here of Game 5 on the day. It's going to be 334 CS for Don't Mash Me to the 283 of Cop, but Cop's play at 8-0-1 has easily accumulated that CS in terms of gold. It's 12,500 to 13,900, so 14 grand in the hands of Cop alone, and he has the most money in the game right now.
Curse doing a good job here, just shoving the middle lane and then swinging up to the top, up to that exposed inhibitor. Baron is up in 40 seconds, so if they pre-sweep the Baron for wards right here, then they can keep GGU blind, continue to pressure on that top inhibitor, and that's far enough away from Baron that Anasis with his ultimate, followed up by that extremely powerful Twitch, could burn down Baron for another two-man Baron. But it looks like they're going to go behind the minion waves and start on this inhibitor. The rest of GGU is here to answer.
This is perfect. Spirit Fire is going to go right across GGU, and so will the spray and pray of Twitch if they can finalize it. Cop taking a bit of damage from the backside, but that is ace in the hole down, so they won't be finalizing any runaway ultimates here. It's going to have to be everything up front for GGU and their kills.
Baron's been prepped. It looks like Curse is going to play that poke game now. Jackie's got his flash up, so if they want to initiate, it is theirs for the taking.
And Cop being very patient on the backside. See Saint go ahead, trying to waste some summoners here, really trying to get in the head of GGU as they throw down the cooldowns. The minion wave coming out, so you can see them getting pressured back just a little bit, and they're doing everything they can to hold that inhibitor.
Looks like they are. Just the whole team falling back to that Baron. For that Baron threat, they want to force GGU to come to them. Oracle's on Elements, means they're going to be able to clear out this ward, but he gets caught with a cocoon.
Elements does get caught. A great black shield saves him from getting popped up, but he still takes all the initial damage there. Backing out of this fight, they're going to have to be careful. That's the Oracles that could go down soon. That's the way they clear these objectives, and GGU is going to take some aggression off of this.
One man getting poked down like that means all their threat is gone. Now it's going to be a little bit more of a farm session for GGU. They get some breathing room. They're trying to catch up here. This gold lead slowly dwindling.
Looking at summoner spells on both sides. Mashmi's cleanse is up. The flash for Voyboy about to come up, probably 30-40 seconds. Everybody is completely fight ready besides that, and it's actually going to be the same thing for Zion Spartan's flash. They used that in their last 1v1.
So Zion Spartan wants to get another pick on Voyboy here. He's trying to be a little sneaky in Curse's jungle, and he wants to see which way Voyboy's going to come. He actually left the bush, but he's going to go for it here.
He saw him coming around the corner. You see the wards getting cleared out in that top lane, and Zion Spartan's just going to go ahead, create pressure in the bottom, and this is really great play from Zion. GGU is one of the early game or the younger teams that are plagued by late game mistakes, and here they're keeping those out, and it looks like they go in. They are able to get the steal onto the Baron. That goes to Nintendude, still staying in the fight. The Soul Shackle's only going to lock him down, and they get out of this. The ace in the hole takes down Nijackie. They continue the fight. A great Monsoon knocks back Voyboy. They're not able to steal any more Barons, and Zion Spartan is whacking away at the bottom inhibitor turret. Voyboy had to teleport in, and they're making moves on Curse.
That was perfect for GGU. Nintendude right there going in, making Saint Vicious look silly with the smite steal, and then Jackie came out of his Zanyas at the worst possible moment right there, takes the Caitlyn ultimate for Cop against his will, and ends up going down for an even 1v1 trade, but GGU got the Baron and the inhibitor turret.
Historically, in statistics, Curse is supposed to go 5-0 this week, and GGU has different things in mind. They look to take this game cresting 39 minutes. They've taken Baron. They just took out a few good members of Curse, and they now look to push some lanes. Zion Spartan during the whole foray in the bottom lane, pushing down the inhibitor turret.
They played the waiting game, and it just paid off huge for them right now. The question is, great, that was an amazing play. We got so much out of that, but where are we going to go moving forward? We've got an exposed inhibitor bottom. The only thing is our top is also under pressure. So we have to clear out the top minion wave first and ward up this side of the jungle so that Curse don't sneak in there. Making use of this Baron buff is going to be huge for GGU because they still have that Guardian Angel on Riven, which is going to be huge. It makes up for their lack of tankiness. Even though Nintendude is building all the tanky aura items, they don't still have a point man. Zion's going to be that one when he's got his extra life up. So he gets in there, and they get off a good shockwave. They could very well just turn this game completely around.
And it kind of goes to show they finally found the fights that have been showing that we've said it's close. This game is even. They may be down 6 or 7 kills and 2,000 to 4,000 gold, but they have what they need to get in, and it is true. all of that damage is onto Cop, like we said earlier. It's not spread out amongst Curse.
All right, so they choose to get the Dragon. That's a little bit more gold, but that's not going to change the game for them at this point. They need to get into this inhibitor and force the fight while they've got Baron up. Baron is going to be everything that GGU are putting their hopes on right now. They need that power boost, and they're just going to have to hope for something to kill Cop twice, because Cop has answered the Guardian Angel of Zion with a Guardian Angel of his own. Even after he goes down the first time, GGU still have to follow that up with more CC and immediately execute him so that he's not able to get that free spray and pray off. Waiting in the bush is not going to help. You did that by yourself, Zion, but your whole team is not going to do it. Curse are not going to step outside their base. They know you have Baron. They will not make that mistake.
Curse is in we are acting on your next mistake mode. This is exactly where that experience of being a veteran comes into play, knowing what to do when you're in the utmost of turtle situations. They have great siege clear, so they don't have to worry about the poke coming in. They're playing this one smart. They got the blue buff on Nijaki, so they can just spit out Tormented Soil rather, keep the minions out, and they're going to look to find GGU's mistake.
I always mention it, though, at the beginning of these fights. You want to keep your eyes on Jackie when he's got his flash up, because that Morgana initiate is going to be crucial for them. Their whole team was about, we need to isolate people by getting that Morgana ultimate on as many people as possible and then forcing them to spread out so that Voidboy can get to work. If they aren't able to do that, then they don't have a lot of pressure and they won't be able to keep people off of Cop. They need Voidboy to be an extreme threat. They've got 2 Guardian Angels now to answer for Zion. Going a little Gambit style here. Everybody taking a bite of the cupcakes too, slowly whittling this down. But every second that they waste here is another second off of Baron buff.
And that top turret going down as GGU pressures the bottom. And, to add on to the fact that those Guardian Angels are there, both of those champions can also go invisible, so they can really utilize how that Guardian Angel is used. Cop possibly saving his flash and cleanse after he comes back up to get out and cause that Guardian Angel to really be that Guardian Angel, his saving grace.
So there's a huge wave top for GGU. The moment Voidboy steps away and they get vision of this, they can go in and get a couple hits on the inhibitor, but they don't capitalize on it.
Mash me very close there. Nijaki didn't even choose to throw out a binding. It gives Voidboy a little bit of time to Void Spike out. And it looks like they start to back off as they see Voidboy has also as well.
Wasted all the time of that Baron buff off. They got a little bit more gold. They've evened up the gold lead here, but they weren't able to take any inhibitors. No crucial objectives were secured by GGU. They've evened up the playing field at least, and they'll need to purchase with those items. Now you see the Quicksilver Sash coming out from Caitlyn, so she'll be a little bit more mobile and continue to be able to put out damage from the back line. But the Guardian Angels are really going to be the crucial items here. There's 2 extra lives for Curse, whereas there's only 1 extra live for GGU right now.
And this game, after being 4,000 difference, is now 400 different, as they actually 300 gold difference in favor of Curse. It's really not in favor of anything. They are going to have to earn this next fight. See the Last Whisper now being built onto Voidboy. He's almost full items as well. Zion Spartan has that Doran's Blade still as he's working on probably some more damage. Obviously, BF Sword coming out, so he's looking to really put on the pain.
It's interesting because every time Curse wins, we always interview them and they say, yeah, our strategy is just to wait for the other team to make their mistake and then we capitalize on their mistake. GGU are really playing their own game against them. GGU are playing the waiting game as well. They capitalized on the last play and they're waiting for another one. They're just happy to sit on this Baron. There's another minute. They're warding up, and they've got control of that area right now with this Oracles. They're playing a much safer game than usual. This is not the GGU of old. This is a newer, more mature bunch of 18-year-old kids.
It's interesting to see that Voidboy can't use that teleport to split push effect. He's forced to stay with the team now, and it's going to be their initiation to come in. It really changes everything. I mean, as this late in the game, one person gets caught out and everything that happened before kind of means nothing now.
They're definitely, growing up right before our eyes here, Riv. These kids, they grow up so fast these days. All of them just waiting in that bush, trying to catch some member of Curse out. I mean, like I said, they've got the Baron prepped. It's only going to be 15 seconds now, so we're going to see another one of these epic dances around the middle of the map. There's inhibitors exposed. Baron just came up. Ooh, they kill a ward there, you know.
They are just running
Not
parallel
engaged.
here down the lane, down the jungle. They're going to have to meet at some point to get the wards out. It's just outside the Wraith Brush, so they have a bit of vision. Going to be cleared out with the Oracles. 45 minutes in here as we are very late into this game. GGU can't get into their base. We kind of saw this last game. The team cannot get into their base. It's kind of hard to defend your turrets, and Voyboy is just taking doing damage to that inhibitor turret. Nijacking flashes himself in. Soul Shackle doesn't lock up anybody. Oh, Shockwave gets 4 members of Curse. 3 are forced out. St. Vicious cannot get the back line to help him out here, and Zion Spartan drops elements. Curse just found themselves on the back heel, running home.
Good job by Zion there. He flashes in to get the kill and then gets right back out. He didn't have to pop his GA. They took down one of the members of Curse that was exposed and didn't have an extra life. Great job by them. Again, capitalizing, just waiting and biding their time. Curse were really far, and they got a lot of damage on that middle turret, but a player down this late in the game means that now GGU are able to force a lot of pressure onto Baron. Mashman gonna shoot it from over the wall here as Nintendo applies all of those percentage damage moves that Elise has in her kit.
We see Mashman has actually picked up the Fury boots. You can see that buff stack on him, making it look like he's going off fast when he's not even moving. Takes to the air and back to the ground. Looks like they're going to be able to drop Baron here. 46 minutes, a second Baron in a row going into GGU as Curse wants a little bit of blood here. Voyboy taking ace in the hole from the side. Steps on a trap because he just wants a cupcake.
Everybody just loving those. Don't Mash Me is King Baker so far. They capitalized on their one kill that they got. It was, you know, half of an inhibitor turret's life for a kill and a Baron right there. Again, the second time around, I'm definitely looking for GGU to actually take down an objective. That bottom inhibitor, I'm looking at you. They've really played this one so methodically, and they really have, you know, grown a lot. This is not what we've seen from them in the past. This is definitely a well thought out plan here from GGU, and if they just swing down through that dragon and then pressure bottom, they can force a fight here with this Baron buff up.
And this really is the third time Elements has bought an offensive item on support. Seeing that Daydreaming is also going damage and has every game, these guys are pulling out not all the stops, but adapting well.
Everybody on GGU, except for the jungler and support, have hit their level 18. So you saw how effective that Shockwave was.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got the spell penetration comboed with the massive ability power that you get from a death cap on top of Seraphs. The Shockwaves from an Orianna 640 ability power with both the percentage and the flat penetrations are going to hurt everybody late game no matter what. And that is AoE. Even though Jackie did a great job of spreading everyone out, he doesn't get that same chunk of damage that Jinte does. Look at you. They're using Voyboy as bait here. They're like, oh yeah, Voyboy's doing his same old thing that he always does where he split pushes bottom, and everybody else on Curse kind of waiting around to jump on him. But Zion does not overextend this time. Really good safe play here.
They are playing it super safe. Zion Spartan didn't even leave until he could absolutely not be seen in that lane, and he's still playing it safe. He's not going through Tribush where there might be a ward he didn't see somebody just place. They're going back into their jungle and clear everything out and come into this fight 110%. Curse really, for the first time, on their heels against a GGU. And GGU, as we said in the pregame, they were able to give Curse their hardest time when they faced them with the Kale Twitch combo. They don't have that, and they're still giving Curse a real hard time.
GG only have 2 minutes left on this Baron, and they're not making their move yet. We've got Jinte in the base still. Now they look like they're finally heading to the bottom lane after they picked up the dragon and went back to buy one more time. Don't Mash Me has upgraded his Quicksilver Sash into that Mercurial Scimitar. He's got a full build right now. His item slots are completely packed with every item that he could possibly want at this point.
Zion.
Even the boots are upgraded fully.
Zion Spartan looking to go triplet Bloodthirster in his build. I'm guessing that because after the first one, I didn't know what he was going to build. I thought he just got it for damage, but 3 Bloodthirsters for Zion as he goes towards that build, the Last Whisper there, and really on top of the Guardian Angel, you're probably not going to be able to kill him with that much lifesteal.
Yeah, with the 2 Bloodthirsters plus BF Sword, he's already at a 550 damage shield on his Valor that has a 5.7 second cooldown. So talk about not having to build tanky, but still getting those tanky stats. Really showing up big there. We have a we have an imminent fight coming. So everybody who's been waiting, time to wake up. Here we go. We've got the Baroned up GGU. We've got an inhibitor exposed, and they want to force it now. Again, Jackie is going to be the focal point for Curse. He's got his flash. He wants to initiate, spread the team out.
Ooh, there we have a Cocoon, almost the icing on the cake that they need to take down this inhibitor. Mashme trying to put some defensive traps. They do want this inhibitor, Kobe. You are so right, but they cannot get in for the poke. There's just way too much siege clear. Voyboy spikes into that tormented soil every time. It's like the Barons are just completely going to waste.
I love how, since they have Black Shield, Curse are just eating up every single cupcake Dome Mashme can bake. Right there, Jackie grabs a couple for himself. So this late in the game is actually where the Siphoning Strike stats from Nasus come into play. He's got 243 extra damage on that. That's because he was a jungler Nasus. It's 50 minutes in, and that's not a very big number for a lane Nasus, but the jungle Nasus maxed that last, and it doesn't really stack up that quick. Still, that 250 extra is going to be doing a lot for him.
The later and later this game goes, the scarier and scarier it is to have one person on your team go down. If Curse can kill at least Nintendude, even a few of those carries on the team, Voyboy taking quite a bit of damage there, and they negate the Dark Binding. Nintendude X is just going to be able to sit safely in that crowd control. And we see Curse really on their heel right now. Damage to the inhibitor. It's going to be healed back up quite slowly, but Mashme is getting in there for the pokes. They're working their crowd control very well for this defense and offensive play.
Nintendude might have to worry about losing his... Oh, there we go. They're going to initiate. The Baron buff is down.
Oh, so close. They have wanted it. Elements took so much damage once more. They see it again. Gente taking damage from the backside. Jackie doesn't even get to put the Zonias on. He goes down. St. Vicious taking quite a bit of damage. Tries to throw down Wither to stop it, but they get out. The Guardian Angel not even pop for Zion Spartan. They've opened up the inhibitor, Kobe.
This late in the game, the full damage builds really trump any kind of tankiness. Jackie right there. He had Zhonya's available, he had Flash available, he had Ultimate available. Didn't get to use any of them. They completely took him out of this game. Now they're going to be not only rewarded with that inhibitor, but the turrets as well going down on mid.
Using the heal to keep them in the game. They may have some low mana bars, but they do have that range and the poke to still attack. Good damage to just be thrown out and deter them from engaging. It's not going to be something that's really going to make or break a fight right now. So GGU doing everything they can to keep Curse in a multitask situation.
And since Jackie went with the Distortion upgrade instead of the Home Guard, when he does get back up, he won't be zooming back in. I mean, he'll have summoners available, great, but they're trapped inside their base right now. Not having Home Guards is really going to hurt some people.
So Jackie actually going down that fight without using his summoners. He kind of put his hands up when everything went in, knew he was going down. He'll save it for the next fight. But like you said, we got to be careful when he has that flash up. It was somewhat of an engagement on GGU's doorstep 5-10 minutes ago here. 8 minutes, 7 minutes away from an hour-long game of Game 5 here in Super Week. Curse versus GGU going strong. Objectives up in 30 seconds of Baron and Dragon.
This late into the game, even killing an inhibitor, not the hugest of deals. It's going to be determined by the next team fight. How many people go down? The Baron that pops up in 8 seconds is going to be where all the action is at. The side lanes will slowly be pushing, and that's why Curse have Voyboy down there. He's got his teleport up, so he's going to be trying killing off every super minion that does come down that bottom lane. But as soon as the fight breaks out, he's got to immediately teleport and get to the rest of his team because so much damage can come out from either side that the first target will go down extremely quickly.
Curse is looking to force here, but GGU says, no, you're going to play our dance game, and we're going to make you come back to base. Curse actually listening. They may try to pinch from the backside, but they may as well go back to base. We see Voyboy coming back on the blue pill. They're going to try to get this inhibitor turret from the backside. Jackie does have that flash. He does have the soul shackle. I don't think they like the engage just yet. The teleport coming in for Voyboy, though. They're going to try to get right into this fight going in. Jackie forced the Zonias. I don't believe he's got his ultimate in yet. No, it was bounced out, actually. The damage onto Jackie. They can't get enough damage onto GGU right now. Gente on the backside. We do see that Daydreamin' has gone down, but it's 3 for Curse on the ground right now. A triple kill for Mashme as he just walks himself about.
picks up the kills, the inhibitor turret, and the inhibitor.
The split engage from Curse did not work out at all right there. They had Voyboy coming, home guard from the middle, uses teleport to get over there. Jackie tried to engage from the back, and they're just going to keep on the Nexus turrets.
Cop takes 2 shots to half health. Jackie could get a good Tormented Soil here and keep them dispersed. They can't stand in that right now with the amount of engage that could possibly come from that fountain. Cop's going to be coming back out soon. Has his home guards on, so that's going to deter them. 1 Nexus turret, though. They may stay, Kobe.
There's 30 seconds left on the death timers for everyone, and the Nexus is exposed.
GGU may be able to pick up this game against Curse, who is expected to go 5-0 this week, and GGU takes game 5 off of Curse.
The upsets, oh, the upsets, Riv. This is going to be an extremely action-packed Super Week. North American LCS just looks like such a level playing field at this point. Top teams just dropping all over.
4,000 gold down at one point to come up, grab 2 consecutive Barons. Curse did a great job at holding off that defense, but GGU had too much pressure, they had too much position, and for them to dictate a final fight of the game against Curse by saying, go for Baron, we're going to push your base down, was absolutely out of their comfort zone, but I think they know how to do it now.
I feel like the biggest change was in GGU's late game plan. Earlier in the LCS, we never felt like there was a late game plan for them.
Yep.
But they've calmed down, and they really executed that very well. They were all very content to wait and not overextend. Play it safe. Wait for a chance, and the chance came at the Baron. That big play, you have to say, it wasn't even really a giant thing that Curse did wrong. It was just a huge play from Nintendo right there, stealing out that Baron. Then they got lucky with the Jackie execute after he came out of Zanya's, and Zion down bottom was just doing tremendous amounts of work. They put themselves in the position for a comeback, and it worked out beautiful.
Absolutely. They scrolled over the brand. They pointed to the fences.
They did.
We'll actually see how that last
Damn.
fight went between Curse and GGU.
So this was the rear initiate. Jackie's trying to get onto No Mastery, which was a great idea. You know, he wants it. He gets it. Oh, the shockwave pulls him back. No, he was Zanyan before. That's why they didn't get off the ultimate. Their focus was still on Don't Match Me, and they took him out first, but it didn't matter because they're sandwiched even between their own team right here. Voyboy isn't able to get his work done because there was no initiate from the flash chains of the ultimate from Jackie. He couldn't back that up. He always has to use his Zanyas defensively, not really having those late game team fights come together with the positioning and the shockwaves from Jinte. He's able to pull those off from afar, so it's just so much easier for him to get his AoE damage off.
And it was really great mid-game control. We saw things like, you know, blue buffs stolen all the time for GGU. They had a great game, and after the break, we'll talk to GGU's Don't Mash Me about their huge upset, and then Dignitas tries to end their 3-game losing streak when they take on Counterlogic Gaming. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We're joined right now by Don't Mash Me from GGU. Congratulations on the matchup, finally taking out Curse. It's the first game, the KL Twitch, you guys were almost able to do it. What was it this time that gave you guys the momentum?
Just everybody communicating well. No one was down after the first loss against Complexity. We didn't necessarily blow it off, but we just took it as motivation to try harder because we need to win.
You've definitely been one to be outspoken when your team does get down. How do you guys regroup? Because it looked like you came out into this game with a completely different mentality.
I told my team, and everybody else told each other, we got this late game. Morgana falls off really badly, so we just took advantage of it and just farmed it out.
So when you guys actually lost Bloodwater, your current blog at that time was, you know, guys, don't worry. GGU's heads are up. I'm going to become a new leader role for my team. How have you deployed that in practices and gameplay?
Every scrim is serious. No one's messing around. Like I said in previous interviews, I just pause the game whenever someone messes around, and I just yell at my team.
You were also really, really excited about Twitch early in the LCS, and you said, you know, I never lose these Twitch games. I can't believe this is happening. You didn't die a single time in this game. Was there anything different that you set up with your team? You're like, okay, I'm going to play Twitch, but these things have to happen?
I feel like with Twitch, I play a really different Twitch compared to like everybody else.
Right.
I play it really, really aggressive. But lately, I try to like make new comps with my team. I really don't like playing Twitch too much. I like to have a variety when I play things like Caitlyn, MF, and other type of things I play.
Right on. So now meshing so well with Daydreaming coming in here, are there more things that we haven't seen? It's obviously a yes or no. You don't have to explain on it. But have you guys been able to kind of go outside your boundaries and practice things?
Yes, we have. We have something else, but I'm not going to say it.
Right.
And one of them, yeah, it's just can't say it.
I like it. Keep it all top secret. We don't want to expose anything for you guys because you're looking like you've had some really good upsets here, and we want to see more interesting games. I want to follow up on that last question though about your Twitch. You say you play them different from everybody else. What are the main differences between your Twitch style and like Double Lift's Twitch play? Because he's been playing him a lot lately too.
I'm not afraid to die. I just go in. I'm basically like the way I play Twitch. I just tank it for my team, and I have like Zion Spartan going Rambo, killing everybody while I did my job.
So GGU's late game, have you guys been able to just have more late game experiences in your practices? Because you guys controlled it. You actually dictated a base push when Curse wanted to go for Baron. Where'd the confidence come from?
Just all the experience in scrims. Like we threw so many games in scrims because of late game when we had the lead. So everybody in the team just knew what to do now.
Right.
What do you feel about the top 3 teams currently in the LCS? After 2 of them have already fallen, what do you think are going through their minds at this point?
We can lose to anybody. That's basically it. And I hope we can beat TSM because I don't like getting 4-0'd.
Would you say GGU is a team, obviously you won after a loss, but are you a team that can work better off momentum, or you guys could win every game no matter what's coming at you?
We can win any game, whatever's coming at us, and we have the right mindset too.
All right, well, hopefully there's some momentum behind there to make it a little bit easier for you guys. Congrats on the win as well to stop bleeding a bit, and congratulations on the rest of the week.
Thank you.
All right, guys, it's time for our last match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Dignitas, and even though they each lost their first match of Super Week, both CLG and Dig feel they're coming into this showdown with an edge.
Our performance historically against them has been very good. Like we started 2-0, lost this week, but I'm gonna go toss up this week's results as kind of an oddball for us.
This patch, it's a little bit easier to deal with them. You ban out a few champions. Singe got nerfed. They're all around just a weaker team, I feel, because of that.
I'm always confident against CLG. It's always fun to play them, playing against Doublelift and Afro because they're the next best bot lane, so it's really fun to play against, so I'm excited for that.
Dignitas owned the first 2 matchup between these teams, but last week CLG took advantage of a Crumsless jungle and stomped the short-handed Dignitas in just 26 minutes.
Not having your regular jungle there is definitely hindering. I mean, Crumbs is a great jungler, one of the top junglers, and I think he should have been in the All-Star vote, but he's down there, so I voted for him.
And with Crumbs out of the game, CLG's own jungler stepped up in last week's win over Dignitas.
Oh, yeah. Chowster definitely had a great game. He was part of every single kill for CLG, going 1-1-6 as Jarvan. He was making just plays happen all over the map. He kept Skara and Cutie Pie both to 0 kills and even 0 assists. But Crumbs is back in the jungle today. He was instrumental in Dig's 2 wins against CLG, going 6-7 and 25 in those 2 games. And Dignitas, if they want to win, they really need to make use of Crumbs being back on their team. They have to apply that early pressure and get Cutie Pie and Scar going. That win is definitely going to get them back in the race with TSM.
And with Super Week already going, it's time to super get back into the action. It's time for tonight's starting lineups. On the blue team, it's Counter Logic Gaming. Hotshot GG in the top, Chowster in the jungle, Link in mid, Double Lift on AD with Afro Moose support.
And on the red team, it's Dignitas. Kiwi Kid is up top, Crumbs is in the jungle, Scar is at middle, Cutie Pie is on AD, and Patoy will be supporting him.
So last time, actually, before we get into Champion Select, forgot about this one because it's time to see who you think is going to win this match. According to lolesports.com, 63% of you guys think Dignitas is going to come out on top.
Wow. In the video we just saw, both teams extremely confident, saying there's not a lot of tricks here. We feel like we can win every game now that we have Crumbs back. So both of these teams, I think, have pretty big egos riding on this game, I'd say.
I think if we see bans coming out, they're going to be Diana Kale. Kale was actually played by Kiwi Kid last time in this game, so that's also Scaras. That'll be a double ban for them. We've seen teams doing that with Diana Kale. Easy, quick, 1-2 for the lanes to start off there. So I think CLG could focus that.
Well, we saw Complexity just really playing them well. Going after the limited champion pool of Scar, they said, we ban out one, they ban out a couple for us, and then what are we going to see from Scar? They wanted to get him on a champion that he hasn't played as recently, that TF. Like they said, he didn't do poorly. He just didn't have his great pressure that he usually applies to most of the map. So
it's really a factor of playing the champion over and over again. And it's not to, Skara's bad play, but there were a few times we saw him coming in and cards were still kind of flicking over the head when, somebody who's a second nature player of that would start things up. It's kind of why you can't play like an Orianna or a Lee Sin first thing in the day. You're not warmed up yet. It takes time to get those champions ready for the initiation. And we saw that. So what happens when you get pushed out of your comfort zone? Skara plays Orianna as well, but hasn't in a while, and it is one of those champions that takes a warm-up.
That pick a card thing is definitely something that benefits from muscle memory too, because the rotation of cards is actually something that is predetermined. And if you can keep that in your head from the beginning of the game, it never changes. So like some really advanced CF players can actually keep track of that for a while and know which card will pop up as soon as they press the wild card. And that's when you see those instant WWs for just locking in that gold card. Like, yep, that one was going to be it. Grabbed it, and they go for the kill.
So actually, last time these guys faced, we said Crumbs wasn't there. It was DJ Lambo. We saw Crumbs come back today, and Dignitas still looks strong, but all these other teams are so ready for Super Week. These teams can't afford to be complacent in any way when they come into these games. We have the guys ready almost into Champion Select for our 6th game of the day out of what we have 20 games this week and then 20 more in Europe, so we're only getting started.
Yeah, with the way they're going, everybody's work that they did predicting what each team has to do in the standings to get into the playoffs, you're all going to have to rework everything because there's been so many upsets that all the predictions have been kind of thrown out the window here.
This last matchup as well showed Skara playing Zed. We had Nidalee for Link, and Link played Nidalee already today, so they may look to ban that out on him. So a few back and forths on the champion. We know Dignitas lately has been doing the swap mid. Skara feels comfortable in the long lane bottom, or just one of the solo side lanes, if you will, and then put the AD carry and support mid is how Dig's kind of been rolling things lately.
Yeah, I mean, they really popularized that AD and support mid, which I personally really like. I think there's a lot of benefits to having that option for your support to roam from the middle.
Right.
You can just have so many more plays that can come out of that. And a lot of teams have adopted that. We've seen a whole bunch of other North American LCS teams. A lot of people they're doing it over in Korea, even in the EU. So it's definitely something to keep your eyes open for.
Last time these guys faced off, CLG didn't get a ban towards Vayne. Doublelift was able to play that. We'll see if Dignitas feels differently this time. We had Cutie Pie on Caitlyn for the matchup, so we'll see how he decides to play it.
Yeah, and QPie did go back to that Draven once already. We'll see. We'll see if he wants to take that against Doublelift, who's been so outspoken against that champion.
He will not. Vayne is out. So it looks like there it goes. They do go Gragas. They do go Diana.
Ooh.
Will they finish up with the Kale? And it's AD carry heavy for Dig.
Yeah, they're going straight at Doublelift. They want to get him off of his comfort zone because they saw so much success when Doublelift wasn't expecting Vayne bans and people banned it against him. He was using a different AD and he couldn't perform. They're going that they're taking that to the next level here. Like, okay, your go-to after Vayne is Twitch. We'll ban that one out as well. The question now is, do they want to follow it up with a third AD carry ban? And they do.
4 altogether.
Yeah, with the Draven ban coming. I mean, Doublelift definitely.
We've seen.
Doublelift hates Draven, so to be fair, that's not.
That might just been a hate Draven ban. Doesn't even matter if PewDiePie wants to play it or not. But yeah, we have a lot of AD carries being banned out here. If you're watching, I'm guessing you are. It's good to see what's happening. Shen being first pick, so we're going to have one Shen in the game teleport top.
They definitely could just be doing that trick where you listen to the stream and you're doing your homework, not watching it.
Exactly, that's true.
Yeah, so the Shen up top for Hotshot or in the jungle for Chowster. He actually has jungled Shen a couple times. He hasn't had the best results, though, we've said, on when he's not on either that Jarvan or that Lee Sin. So we'll have to see if they actually pick up another one. Hotshot definitely likes the Shen. It follows his tanky champion with CC, with global pressure that he likes to play.
Crumb's loving the Nasus lately. He has put a little bit of Volibear in the switch up when Nasus gets banned, but really no jungler is seeing any attention in the pick ban list here. We got the lock-in. Actually, now it's a lock-in coming from Kiwi Kid. That's probably going to Patoy. We'll have to see since Scar wasn't focused out this time.
Yeah, and I mean, since Volibear would be his second pick, this is the 3.05 balance patch that is the first time in the LCS where we're seeing that change to Volibear's Q, where the level 1 got a big hit in speed, but it actually got a bonus when you max it. A lot of people don't max that till last, so they haven't been taking him as much. When Crumbs blocked in that Nasus, he immediately changed his summoner to Ghost too, so I feel like he's not trading with anybody. There won't be some sort of top lane Nasus or anything that's only going to be in the jungle.
I'm interested to see what Kiwi Kid plays this game. He also has kind of had a variety of champions that he likes to play in that top lane. We haven't seen some of the ones he's playing since the beginning of the season, like we said, because of changes as well, new patches coming in. But it's always interesting to see what he brings to the table. As we said, he's always a consistent player in that top lane. CLG looking to bring out some global presence with the comp.
They add the Twisted Fate on top of the Shen Stand United here. So even though Nidalee is open for CLG, they haven't picked it, and they go with the double globals, looking to pressure all over the map very quickly. And I always say when I'm in the bottom lane and I have globals on my team in solo queue, it always just makes you feel so confident, because as soon as they hit 6, you go very aggressive. That works really well with CLG's style because they put so much onto Doublelift. If Chopster's not able to pull off ganks in the bottom lane here, now we've got globals. We can have Shen come into the bottom lane from anywhere on the map, and Twisted Fate, he barely has to go below the mid lane there to come visit. So 3 globals now. We're up in the ante. Everybody's going to get a piece.
It's kind of like a counter global. I can't be there, but I can help. And I kind of like the fact that they have Zyra right now. If Patoy's on Zyra, that gank in the bottom is going to be so much harder. You're just grasping route where the cards come out. You're only going to get your yellow card there, and you probably have a safe AD carry. So that's really good. Link may be focusing the top lane more unless they can just body pressure bottom, and it won't matter what they bring.
Speaking of AD carries, we have not seen Corki in forever.
Yeah.
He just dropped off the map, was not popular at all. He got a little buff to his ultimate here in this
Last time PewDiePie played him was in week 4.
Yeah, he reloads a litlittle quicker. He's got more missiles to fire now.
All the missiles. Super safe play
but
from
yeah,
that lane,
PewDiePie definitely did like Corki in his heyday, back when everybody was playing.
3 Doran's Corki.
A big fan of that. Chowster looks like he might be going with the Amumu, the tanky CC. I'm definitely a big fan. He heard Jat talking about Loudamortis is the only Amumu player, or somebody, maybe it was Freak, talking about Loudamortis is the only Amumu player for the NA LCS. Chowster wants to take a crack at that title.
It could synergize quite well. They do have a good amount of ability power here. Not so much hybrid from Ezreal, but everybody's going to take effect once he gets in there and start just headbanging off of people and really shredding that magic resistance.
They have a lot of mobility too. I mean, when you set up a team fight with an Amumu CC, Ezreal is already one of the most slippery, so it's going to be very hard for that Dignitas team to get to the back of him. Crumbs is going to be trying to get a wither on him, but if Double Lift is tricky enough, he can actually avoid that for a while. And Ezreal's one of the ADs that's least hit by that attack speed reduction of Wither, because he is a lot about his skill shots that he's throwing, his mystic shots and his shifts. So we see the return to the Singed.
Oh, I just said he didn't play the champions he played in week 2, and he made me a liar. So he does pull back the Singed, lost a few of those stats on his ultimate, which kind of made people shy away with that crowd control, not as well, or not as effective. So we'll see if he can still be a menace. It's really a 20-25 minute game when Kiwi Kid starts to shine on Singed and hit that laugh button.
I think a lot of this is going to be on whose split pusher can get more powerful. If Hotshot gets a good start and he gets to that point where Shen can just bully a lane, then they're going to have the upper hand on Dignitas, and they can force the rest of their 4 members can force a team fight because they'll have the upper hand with this AoE Amumu CC and Link being able to jump around. That Kiwi Kid, he'll probably be forced to farm behind the lines and do that the Singed thing where he proxies behind turrets. And it could, they're very similar team comps actually. Both of them very AoE oriented with that split push option.
All right, so coming into Game 6 here of Super Week on Wednesday, our final match of the day looks to be Push-A-Palooza between Hotshot GG on Shen and Kiwi Kid on Singed. We'll see if they switch the lanes up. Like we said, Dignitas likes to play the support AD mid, so they may put Scar in the long lane. We'll have to see how they decide to play it.
I'm excited for this new Corki lane. We haven't seen an AD Corki in quite a while here. He's going Hot Rod Corki as well. The oldie but goodie. One of the best Corki skins with a giant mustache that definitely fits Cutie Pie's style. He's a big hair guy. He's not a big hair champion.
Just curl some around and make it a mustache. The team's poised, faced off here for Game 6. We have 14 more games over the next 2 days in NA, and then another 20 in Europe. But right now, glue your eyes to the screen. Game 6 is underway. Riven Kobe bringing you CLG versus Dignitas as we round out Super Week Wednesday.
We start this game off with a serious lack of red elixirs. Only one for Cutie Pie and one for Hotshot here. We've seen so many more in the earlier games today that this just seems kind of like, oh, where's everybody going with all these wards and health potions?
You can't throw wards at people.
You could, but people can shoot those down in 3 hits. Their Crumbs get seen out. We have some vision for both teams, and let the games begin because CLG is invading. Probably just going to drop off a ward here, though, as Dignitas go to spread out.
Yep, special delivery to blue buff as well as that bottom side of mid. And Chaucer's going to have to be careful, right? Because every time that Loud Mortis plays Amumu, they are all over the jungler. And really, Amumu is one of the hardest to be hit by an invade. It doesn't look like Dignitas wants any of that, though. So they're giving Chaucer easy mode.
Yeah, invading Amumu, taking blue away from him is actually really key. Slows down his jungle a lot. It looks like CLG not going to let that happen, though. They're doing some bullying of their own. They have Thresh. Thresh early game is just huge. Patoy taking this opportunity to place a ward. He was seen going in there, though, so CLG will have the knowledge that he's probably placed a ward somewhere around their race, and they can work around that.
And slowly moving to their spots. I don't know if we're going to have Dignitas switch up the mid here. Looks like Cutie Pie will head towards the bottom lane. We have a barrier double lift versus a cleanse Cutie Pie. I can see that being the case.
Yeah, this is dangerous too because he's going to try and stop those double golems like we saw earlier in the day, but he's up against the Thresh, so you have to be careful about that hook.
No, he is in the bush, and he's actually getting pinched in quite hard here. Will he even want to go for that one? It's not going to give him. He gets the 55. Oh, he does get out. Oh, they're going to get it in. The attack's coming. Why does he? Oh, he waited. He got it the last second. They waste cleanse. If he does get out, the lane becomes much more dangerous. Cutie Pie, was it worth it? First blood for double lift.
Worth right there. He stole the double goal. I said, you got to be careful invading against that death sentence because he can catch you out. He actually flashed just straight forward, so the hook was still lined up. if you're gonna flash, you just flash a little bit to the side there, so the skill shot's gonna miss. But Aphromoo did not hesitate to go in on the back of that first blood for a big golem.
And that's so crazy. Flash and cleanse down. Corki still has Valkyrie, but that's going to be a rough lane because you are also against Arcane Shift.
Does not look cheery now. That's immediately just a downer for the rest of the team. They have to stay focused, though. They need to keep their heads in this game because they've already dropped one, and they don't want to go down any further. They're in this rush with TSM and even Curse for these top three teams really battling very hard because the second spot is so important.
As we look around at some of the buys here, oh, the toss going out, Valkyrie forced. We see the flask buy to the Elixir in the top lane for Kiwi Kid and Hotshot. You see Hotshot just getting the blades out, trying to stop a lot of that damage being brought back by the potions. Link looks like he actually put himself down a ward there to keep it safe.
Yeah, so this 2 versus 2 lane down bottom is definitely going to be harsh for Dignitas, to say the least. He's on the back foot, already down over 10 CS this early in the game, plus first blood going to double lift over there, and red elixir money having been sent there by Cutie Pie. Hotshot just getting some harass on here. He's got Chowster in the wings, but not nearly close enough to capitalize on that taunt.
Finally able to hit that. They got it. Kiwi's got to know that Chowster has to be somewhere or near somewhere up here. He's playing very safe. He's not even really putting the poison trail on. He's letting this lane push, knowing that that ward is there for Hotshot, and Kiwi's just playing a cautious game.
So trying to put some pressure on the Singed lane with a very low burst combo of Shen and Amumu. I mean, they've got great CS, but it's not a lot of damage because the last time they balanced Amumu, what they hit was damage on his bandage toss.
Right.
Even if you level up bandage toss, it doesn't scale up the damage very, very quickly anymore. And so, I mean, we've got Kiwi Kid at half, but still it's going to be rough. Hotshot goes into the turret.
Oh, they try to pull him out there. He goes down to 100 HP, and they're forced to just walk out of this one. They know there's really no presence from the top lane, so we'll see Crumbs now making his way there to see if he can counter what just happened.
That's a whoops-a-daisy there. Hotshot's definitely going to have to pull back out of that lane now. There goes that advantage. Kiwi Kid going to continue to farm up top all by himself there, and Chowster really needs to get back into farm mode.
And really, that wouldn't even be a counter from Crumb's top. He would have acted on that. The catalyst being a little bit too much aggression from CLG. The lantern being placed to make sure they aren't finding anything of the same, as Afro doesn't have a ward for that forward, or doesn't want to put a ward in that forward bush, I should say.
So Cutie Pie, you know, he's doing his best to claw back into this. The early CS advantage, though, and the 0 items in his inventory are definitely key here. Even with a red elixir ticking, not able to bully.
Looks like he wants to just be able to stay and farm in that lane, picking up the Null Magic Mantle right off the bat. Wards for Kiwi Kid to keep him safe. He grabs the same thing. Looks like boots are going to be first finish for both of these guys. Doublelift keeping the pressure on that bottom lane. They should not give up. They get the grab around the right side of the minions. He wanted that one just around the outside. Crumbs coming from the back here, and it looks like he will not even put the Wither down.
Great job by Doublelift and Afro not going in on that hook. Crumbs was ready for the counter gank. He wanted that hook to land. He wanted CLG to go aggressive, but they didn't bite on that. And now he's just going to be forced to recall here. The bottom lane just going to have to fend for themselves. Remember, too, that Dignitas spent a lot on this bottom lane. They banned 3 bans against Doublelift. And then they just go ahead and feed him first blood. This Ezreal is going to be a real big pain late game.
Yeah, to kind of switch what they were doing, it's a very good point from Champion Select to now. It was almost kind of just forgot, but by one person, right? Patoy wasn't there to help him. It was for that golem. It wouldn't have helped any all-in that Doublelift and Aphromoo were going to try to do at a certain point. So we'll see if they can repair that in the bottom lane. It's 1-0 at 6 minutes and 40 seconds in. It's 1,000 gold lead going to Counter Logic right now as the taunt coming in from Hotshot. A little bit of the harass causes the ultimate from Kiwi Kid.
I like how Kiwi Kid went all the way down to the blue buff there of CLG to place his ward too, because he knows as soon as that thing is up, that's a huge point of contention for Amumu and Twisted Fate in the middle. They'll have perfect vision of what CLG's plans are for the next few minutes of this game.
Trying to see the movement of the junglers right now. They are actually just kind of hanging out at that wolf camp. Both
there it
is. Put pressure on top and bottom side. So it looks like they're going to be going down blue buff to Karthus for Skara. And they may start to focus on this bottom lane. A 4-on-2, and then the dragon could be in their favor as CLG maybe heading top side.
well, they don't capitalize on the ward. They just have vision, and they're going to go take that dragon. They know that at that 7-10 minute mark around where the second blue buff comes back up, both of the members of CLG are going to be over there, and they go for this dragon because they have Nasus. They burn it down, and here comes Twisted Fate.
Blink going in. There's the grasping root I was talking about. Can they follow up on the cards? And that's why they have the death sentence to bring Skara in. The Requiem is up. It may be able to finish off Link. I think it'll be 50 damage short on that, and he keeps the Requiem to himself.
That was too late for Dragon, though, and it left Kiwi Kid in the top lane. He's getting free farm up here. They're getting a lot of damage on this top turret. That was good for Dignitas. They burned 2 global ultimates, and they're going to get some free farm up here. Plus, they got the global gold from Dragon before they were able to get there. Oh, Kiwi Kid, a couple tower shots. That ultimate there from Double Lift.
Doesn't slow down too much. He should be able to beat that turret down with a newly formed wave at it as well. Chaucer looking to invade here and get himself some vision of the jungle so Counter Logic can continue to push their advantages and really make this map pressure omnipresent.
Yeah, so they just took that blue buff. Their ward right there, not going to do a whole lot. Crumb shoving this middle back in. He's going to get some damage on this turret too, as Chaucer can't really scare him that much. Even gets a little free hit, whacks him upside the head with his cane.
Ping's going down on the mid lane, actually from Dignitas. They're like, hey, you can have Wraiths. So that's what they're actually telling Skara. He's like, no, give it to me, start walking away.
So with that with the bottom turret here taken by CLG, I like how Dignitas do not hesitate to shove that lane back out. Cutie using everything at his disposal to try and shove bottom lane because he knows that the AD and support from his lane are going to go put pressure elsewhere. The middle is where they're choosing to go with this one here, and now Chaucer's going to invade on this red because they have vision of Crumbs. They want to keep him in the lane so they can take out the rest of his jungle.
Almost 10 minutes into the game here. Chaucer looking to pick up the red buff. Not too hard. It was a good challenge for him, but he was able to get it. Didn't even have to use Smite. Kiwi Kid taking some damage from Hotshot top, but he's got to wait for that energy. If they go in now, it'd be too soon. So Hotshot just looking to wait this one out with bated breath, and then they could have this gank, but the counter coming from Crumb soon.
Link just waiting in between lanes right now. He could go either top or mid. It looks like he wanted to go top.
And there it is, drawing the cards out, puts himself in turret range, actually takes a few, and that really forces Kiwi Kid out. He was ready to take it. Great positioning.
Yeah, Link doesn't get to get his hands on any of that gold here, but they do take the top turret and answer. And Cutie Pie, backing off of that bottom turret, doesn't have to deal with double lift. The BF sword really would mean a one-way duel there if they do go head-to-head as AD carries. Skara doing a pretty good job here zoning off Afro move.
And as Skara did before in Twisted Fate, Link looks to finish the Lich Bane himself. Afro taking a good bit of damage there. They choose to go out instead of in on him. The crowd can, oh, that's why. Throws on the Requiem as the shield enough, it keeps him alive. He's going to go ahead and just give us a nice show while he backs.
That's actually a really big cooldown. The level 1 Karthus ultimate being burned without a kill there means 185 seconds more. Not going to have that available.
And global map presence is huge against this team. The windows for Link and Hotshot GG will be up before that. So they're going to have a huge map presence over Requiem for a good amount of time. They decide to use it. Double Lift uses the ult in middle to now focus pressure onto this mid turret.
Chester always is the shot caller for CLG, and he always says we need to prioritize minions and turrets. League of Legends is a game about buildings. You have to control the minion waves, and you have to take down as many of those buildings as you can. Keeping up the pressure, Kiwi Kid up in top gets taunted out by Hotshot for a good trade over here. It looks like they're just going to back right off there. Both of them taking. Kiwi Kid pops out his ultimate, and we have Link. His ulti, he's got another 20 seconds on that, and it'll be available with the Stand United from Hotshot. So we'll have to see if they do coordinate both of those ultimates again. As Crumb comes in, this is going to be a double slow gank, and they back off.
Not going to happen.
That was a very slow-mo gank, very anti-climactic there.
Hotshot again back and forth with the Kiwi Kid. Chauster wards just on the back side of the dog as he goes over. It looks like they're going to look for blue buff, but it's not there. Heading down towards the bottom lane, they look to get a pretty good push here. Patoy and the rest are backing for Dignitas, so they have a little bit of free time to play with. That dragon is still down, so they're pretty much objective free for the damage that they have. There's no Baron even up to go for right now, so they're pushing these turrets.
And Dignitas really looking to stall right now. They're in the same sort of mindset that GGU we're in. He's trying to go for late game here. He's got Karthus with the 2 stacking items. He's going for that Rod of Aegis right after his tier, skipping boots so he can get it ticking as soon as possible. Really wants to be able to get that power spike, but for a while, he's not going to have the huge AoE presence. We saw before his Requiem couldn't finish off even Afro move there. The shield was enough to take away, and now CLG are going for the steal, but there's no vision in that ward, so Crumbs could try and go for the smite battle here and try and take it away, but Chauster wins the duel.
Chauster combines that despair along with Tantrum, and he throws it in. There is the curse of the sad mummy. Will they put the box down as well? They can't get it in range. He does throw it down, but in defense, Skara gets caught right up in it with a good stun as well. They lock down Skara. Requiem is down, and this is that fight I was talking about. The Stand United was able to come out. The Destiny was able to come out. CLG fighting in the window. He got flipped lanterned and is forced to flash over. A little ping pong there for Double Lift, but he gets himself out safe.
We've seen this time and time again from these recent Karthus where they want to get into that team fight. It seems like their mind is set on dying. He goes forward, even though the rest of his team not really in the position to follow up on that team fight. He wants to get all his AoE damage off, but they kind of give away those kills. And we talked about before when Jackie was on Karthus, there was a game where he didn't die at all on Karthus. Just because you have this passive and you can still do damage after you die, doesn't mean that you have to zombie mode, dive the team every single time and give up a kill like that if you're not going to get something out of it.
And CLG has a great team of stopping a walk-in initiation, and that's exactly what everybody on Dignitas brings to the table. It flashes down like now.
Both of these teams really have great counter initiates. Zyra pretty much the same as Moonra there as far as counter initiating, because if the rest of the team dives on you, she can pop out that huge AoE. CLG, they're going to go for this dragon without the ultimates from any of the key members here. No Shen, no Amumu, no Twisted Fate, but it doesn't matter because there's no vision here, and Dignitas is not in the position to counter that. So instead, they all swing top lane here. You can see Cutie Pie going up that lane as well. They've got a ward onto blue, and they're going to want to shove that top lane into the top turret.
So just like Cop last game, Double Lift doing what he can to stay alive, not die, but he has all the kills. Chauster here now at blue, taking quite a bit of damage. His flash is up, forced to be used. It looks like his smite was down previously, so this blue buff will be going over to Dignitas. There's no cheeky grabs coming in here, and it will be grabbed up. One of them, I didn't see who grabbed it.
So it's Zyra got it.
It was gonna be Zyra.
But it was a good counter invade. They weren't rewarded with the dragon after though, like CLG were after their blue buff invade. So definitely a huge win for CLG right there. The pressure onto that top turret doesn't end up following through right here because CLG are answering middle and Sky's just trying to defend it himself.
Link still rushing his Lich Bane. Rod of Ages still looking to be finished, and a lot of the core items have been slowed down this game. You usually see that 13, 14 minutes, coming up on 16 minutes here. They have not been completed, and that may just because nobody has gone back for them. We're still seeing items pieced together. A Bloodthirster for Double Lift, and then he focuses on the Phage. You see a teleport coming in for Link for aggression now on the bottom turret.
Yeah, you know, not the most spectacular right there. He only went a few feet, one screen over from the blue buff. They weren't able to catch out anyone. And that's actually a pretty big cooldown. The vision and the global control there. Now it's just a normal siege on this bottom turret as we have Kiwi Kid and Hotshot up in the top lane here battling it out. Hotshot's ulti is going to come up a lot quicker than the teleport for Kiwi Kid though.
Indeed, it's only got a sliver there. Kiwi trying to push this lane and keep Hotshot there. He knows that it's definitely an advantageous to stop that lane from pushing because Kiwi Kid teleport is down and he'll be staying in that lane when Hotshot leaves per usual. So at 4-0 right now, CLG wants to hold these advantages. You can see Dignitas trying to push that here as they now proxy farm with Kiwi.
Yeah, all is really going according to CLG plan right here. They have Double Lift just hyper farming at 178. It's kind of ridiculous. Kiwi Kid pops his ultimate to run the gauntlet through CLG's base, and he is going to start wasting people's time. Chaucer doing a little chase there, not going to get anything out of it, and he rejoins his team.
Kiwi Kid pre-applying for the new Gladiators episodes. He tries, like you said, to run the gauntlet there at 17 minutes. Ghost is down for him, and the ultimate is down. I don't know if that was like a quick mind deterrent or mind games that he was playing, but we'll see what they choose to do off of that. 17 minutes in, 26,000 to 20,000. So there's quite a lead in CLG's favor for 17 minutes into the game. They're using it right now, like we said, that gold on the AD carry, but it's also on the hot shot, so he can start becoming that tank, becoming a split pusher for his team. And if Doublelift is that fed already, the mechanics are going to continue to carry whatever lane he's in.
Yeah, we talked about last game where the advantages and disadvantages of having all your money on one squishy champion. That's not really the case with Ezreal, because Ezreal is so hard to catch. It's going to be really, really difficult for Dignitas to burst down Doublelift and make him a non-factor in this fight. He's so slippery, plus he has the Standing United from Shen, he's got the CC support from Chowster, as well as Link throwing out gold cards, and then Afro move protecting him as well. Lantern escapes on top of Arcane Shift is almost too many answers.
You can see by himself here, Link able to just keep those waves pushed out now with his builds. He actually goes ahead, builds that Wraith Collar, or the collar for his spooky ghosts, as we call them in the office.
The Twin Shadows will be coming out from Link. He loves that item, and that's because it really helps him a lot with catching people down. We saw before the Twisted Fate ultimate just a few screens over. You know, if he's also got Twin Shadows, he can apply slows if he doesn't get quite close enough. Then he can get into range for it to land his gold card.
It kind of helps the fact that he can get grasping rooted right out of coming. Oh, the toss goes in. Cutie Pie doesn't think the Valkyrie right away. Well, they get a few ultimates from each side.
So I like the hesitation there. Chaucer did not go in on that to dive, even though they landed the hook, because he was expecting the ultimate from Zyra, and he just wanted to take the Zyra ultimate instead of gambling for the 100% burst onto Cutie Pie right there, because Cutie Pie's got his cleanse and his flash up. If Chaucer had burned his ult in his combo, that would have been a huge tool down for CLG, and Cutie Pie could have gotten out of it.
Doublelift looked like he's going for the Triforce build here as he continues to build the rest of the pieces. Looking around, the Aegis being built for both junglers as the bulwark to form. A lot of tier 1 boots still on the map as well. Oh, Curse of the Sad Mummy right onto Scar. They didn't even give him a second to blink there or figure out what's happening. Call 911. CLG picking up another kill, 5-0 at 20 minutes.
Exactly what you want to do against the Karthus. Burn him out before it's a team fight situation. Passive just goes to nothing right there. The Requiem's going to be back up in 20 seconds, though. So Dignitas really are trying to stall at this point. Wait for Scar to get back up.
Just the amount of time pretty much Scar has to be in the death chamber. CLG doing what they can. Another grab onto Cutie Pie there. Doesn't force the Valkyrie away. So Crumbs just smiting and using everything he can to get that minion wave off the turret. Scar is up. His ultimate is as well. And we have a lot of summoners to be used for Dignitas. They need to engage in a fight and pick up a kill for themselves.
The Dragon in 15 seconds here. CLG have it timed. They want to pick up that free gold, but their buy award and the pink pings are coming out from Dignitas. It looks like they want to contest this one, but Toy Dragon a whole line of minions over here, so they aren't exactly going to be sneaky about it. There's plenty of wards here for CLG, and it would be very dangerous for Dignitas to actually rush this one down, even though they have that Nasus ultimate and they have Skara on the powerhouse that is. No, never mind. They'll just burn it right down. They don't care. CLG doesn't want to contest
he gets it with the wild cards, Link! You classy man, you.
I was going to say, you know, no smite up here for Crumbs means that it'll be a rough contest, but they actually there's nothing to say about that one, okay? You got stolen by wild cards. You have to give props to Link.
High five for Link. Definitely a very nice play there. And it looks like they're going to be able to push this one. He's probably got a smile on his face. He doesn't have a smile on his face. I'm a liar. But he's still probably happy about it.
Link, happy on the inside as always.
Exactly, but focus.
Keep his emotions
poised on the outside.
In check.
21 minutes in here, Kobe, a 8,000 gold lead, if you will. 5-0, Dignitas yet to draw blood from Counter Logic Gaming, and CLG is still on the offense, finding Kiwi Kid in the top lane, just harassed from Counter Logic Gaming. Hotshot GG at it again.
Just turning into a rough game for Dignitas here. They really need a team fight to go their way. They have to swing one of these next pinch points and hope to catch everybody out with Skara in an actually good place. If they have Kiwi Kid there and they have Crumbs there, they have enough slows to keep everybody around in a small area. That's where they need their Karthus AoE to shine, because he has completed his Rod of Ages. He's almost completed that Archangel Staff. And so as soon as he has that, he'll actually have a lot of AoE magic damage coming out, even though, you know, he's the 0-3, and he has been able to keep up with those minions. And the power will be there if they don't lose heart and they continue on with a good team.
So as we compare the 80 carries now, we've seen Triforce in Season 3 here and there, but comparing now to the builds, what QtPie is bringing out, the Triforce, we haven't really compared the two lately after Triforce changes. How are they going to add up once this game goes late?
Well, the reason everyone's really shied away from Triforce is the Phage component. Nobody's a big fan of the current state of Phage. So even though they reduced the cost on Trinity Force, you know, it's actually pretty cost effective.
Right.
Going through that phase where, you know, we got this Phage that's a little bit underwhelming. Some people have skipped. I love it on Doublelift here because he has so much money. Doublelift is really just running away with this game. He's got the kills, he's got all this crazy CS everywhere, and he's got the sustain from a Bloodthirster that he's almost like a fighter now. He can stay in this team fight. He can be in people's faces, and he can continue to lay down all this damage. You can see him on the front lines here, not backing away from that turret.
And you know what? Even now that I take a better look at the inventories, that combined with the Lich Bane, tower's gone, right? They're going to start crushing these things down, going hard on it. Link finds one in mid. That was Doublelift finding one in the top lane. So there go the towers.
So this is exactly what I predicted at the beginning of the game, where we have Kiwi Kid farming the same lane Hotshot is, just way behind him. So he's behind these turrets down here, farming up proxy behind those. The only thing is, for Dignitas, they have not taken a turret. So all these outer turrets are still up, and CLG have 2 globals to control the rest of the map with. The team comp combined with the early power that CLG got just makes it so hard for Dignitas right now.
He got the snow. He did not get the smite away. It went back over to Chaucer there. It looks like they're going to pressure this one down. Kiwi Kid getting quite hurt up. He gets taunted and hooked in there. It's going to be a lot of damage. Good growing roots there by Zyra. Not even growing roots, though. Scar taking a bit of damage. Defile on the backside, but look, they can't, again, get to the front. Like we said, Scar may want to die each fight as Karthus, but they can't get there. The box shuts them down. Curse of the Sad Mummy shuts them down. A max range bandage toss from Chaucer, getting them back into the fight. And it looks like they're going to have to back off here. There's a great ultimate by Patoy, really stopped up the fight for a second, but wouldn't allow for a re-engage from Dignitas.
Saw just how slippery Doublelift was right there. He got lantern, you know, he's getting shields all over the place. Can't keep him down. He didn't get any slow procs though, so at least Dignitas come out of that one with only 1 death.
See what Link can do. He's just going to go ahead and back right in the mid. Still with that swagger, riding high. Playing a great game. 1-0-3 there, 4-0-1, and it's going to be 0 in that mid column because they are kill shutting out and structurally shutting out Dignitas right now. 0 turrets, 0 kills, 25 minutes into the game, a 10,000 gold lead.
This is almost a repeat of the last time that CLG beat Dignitas. They didn't let Scar or QtPie get any kills or assists. Nobody on the team can get any kills or assists. Whether you've got Lambo or whether you've got Crumbs here, it's been really rough in this matchup. And you can see the differences here. Usually we talk about Infinity Edge, the better late game choice for 80 carries, but he's going up against 1 Infinity Edge versus Bloodthirster on Trinity Force on Last Whisper combined for Doublelift.
We'll see how they do. There's also about 130 CS that separates those two, and minion kills. The Destiny goes out. Where does he choose to draw his hand? And it's going to be on Patoy. They lay down the full house, take down Patoy, and they look to take down something in mid as well. The Cleanse and Flash are down for QtPie, so they have a good amount of room to engage here.
Yep, plenty of control around Baron for CLG. They've got an Oracles, they've got wards in their pocket. They're not going to hesitate to go on this one. They're going to start bringing it down, and Dignitas don't even want to venture over to that area of the map. They're just going to try and turtle inside their base and make a last stand at one of these turrets. Hope that CLG can completely misplay a dive and turn this one around, because that's really what Dignitas need.
They may be able to get a good lockdown if Kiwi Kid and Crumbs can find their way to Doublelift. But like we said, just such a safe carry. Doublelift not really playing Ezreal that much, but we can see that he still fits in his comfortable wheelhouse, and he's playing him just as he would any other carry right now. QtPie hindered himself on Corki in the beginning of the game. As we kind of recap a little bit here at 27 minutes, he went for that bottom golem Kobe. We saw him go down, and like you said, in a lane that kind of wants to be aggressive, a lane that banned out 480 carries in Champion Select. Kind of gave away that first kill.
Yeah, we'll go back to the sour note of the beginning of the game for Dig there. QtPie, he did steal away that golem, though.
He did get the golem.
He did steal that sucker away. Tough break, though. I don't want to give first blood to Double Lift. Even with that red elixir pop, they had a hard time. Now, it's really the turtle game here. The dragon's up, so CLG could easily grab that and then pressure on any one of these lanes. They could even pressure all of these lanes because they have Shen. Stand United, he's able to split push. Link, he can split push from the middle, get to either top or bottom easily with his ultimate, and they could just really push in every single one of these lanes at the same time. They have the power to do it, and they have the utility.
Dignitas has to find a fight where they can draw out at least the box from Afromu. Make them use that in defense, because it's such a shutdown for Scar to get in these fights. He's had to use Flash every time to put himself in a good position to start doing damage. 28 minutes in here with Dignitas still looking for their first kill. CLG looks to pressure the first inhibitor turret of the game.
Looks like they won't spread themselves too thin here. Just going for the dual lane push. Hotshot down in the bottom. He even has a blue elixir pop there to go along with his Baron buff, and they're onto the turret.
Wow, Hotshot being very aggressive here, putting himself right out front. Could get Withered flipped back, but it looks like it's what he wants, allowing himself to get out of the fight or bait something in. Chauster just on the outside waiting for that engagement as well. They are itching to get into this fight. Dignitas staying very safe.
Yeah, CLG fishing for hooks right here. Afromu just throwing out that death sentence, hoping to leash pretty much onto anybody. They'll pretty much take whatever they catch here for it. Hotshot taking a couple turret hits for Double Lift there.
Trade back from Cutie Pie and Double Lift on shots as well. Link waiting for the mid with his Lich Bane. He's going to be able to drop that turret pretty much by himself if they allow him to stand there, and you can just see how much damage that puts out every time it procs on that damage. And more shots from Double Lift, getting those as well with his Triforce in, a latch onto Skara, but it's not enough. They just want the turret. They have beautiful pressure right now.
You can see that Dignitas really lacking the hard engage. Don't have much of an answer for the CLG Siege right now. Dignitas' team is really built around that counter engage. Like I said, the Zyra ultimate, they have to wait for CLG to get on them before they pop out the great AoE, and then hope that they can lock people up long enough for Skara to melt them down.
And Dignitas is really their favorite thing to do here once it gets to that later part of the game is push all three lanes. They're confined to guarding their turrets right now. CLG, with this global presence, has taken such an effect from the mid part of the game. One turret goes down the wall as well. Curse of the Sad Mummy right onto Skara. He is down. Stranglethorns is a good pop-up, but I don't know if it's enough to keep CLG on the back line. Hotshot GG going so deep into the fight. Chauster's there with him as well. The Wither goes down. It looks like they're able to push it off enough to take the inhibitor.
Well, they got the combo of the Zyra ultimate on top of Skara's body there, but the turret had already got down. Not much more damage going to come out from them. Bottom goes down, middle goes down. That's two inhibitors.
So, like I said, that global pressure that they can just create with this, the Lich Bane coming out, allowing Link to just pressure down each turret by himself with the wave clear. Picked up Dragon earlier. CLG is just surmounting all their advantages onto Kiwi Kid now. I don't think he's going to be able to get out alive. It's going to be quite a bit of damage necessary. Crumbs comes in for the Spirit Fire help, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, KDA, guys. Now it's time to start worrying about that KDA.
10-0 is the score right now. This is where it kind of gets scary, though, right? They are down. It looks grim for Dignitas in these fights, but if CLG makes that mistake, it's going to be a quick turnaround. Dig knows how to use mistakes, but it's quite small and minute right now. CLG is looking real hot on this game, and they are not going to let this go.
Yes, to say the least. It would have to be a monumental mistake from CLG at this point. In the game right now, Dignitas should really use this time to regroup, because they've had a tough couple of games here in the beginning of Serpent Week. They can't give up, though. They have to start thinking about what are the mistakes we made. We need to patch these up. Obviously, it's that level 1. That's going to be the first thing that they look to, but there's so much more. Oh yeah, don't point those out. That's the goal discrepancy from Double Lift and Cutie Pie right now is painful to look at.
We'll see if they can bring this game closer within reach. We've seen Turtles go on for quite long. They have the siege pressure to do it, but like you said, CLG is really raring and ready to go for this nexus of Dignitas. They have those two lanes pushed. The top lane, with the pressure they had on two inhibitors with turrets, is going to be quite easy for them. It's up to Dignitas to really make this move. and turned around.
Seems like CLG are just kind of milking it here, taking their time. Now they have all lane shoving because they do have 2 inhibitors now. Link at the bottom, his ultimate's available. They're pushing on the last inhibitor turret now, and there goes the ultimate from Double Lift.
So much damage coming out just from True Shot Barrage. Scar is forced to turn back. The tower goes down. Like I said, the other towers didn't make a difference. The TP comes out just so Link can help take down the inhibitor. They want all the waves pushing in. Like we said before, it's kind of hard to multitask when you want to get that fight in and you got minions all over your turrets. 32 minutes in, the taunt goes in on Kiwi Kid. A final fight could occur here between these teams. It's going to be the Stranglethorns to pop him up. Kiwi Kid is down. Dignitas is losing HP fast, but they're keeping enough up to guard the turrets. It's going to be a 1-for-0 right now as everybody's backing left and right. Chowster very hurt in the fight. Scar does fall after his passive wears off. It looks like CLG could have enough damage to take down the turrets. They don't have the waves yet, though.
Oh, Scar just wanted that kill onto Chowster. Waited until the Stand United fell off. These Nexus turrets falling like butter.
That bottom wave was there ready for them, just coming up on the backside. It looks like they'll be able to take down the Nexus as well. CLG will be able to take down Dignitas in Game 6 of Super Week Wednesday.
Congratulations to CLG right there. It was a well-deserved win. They took that lead early and they did not let it up.
Very strong play. Chowster, you know, kind of going off, going ahead and playing Moo, doing different things around not around the map, but just around, right? CLG was kind of in a funk as well. They rubbed that off on Dignitas. They said, we don't want this anymore. We don't want this funk. Dignitas now has to find their way out of it because it's kind of striking a lot of teams, right? We saw Curse losing some matches today too. These teams are coming to win from the bottom of the brackets.
Really, it's just getting so hard to predict what's going to happen anymore. We said at the beginning, what was it, 63% of the viewers
63% to Dig
thought that Dignitas was going to win. CLG definitely showed up today, though, and you're right. Chowster, he was making calls to capitalize on the fact that their bottom lane was so ahead. It wasn't just that Double Lift got fed and, oh, we snowballed from there. Chowster was calling blue invade after blue invade. They kept the timer on all the objectives. They kept up that dragon after dragon. They protected their own blues. It was really a good play by CLG to not let it slip back into Dignitas' favor. They didn't let anything go, and they finished it out very methodically and you know, very well.
A very stellar, I think, 12-0, 33-minute matchup between Counter Logic and Dignitas to round out Game 6 there. But don't go anywhere. There's still more LCS coming your way. When we return, we'll have CLG's killer combo of Double Lift and Afro Moo to interview, and then we'll break down how today's huge upsets have affected the playoff standings. Plus, we'll announce the North American and European All-Star teams and hook you up with a ton of info on the upcoming All-Star game. Stick around. Welcome back to the Interview Lounge, everybody. I'm Rivington III as we round out our first day of Super Week here. I'm joined by CLG's Doublelift and Afremu after a pretty definitive win out on Dignitas. Coming into Champions, so let's start there. You had 3 AD carries banned out against you. What was your thought coming into that?
I think people found out randomly that I only play 3 ADs in LCS to any degree of success. But then they just randomly forgot that I play like Cog and Ez, which I think was their mistake because I could just play Ez anytime. That's one of my mains.
What were you thinking when you saw those? Did you feel that they'd waste to champion select?
Yeah, I think they definitely messed up. Targeting bans on me is not really going to work out, I think. I'm not like a diverse AD player, but you can't ban me out. That's dumb.
Hey, coming in, one more question for you before I move over to Afremu, or either of you can answer this. The first kill onto Cutie Pie, what was going through your guys' mind when you saw him there?
Well, we were doing doubles, and then he just showed up, and we were like, what the? So we were like, oh, let's go all in. So I flashed exhaust because he's so close to us, and then threw the hook because I knew it was going to land.
So knowing all the bans now, when you started that bottom lane, how confident did you feel with that first kill?
The game was over.
You absolutely thought the game was over?
When I get first blood, we win the game.
So if anything could happen besides that, or not besides that, but anything happens after that, what happens? Is that still your mentality that you got first blood and you can win?
Yeah, generally in all our scrims and stuff, if bot lane does well, we pretty much always win. Doesn't really matter what happens top and mid.
All right, so what were the strats coming in against Dignitas? Did you guys even have to really use or bring out what you guys planned?
Well, our strat really was to just shut down Skara and maybe 2v1 top lane or mid lane, wherever he would go. And we knew he played Karthus in scrims this past week, so we just wanted to shut him down and go where he was. But when they banned 3 ADs in Champion Select, we were like, what is this? So we really just went bottom lane to go take them on, since Thresh are on 3 health quints, and I had 700 HP at level 1, and all I can do is all in at level 2, since we're blue side especially. So after we getting first blood, all we had to do is take it slow, and we won the game.
So we actually have a clip of you saying, Crumbs was a very big factor for Dignitas coming in. Was that also a thought in your guys' mind? We want to, tack on Crumbs every once in a while because he's coming back this week and may not be in the flow of things?
Crumbs is definitely a catalyst towards their success in LCS, and it's kind of like what we had, where Chaucer had to go away for a wedding and then come back, and then we were just crap because we forgot everything that we used to do. And I think that's happening to Dignitas right now, and unfortunately, it's a big loss.
So besides, obviously, a first kill in the bottom lane, which would always win you the game, what has CLG done to really been such, a momentum getter in the games? You guys are closing out games more. You kind of milked it at the end there, but what has made you such a definitive mid to late game team now?
I think Chaucer makes really strong calls, and yeah, we need to work on listening to him, but he definitely knows how to make games end like this. So yeah, as long as we have Chaucer as our shot caller, I think we're just really strong mid-late game team.
And one more question for you guys. Who have you prepped for the most coming into Super Week?
TSM, I guess.
TSM.
We lost horribly. I'm so sad.
Well, all right, guys. Thank you very much for the interview. Best of luck in the rest of Super Week. We've had some amazing games today that showed upsets. 2-0 coming in for Complexity. 2-0 coming in for Team Solo Mid as well. Some amazing games to replay as well. Freak has replays from games 4 and 5 on the day when we send it over to him.
Thanks very much, Riv. So let's start out with Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Old storied rivalry, great matchup overall, but I want to point out a mistake that CLG did that kind of cost them the game. So Baron Nashor, everyone's done it, everyone knows it's a really important thing. But let's point out two to three things that are really important. So look at the health bar right up there, super, super low. Down in the bottom corner, it's at like 2,700 health. Now, again, they have Cho'Gath and they have Smite on their team. They can do about 2,800 damage immediately and basically one-shot Baron Nashor, 1,800 damage immediately. They can kill it so incredibly quickly if it comes down to it. There's almost no risk of getting it smited away. Now, TSM, though, they're coming up, of course. You look down at the minimap right here, and they're all grouped up, ready to fight in onto CLG. So let's start the clip out and watch as TSM piles in. And watch it special in the very bottom corner. And we're going to pause right here. Now look at this. Baron Nashor, again, I'm going to point the health bar out. 2145. It is basically in smiting distance of CLG. They've actually backed off of it and decided not to one-shot it. At the same time, you basically have to choose one of two things. You either go for Baron and fight from there, or you get the heck out of Baron because Sona's going to ult. CLG have 4 members getting crescendoed right here. They are all clustered up. Every single one of them, aside from Link, has put themselves in a crescendo range. And TSM, they've basically got an area of effect team. Let's play the clip out. They're all dancing. Karthus is actually going to flash into range, and they start burning down basically everyone on the CLG lineup. After in the bottom corner, he gets chased down to the end. That major fight goes 2 for 2, but this could have been a CLG free Baron, and they could have tried to escape from there. Now, the second clip is just really, really interesting because of how many crazy things happen in this fight. So let's start with this. So Elements is level 6, right? He's got Wild Growth on Lulu. And Cop is just stealthed so that he can go in here and just initiate on people. He can just start destroying MashMe with the Wild Growth knockup. They can do a whole bunch of damage. The thing is, they've also got they've got the teleport coming in right here from Kha'Zix, and they have Saint Vicious in this bottom corner getting ready to lane gank. So he's actually going to be, or not even lane gank, but just coming into gank. They basically set up a 4-on-2 battle. Now, the thing is, Nintendude is actually waiting for them as well, and they don't really know about this. So out of nowhere becomes a 3v4, and it gets really, really interesting. So let's start the clip out and watch what happens. Elements goes in, ults himself, knocks GG into the way, and then watch Daydreamin'. He knocks back Saint Vicious. They've made a 3-on-2, which allows MashMe to come in there and pick up the first blood onto Elements. But now everyone here has gone down to their own turret. Voyboy was supposed to clean up a bunch of kills, but he's actually basically alone in a 1-on-2, and it allows GGU to run away when Saint normally would have been there to clean up more kills. And so because of Daydreamin' buying time and knocking back the gank from Saint Vicious, and because MashMe flashed in and pulled the team with him, they kind of separated what would have been a 4v3 or 4v2, and they should have won for one of the first blood advantage. I'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks, Freak. And after a huge day of upsets, let's check out the standings heading into Thursday's matches. It's going to be Curse at 18-6 with 4 games remaining. Team Solo Mid is 18-7 with 3 games. Dignitas 16-9, 3 games as well. And it's going to be 12-13 CLG, 3 games as well.
After this, GGU are now in 5th place. They are 10-15 with 3 more games left to play. Vulcun, though, right behind him at 8-15, have 5 games.
All 5.
Marn, 8-16 with only 4 left, and Complexity moved up to 8-17 with 3 left.
And the North American LCS returns on Thursday with 6 big matches. Kicking things off is Vulcun battling Marn for control of the final playoff spot. Then Team Solo Mid tries to take over the league lead and wins when they face off against a red-hot Complexity. And up third, Curse looks to get back on track and avoid losing their #1 ranking when taking on Marn.
Plus, Vulcun jumps in the rift against a GGU team that just schooled Curse. Then Dignitas tries to win their first match thanks to Week 7, but standing in their way is Cop and Curse. And closing out the day is CLG looking to lock down the 4th when they take on Vulcun.
And it all starts at 1 p.m. Pacific and 10 p.m. Central European Time. Now, we have a very special announcement about the upcoming League of Legends All-Star Game. The big event will be held in Shanghai, China from May 24th through the 26th.
And these are the players you've chosen to represent the LCS against the world. The North American All-Stars are TSM's Dyrus in the top lane, Curse's Saint Vicious in that jungle, and Dignitas' Scar are going to be at the mid.
Then at AD carry, it's CounterLogix Gaming's Double Lift, and rounding out the team is Team Solo Mid's Xpecial at support.
And for the European All-Star team, it's going to be Fnatic Soaz in the top lane after that fight with Wicked. Diamond Prox is going to be in the jungle from Gambit and joined by his teammate Alex Each in mid.
And rounding out the European All-Stars will be Evil Genius's Yellow Pete at AD carry and Gambit's Edward in support.
The managers for the LCS squads are going to be Steve Liquid112 from Curse and Harry HXD from the Fnatic.
Now, I know that was a lot of awesome to digest, but you can get all the details about the upcoming All-Star Game on LOLesports.com and LeagueofLegends.com. Plus, Riot's own Redbeard and Magus will be on hand to answer all of your questions during a Reddit AMA before tomorrow's NA LCS coverage at 12 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time. I'm Riv for Kobe, Jat, Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching.
Gonna go for a hug. Trump's like a bunch of pain. Probably comes in as well. Look at Trump getting completely bursted out. He is gone. Woo! Yeah!
Doing 10 seconds on my odds. They're doing value probably right now. You guys got that. You guys got that. Go, go, go. Don't be scared. Kale's gonna run out. Can we burn it?
Yeah, we can burn it. Yeah, burn it. I'm gonna ult him out. Woo, baby. Quadra kill. Just in the game.
Yeah, there it is.
Woo! Well, we got vision right now. I'm gonna push out while we got vision. Kill one.
Push, push, push.
Good job. Good job. Game in the game. In the game. Yes! Yes! Yes!